we have a huge number of groups that are presenting with us this year. So we have a bunch of Blender studios, we have a bunch of Blender user groups, and then we have a number of organizations, both academic and commercial and so forth, that you see here on this slide. We have a huge number of individuals that are contributing. It really takes a small town to pull off World Blender Meetup Day, and we're really excited that you're part of it. We have a group here we'd like to introduce. So, before we get there, let me just explain what exactly World Blender Meetup Day is, because I'm sure some of you guys are tuning in for the first time. World Blender Meetup Day is a single calendar day where Blender artists, user groups, enthusiasts, developers, visual effects studios, game makers, all kind of unite and share Blender information on a single calendar day. The event, of course, is 100% free, just like our favorite software, Blender, and is run by volunteers. And we really started the event as a vehicle to share Blender content that was really being shared in local user groups and by lone professionals, and giving that content back to the community. So, the Blender community is amazing, and this is our way of giving back. So just who the heck is running this thing? It's a whole bunch of people, as I mentioned earlier. We have a lot of people to thank, but there's 4 people in particular that kind of keep this event going every year. The first of which is Andrew Buttery. Andrew, can you introduce yourself and tell people a little bit about yourself?
Hi, my name's Andrew Buttery. I run the Melbourne Blender Society, though I've recently located to Adelaide, so we'll be starting a new Blender Society here, I hope soon. I've been using Blender since about 2009, and yeah, I'm a hobby user, but it's great, it's fantastic, it's amazing compared to the tools I was using 30 years ago. So it's fantastic to give back to the community and promote the use of Blender worldwide.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Andrew's the heart and soul of World Blender Meetup Day. He gets us motivated every year to start planning for the next one, and yeah, we couldn't do it without him. Kevin is, so I should explain, we separate the world into 3 major regions. Andrew covers Asia Pacific and Asia in general, parts of India and that. Kevin covers the Middle East, Africa, and Europe, and he's coming to us from the UK. So hi, Kevin, thanks for joining. Oh, wait, do we have Kevin? Oh.
No, Kevin's asleep at the moment.
I thought I heard his voice. Okay, my bad. Kevin is well asleep at this hour of the morning. So you'll see Kevin a little bit later on in our event. He'll be managing our European and African speakers and so forth. So I'll transition to David Andrade. He's on the East Coast of the US, so just over the pond. David, you want to introduce yourself and explain who you are?
Hi, everybody. My name is David. I'm going to be hanging out with a lot of you in the recording night session. I'm also helping out stream everything and make sure the audio and the video quality is looking good. Happy to be here. I don't know how many years we've been doing this, but we've been doing this a lot. So I'm excited. I'm really happy to be here. And then a little bit later, I'll even do a session on using an iPad to create a photogrammetry scan and turn that into a Blender 3D animated character. So it's going to be a great session. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for watching.
Indeed. Yeah, thanks, David. And then myself, Sterling Getz, based out of Los Angeles. I run the Los Angeles Blender user group. I'm a been a Blender enthusiast for over a decade. And get to live in ground zero for visual effects and game studios and animation houses and stuff here in LA. So we have some amazing content that we get to see, and we'd like to share some of that with you today. So pretty excited to represent not just Los Angeles, but the West US coast. And so David's the heart and soul of our streaming. I guess I would be the heart and soul of our event marketing. So you'll see me on social media. one of the key challenges of this event is to really just raise awareness of it. So what do you need to know to enjoy this event? Well, the first thing you need to know is chances are you're coming in through our YouTube live stream. So there's a stream chat. You can direct questions to @WorldBlenderMeetupDay. I apologize for the long length of that, but if you direct questions to that address, they'll highlight in the chat, and we'll know to relay those questions to our live speakers. And we're separate on a separate web conferencing system with those live speakers. So there's about a 60-second delay. So after you ask your question, if you could just be patient, we really appreciate it. Hopefully you found our session guide. So you can find that on worldblendermeetupday.org. It was literally just updated like minutes ago with the freshest information for you guys. So you can see who's speaking, what the session titles, the session schedule, who the speakers are. We've got some really great Blender speakers today. And then, you know, how do you get notified so you don't miss this event year on year? Well, if you go to our World Blender Meetup Day YouTube channel and you hit the subscribe button and the bell icon, you'll get notified when there's new content from us. So the common question we always get is, will the event be recorded? Because everybody comes in at a different time of day. And the answer is yes, absolutely. We're recording the events in 4K, and we upload that to our YouTube channel because YouTube, we break YouTube with the duration of this event. And so we upload in glorious 4K, but that usually takes about a week or so before that gets up. So apologies for the delay, but again, if you subscribe and hit the bell icon with our YouTube channel, you'll know when that's up. All right, so you know, what else? I mean, I guess amplify us on social media. So we're on most of the social media platforms. We would love for you to you know, like and subscribe and comment and retweet and you know, post. Feel free to copy, you know, our social media posts and paste them somewhere else. We just want people to know about the event. So if you use the hashtag WBMD, which stands for World Blender Meetup Day, we'll be able to see that trending, and we'll be live tweeting all the way through the event. I'll stop there and see if my co-presenters have anything else to add here.
No,
Some of us will be
all good.
Yeah.
Sorry, David.
No, I was going to say some of us will be awake, some of us will be asleep. Some of these sessions will be recorded, as we mentioned. Some of them, the recording speaker will be here live. Sometimes they won't be. So that YouTube channel and that chat is really where all of that discussion is going to happen. And you know what? I just want to say that, like, there are like over 50 people watching right now, and we're only 8 minutes in. So that makes me so excited. Like, wow, like we're really getting there. So that's all I got. I do have one tiny little thing. I want to restart the cloud recording, but I'm recording on one machine. I want to restart recording on this one, but we'll do that before the next session.
Okay.
So
all right. Yeah. So you know, you may be getting to our YouTube channel, you know, directly, and that's fine. But just so you know, this is what the session schedule looks like. So, you know, you can actually stream the event straight through here, jump to it on YouTube, or, you know, find the session that you want to watch and tune into it at that time. So people always get confused with UTC start time. I think we actually might even have a little widget on here to do the conversion for you. Yeah, there you go. So you can see what your local time is compared to UTC, which is particularly challenging with daylight savings time these days. So yeah, so that's a pro tip. And then, and of course, you know, if you want to subscribe to our newsletter so you know when the next one of these is coming, you can do that on this side as well. All right, and that's pretty much all I had. Andrew, anything else from you?
No. That sounds like it could be this time to start actually presenting.
Indeed. Woohoo.
Let me hit one button.
Recording
Andrew.
stopped.
I want to
recording in progress.
Just as a backup, I have a local recording and a cloud recording because we have to re-upload this video So I have hit it and we are good to go. So Andrew, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so our first presentation for today is going to be Sergio Mendoza. Sergio is a member of the Melbourne Blender Society, and he has been absolutely wowing us with some amazing work that he has been doing with geometry nodes and modifiers and doing procedural buildings and other things. So without any further introduction, Sergio, please take it away and show us your amazing work.
Hey, hello guys, how are you? Okay, so I've been studying a bit of geometry nodes. I've been trying to understand how it works, how the fields work, because I like procedural modeling is a bit hard for me. So I started with this setup for a procedural chair. I was trying to understand how to place like things in like basic meshes, like a ring.
Sergio, are you trying to share your screen at the moment?
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear it.
We can't see your screen right now. Yes, now we can see it. Brilliant. Thank you.
Is it clear?
Yeah, it's certainly clear at my end, and I'm like a state away from you. So
and I'm on the other side of the planet, and it looks great.
Oh, good. So yeah, I was trying to understand how to position meshes on a cylinder or on a circle, and I came up with this idea of share. And I tried to set up like the number of legs, the leg count. So I have 3, 4, and they all should work. So I basically tried to understand how to create like parameters to define angles based on height, based on position, based on different stuff. So I have the control of the leg, of the chair height, the thickness of the legs, the seat size. So if you increase the seat, it should increase also the legs size, and the shape of the top. So you have like more rounded shape, or you have more squarish, and the crease of the mesh on top. The ring count, the ring correction, because sometimes I just want to make it smaller, so it just breaks. And the way that I found to solve that issue was to create like a ring correction control. I also have like for the legs some variations. So and here I have this, but I can change it to this. Sorry, it's not that one. This one. And that's it for the chair. Then I jump to something a bit more complex, and I try to create a single building that I could duplicate and then create something different like this based on the seat. And I can change the size of the building. This is basically copying or creating a plane and then cutting a section, create a convex hull, and extrude that convex hull to create the shape of the building. So if you guys want to see the geometry node setup, it is here. Sorry. It's a bit complex, but anyways. So this is what I'm doing. I'm creating a mesh, which is this one, grid. And from that grid, I delete some parts and then create a convex hull. And that convex hull, I use extruded and delete some parts, select some edge loops, and that will be like curves that I can control to create these stats. And I also texture it. So everything is procedural. inside geometry nodes. Then I jump to a bit more complex stuff, a tower generator. It will take a bit loading. It's a bit big. So it's this tower. And here I was trying to replicate some Houdini tutorials that I found on YouTube into geometry nodes fields. I'll try to make it a bit friendlier for my computer. Maybe it's too big. That's it. So it's simply to create a cylinder, but I had to instance some points cylinders, and I control those cylinders with the scale parameter on the instance of points. And then on those circles that I instance on that line, I instance bricks to create this like tower. Well, let me reduce this a bit more. It's better. And it has like a spiral staircase that goes to nowhere, because I can, that's the other thing, I can control the cuts. Like if I want a door cut on top, I can add it here. I don't know where. Yep, there. So I have that cut there, and maybe I will make it a bit smaller. Yep. And you can play with the variation of the tower shape. So let me reduce this a bit more because it's killing my computer. Okay.
Sergio, we have a question for YouTube. Would you be willing to share these blend files with the community?
Oh, if they would like to check them, yes.
Excellent. We will work out some way to share the files during either after the presentations, and we'll post on the YouTube as to how you can get hold of them. But thank you.
So this is the, no, it's all right, it's all right. This is the tower variation. So we have these, anything. And we can play with the size of the building. So it could be, I don't know, 5 meters. But for 5 meters, maybe the spiral count will be lower, maybe 1 or maybe 0. But it destroys the thing because it was like the first try. So 0.5 could be a good number, and it will look like this. And we cut the second door. We just have that one, and that's the experiment that I was having with this tower. And then the variation, maybe with 10, looks better. And yeah, so we have this variation, or we have this other one. Okay, that one now, this one. And that's it for this tower. And then I created some houses like basic houses, like low poly ones. It's not that low poly, but still low poly. The doors, everything is procedural. Nothing is modeled by hand. So I can, I don't know, play with the size or play with the relationship between the X and Y. That's it. It will break at some point, but that's the thing. I just model this to practice. Yep. And then I jump to something a bit more complex. This is a Houdini tutorial. I like a CG Masters Academy tutorial. I tried to translate that into Blender, and this is what I got. This is a chandelier, and it has a little animation. It will take a lot. So those are the different setups for this chandelier. And then I created this Asian building. It's a pagoda, I think is the name. Which it has roof tiles, planks on the floor, on the walls, studs to support these members, a little like railway. Oh my God. And everything is again procedural. So you can create different variations of the same thing. I'll show you some of the ones that I've done. That you could have an entire neighborhood. Give me a sec. And then I create this second tower. It's like a watchtower, like for archery or something like that. I don't really know, but I just saw the picture on Pinterest and tried to do it. And the same thing, you can play with the height, you can play with the shape, the plank size. Yeah. The radius, the beam count, the variation on the shape. So once you get the concept, you can create like different towers that are like basically almost the same. Yeah. The amount of planks, top height, variation type, the ceiling shape, size, sorry. And also the shape. There is like something to fix the ceiling shape. Yeah. And lastly is this tower that I generate with the geometry nodes, which also has a little animation that will take a bit long, because even though it instance the same geometry, it has to calculate, like, I don't know how many of them, like 4,500 objects. So it takes a lot to show it. So if you guys see here, I have like hanging stuff from the towers. And I also created the materials to have a quick look of how it will look. Maybe it's faster with cycles.
Sergio, a question from the YouTube chat is,
Yeah.
Is there a good tutorial that you learned about this that you
Okay.
can point people to?
Yeah, I would say maybe look into Houdini tutorials. So they will give you like the principles of the proceduralism. But on Blender, I've seen some building tutorials that are like these cubic buildings. I don't know. They are cool. Clearly, they're cool. But I wanted to go with something more organic, something more like that I have some more freedom. But I haven't found anything of Tawas or like something like that. Yeah. So maybe look into Houdini tutorials, understand the principle, and then transfer that knowledge into Blender. That will be my advice. Or look for anything will teach you a lot. Like there is a guy named Crossmind Studios. He has some cool tutorials on how to use raycast, how to use geometry proximity, how to use the extrude mesh, how to use what's the other one? I can't really remember, but they're good. They're really good. And also Default Cube, he has something more with physics. I think he created like a wall, and then he broke it into pieces. So that will be good to know too. I'm just transferring tutorials from Houdini into Blender. So that will be my advice. I hope that helps.
Another question we had was relating to shaders. So if you put basic shaders on the object that you're sort of starting with, can you then provide some form of variation depending on what component is there in future, or are you kind of stuck with the just the original?
You can. Okay, there are different workarounds, but you can use like let's make it more simple. So in case this tower then have like we're instancing this geometry, I have some placeholders here. So this is geometry inside geometry nodes. So it's not that detailed, but it has some detail. I can create based on mesh island. I can create a random setup that gives a different color to each object on your tower or on your model. So if you guys want to see it, I could do it quickly. I don't know. No.
Cool, thank you. There was another question, and it was related to the tower doors. Let me just find it again. Back in a moment.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so it was a question from Hanging with Void from the YouTube channel. I see some bricks missing for windows, but I didn't see a variable entitled windows in your setup. Are those windows about to be modified?
Okay, these windows, I made the windows inside geometry nodes. In this case, I think it will be better to make them outside, and you generate the variation outside. So you create the window, and then you create the variation of the mesh, and then you instance that collection of different windows inside geometry nodes. But because I did it on this way, I could have it, but it's a bit more difficult because you need to split the geometry, the instance geometry, in different points, then select those points. And the issue with that is that because I'm instancing on curves, when I try to instance on curves, but I split them before, it lost like some properties, and then I can't align that to the geometry. So I have some variation on the windows. It's here, but it's not variation in size. It's variation in count. So window count, I think, is here, or general variation. So if I change this, I have like not there. I think it's chain variation. I tried to make it easier for me, and I think I made it hard. Made it harder. I can't really find it. I think it was general variation, but no. Oh yeah. So I can control the count and the variation between one number and another, but it's not that much because it was breaking in at some point. So I didn't like that. I wanted to have something a bit more.
But you could model, say, a collection of different window styles and then randomly select in the geometry nodes which particular window you wanted.
Yes, you can. So I'll show you for the bricks, I created a single geometry that it was procedural too, but it was a different type of proceduralism. It was more, it was based on modifiers instead of, it was based on geometry nodes and modifiers, but more based on modifiers than geometry nodes. So I have, like I can control where it cracks. So if I just change this, I don't know why it's not changing. Oh yeah, it's a bit slow. So I'll hide the other ones to make it quicker. So I have this brick, and I can control the angle of the cut. Yeah, and the position. So this was a quick setup, but you can do much more and much better than what I did. So yes, basically try to experiment and see what looks good. I don't know. And for the shading, I use geometry nodes too. So if we look at the shading, maybe it's not that clear on cycles. God. Maybe it's not that clear in cycles. I'll show it on Eevee because I planned the materials for Eevee. But then when I saw the the overall lighting of the tower, I didn't like it much. So, yeah. Okay, now it has. I will show you the geometry nodes setup here. This is simple. It's like this is what I told you. So I have if I duplicate this brick right now, it will give me a different color and a different mask for the edge damage and the edge wearing and some other stuff. Yes, so I'll try to do it if it doesn't explode. And it also, if you see, it also gives a little variation on each rock when I move it. So I didn't have to think, oh, I'll need to change the variation on the edge every time I duplicate the work, every time I do something else. Yeah. Yeah. This camera is driving crazy. Yeah. So okay. So this setup will give you, if you have a lot of meshes that are separated from each other, there are mesh islands, then you just plug the mesh island, the island count, and you don't need the island index on the seed. You just can unplug it and do something with it, like create the control and you control the seed by yourself. And I don't know why. Okay. Yeah. Okay, you can control the seed by yourself, or for the shading, I created the edge angle that will give you like the pointiness map or mask. So I didn't need to use cycles, but for the I didn't want to use cycles, but at the end it looks better with cycles. So that's it for the brick. I also modeled some roof towers. So they were like this, and they have the same principle. They follow the same principle. So you just create something with modifiers. You can only create, like this is only sorry. This is only it's like a single vertex or a line. I can't really remember. Yeah, it is a single vertex, and I create a geometry node to create like a line. That line was like a mesh line that was extruded both sides, and then transformed into a curve that I displace the middle point upwards, and then fillet that point to make it rounded, and screw it, mirror it, deform it a bit, stretch it. Then I what did I do here? Oh, I created the cat to make it like a little bit of destruction. So in this one, you won't see it, but if I change some parameters, you will see it after. Then solidify and bevel, and the geometry nodes mask for the edge. And here, if I change the variation, you see that there are different cuts, or one cut or two cuts, it depends. You can do whatever you want with geometry nodes. Not whatever you want, but you can do a bit more than before. And that's it for the rooftop. And this is the tree, the timber that I use to support the chains on the tower. It's also made with geometry nodes and modifiers. So it follows the same principle. I created like a line, and then that line I use instance some points, I think so, or I created a cylinder. Let me double check. I created a cylinder, and then I distributed some points around and instance another cylinder. Then I control the shape based on position. So if I increase that size, it will change. Oh, sorry. Or if I change the seed, it will change the how it looks, the shape of the timber, and the count of. Well, I can't really remember. Oh, okay, that's the count of points. So if I change the seed, it will be a bit softer than before that I was only using 4 points. Then use weld the points, remesh everything, decimate. So it gives me like a weird look on the shading that I can use for geometry nodes to bring some edge damage that I didn't use much here. I wasn't really happy with this wood shader, so I just tried to do it fast. And that's it for me.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sergio. They just blow my mind every time I see them, especially when you start with a single vertex and you build up to something massive. It's just amazing. So fantastic. Thank you very, very much
thanks to you
for that. And we will move on to the next presentation. So yes, if you would just like to stop sharing, thank you. Okay, so the next presentation is so the next presentation is from Eli Moss. Unfortunately, Eli can't be with us today. I believe he has a personal event that he has to attend. So he is provided us with a video that we will be showing in just a second of how he made the World Blender Meetup Day logo that you see behind me, this one. He turned it into Eevee. So I'll just share my screen and whoops. I will stop sharing because I made the classic presenter error of when you share a screen that's going to play a video, I did not share sound. Okay, so let's try that the second time. So hopefully you can see the screen and we will get a video playing any second now.
All right, hi everyone. Make a little presentation on how I made this 3D recreation of last year's opening title.
Andrew, you have, can you move that over?
Guarantee that
great, the little speaker thing, yeah.
Not the best method, but maybe
it's creating a giant black block on the right of the thing.
My first time
if you can move that over, perfect.
The toon shading and the meta balls. The title is How to Fake Skill with YouTube tutorials and Band-Aid solutions. So this is the original opening title of last year's stream. I wanted to make it a little more like 3D and animated. So firstly, we need to separate like each component. So we've got the sky, the clouds, the text, the monkey, and then the spinning globe on that. I've got a bad habit of working on like all of the things at once. So, but in this, like, I'm just gonna like break it down to make it easier to follow. So I knew there was a way to add like cartoon shading and outlines to like materials. But I didn't know how, so I googled it. I found this tutorial, and then you just copy it. This is like gonna be a recurring sort of theme. So first you get like an image texture, and then you texture paint the colors you want onto the model. Then to make a shadow, you get a diffuse BSDF to RGB, and then use a color ramp to adjust the size and strength of the shadow, which then you multiply with the like image texture, so it adds it on top. So the highlights are made the same way, but use a glossy BSDF, which is added after the multiplication. And that makes like the little white highlights there. So to make the outline effect, you duplicate it, and then at least on this model, you just Alt-S to scale the mesh along the normals, which then makes the edges like show through the material. You make another material with an emission on it, with whatever color you want. And then like as you move around, it sort of like tracks the outline. So it worked pretty well. So I had to adjust the image texture, trying to find like what looks good, and I ended up just like painting on like the eyes and lower lip, and it, you know, looked fine like that. I couldn't quite get the colors to be exactly what I wanted, so I just added like a hue saturation value at the end, just to quickly adjust the overall color. This is a band-aid that I'm talking about. This looks pretty good, and it like updates, you know, depending on the angle that you're looking at and all. So to make this Earth, I just downloaded like a flat map of the Earth to make as the image texture. The UV sphere that it's on is already unwrapped, so the image texture like wraps around it like automatically, so I didn't have to do anything there, which is really good. So I then converted it to black and white, and then I tightened the colors so it was just like either black or white, if that makes sense. So then you use that as the factor for the two colors that are used. So one color will go on black and one color will go on white. So then the rest of the setup is the same as the monkey for the shadow and the highlights. Just scaling the globe didn't work to create the outline, so I just made a circle and then made it the same color, and you can't tell. So next is the background. So we use the camera data as the coordinate so that it's always following wherever we're looking at. And then we've got a gradient texture plugged into that, which then goes into a color ramp, and that sort of gives us obviously the gradient, which we can multiply with a noise texture to make a gradient along with a bunch of things that look like clouds, sort of. And then you just plug that into a mix RGB as the factor, and then same as the other thing, you just choose two of the colors, and then that's sort of good enough to go what we're looking for. Like the good thing about this is that it's a cartoon-ish look, so like, you know, it doesn't have to look great, it doesn't have to look photorealistic or anything. You can kind of get away with a lot of stuff. Alright, so there's a few ways to do the clouds. One way is to just model it. Another way is to use the rock generator that's already in Blender. But I went with using metaballs. Metaballs kind of work by merging the vertices smoothly between different balls, and then you can sort of scale them and move them around, so it's a good way to easily create clouds. So with the shader, I used the normal data, which is the directions of all the faces on the mesh. I then plugged that into a separate XYZ node to create the mask for just the bottom and the top of the mesh. I then did the same thing with the X coordinate, and then plugged that into a mix. I then plugged it into a mix RGB to use as the factor, and then you can just choose the colors for the cloud and its shadow. The good thing about this is it always uses the bottom of the mesh, so as you rotate it, the shadows always stay on the bottom and the side. So for the animations, they were a little bit hard because you had to make everything a perfect loop. For the world, it was pretty easy because it's just 0 to 360 degrees. And then for the monkey's head, I just duplicated the first keyframes and then just randomly rotated it. For the clouds, I used both keyframing and noise modifier just to make them sort of move up and down randomly, and just all the flips or keyframes. Then for the camera, that was just keyframes to rotate around the text. And it actually makes it look like the text and everything is sort of moving in the world, but it's actually staying still. For the text, I just got a font that was similar to the original, and then just extruded it. I then created an outline as a separate mesh and added a bevel. For shading, I just used the same cartoon shaders as the monkey head, and you can see the highlight as you pan around. For lighting, I just used a sunlight, and that seemed to work pretty well. You can move it around, and it looks pretty good. Although it seems pretty standard, I ran into like quite a few like little issues. I had a lot of issues with the text. I had to try a few different fonts because the bevel just kept not looking right. Like vertices would cross over, and the text would just, have some glitches and errors on it. But this one seemed to work pretty good. The only issue I had with it was the inner shader was bleeding through a bit, and you could sort of see little bits. So to fix that, all I did was put some cubes with the same texture on there, and you can't tell the difference. That's another band-aid there. Another issue I had was it was looking good, but it was kind of looking really flat. So I went into the color management and changed the look to high contrast, and that just made it pop a lot more. So it turned out pretty good in the end. So to summarize, you can make some pretty good animations with not much skill if you're like thinking about diving into a new area and you're not sure like how it would go. Just try it and see what happens. Use as many YouTube tutorials and band-aid solutions as you can. Thanks for having me, guys. All right, hi everyone. I've been asked to make a little presentation on how I made this.
Okay, so that was Eli's presentation, and we'll just stop the share. And turn my video back on. Oh, I can't because the host has stopped my video. So, so I'll just talk for a moment. So the actual thank you. So the actual video itself, I actually have the file here. So I'll just share the actual file so you can see it and how it works. So you should be able to now see the World Blender Meetup Day file. This is in Eevee, and if I hit the spacebar, it starts playing. It starts playing almost real time. We think that the meta balls are probably slowing it down. So that is something that if you wanted to make it faster and more real time, that you would convert them to a mesh, and that would make them a bit faster. Another idea that we had was actually to use this as a potential graphic that we could use on World Blender Meetup Day to introduce the next speaker. So I started writing a very hacky kind of little thing to actually dynamically change the text. So I'll just, in the last, what have I got? I've got 6 minutes, so I'll just take you through that very quickly. Just a warning, this is really horrible code. Please do not repeat this. And a big shout out to Dr. Cybrin A. Stuvel, who did a thing called Sculpting for Artists. And you can see that there on studio.blender.org, and it's free, and available to everyone. So very quickly, we've already got something that I've written before. We need to import Blender Python. So just about every single Blender script will start with that. I won't go into this in a lot of detail because it'll just take too long. But I will call out that you do need to give your operator, because effectively we're implementing in code similar to, if you hit a button, what happens if you change the strength here? Well, what happens if you trigger this text.change presenter operator? Now, I haven't actually connected it up to the UI at this point, but there will be a presentation in about an hour and a half, I think, where James Crowther will be attempting to connect UI to a add-on that he is building from scratch. So if you're interested in that, you can ask James all those questions. But this is the absolute simplest version of an operator. So all we're going to do is we're going to execute something. We're going to change some text. So line 01 blue, so that one, and the fill, that one. So that's these items here. They should change to say the word test instead of world. Now, the first thing we have to do is we actually have to run this script so Blender knows that what to do when you actually call the operator. So I'll just run the script and everything should have worked fine there. Now we can actually get to the script by going through your sort of F3 search. And this is the reason why we need to give it a name, because now we can actually find it in the F3 search. So when I hit this, if everything works according to plan, the word world should be replaced with the word test. Yay, it actually worked. Amazing. Okay, so this is fantastic because now we can actually write a script to dynamically change the text as we want. But what we'll do first is we don't want it to say test, so we'll get rid of that. And then we'll bring up some other code. So let's move this down. Now, this is where it gets really ugly. Please do not try this at home. And you can see that I've now created a presenter list, which has information for each line. I have a list index, which is a simple way of saying what line should I actually display. And since Python starts at 0, we'll choose the first line. So now it should say WBMD, World, Blender, Meetup Day. So test should change back to WBMD. Let's see if that, sorry, no, it'll change to World. It'll change to that one. Because what we've done is each of these values now gets a value out of this list. So as usual, because we've changed the code, we now need to rerun it to load the new operator into memory. So we'll do that. And now when I run it, hopefully it'll change it back to World Blender Meetup Day. Yay! Oh, awesome. It worked. I got an error. I don't know why, but it worked. That's the main thing. And so we can easily change this to point at other lines. So we'll run that again. And yes, there we get just the welcome we could have used. And one thing that Eli did not show, and I did not actually know until recently, actually until he showed it to me, was you may have noticed that this blender here was yellow in the original version, and now it's white. And that's because what you can actually do is if you go to if I go to the fill and I'll edit it, and I will select those words or that word, you can then go in to the shader and you can actually assign a color value to individual characters in a text string. I did not know that until I actually asked Eli how he did it. So that's a great little tip there. Unfortunately, my code doesn't support that at the moment, and it just gives it one material, but that's sort of future expansion territory. So in the last minute I have remaining, you could actually take these ideas and move them onto something. You should actually take this and do something a lot more sensible with it, like put it into, instead of having all this horrible code, just have it as a function you can call like that. Or the other thing that you could do is we could actually have this running on a machine, and we could set it up just a loop that every 10 seconds it checks what time it is, and if a certain time has passed, then update the data to be a new item. So that way it's just constantly running. We can have it on a machine and we can cut to it as necessary in OBS. This code is more like what's called pseudocode. It wouldn't run. But basically, if it's before 2 p.m., use list 1. If it's before 3 p.m. but after 2 p.m., then use the second item from the list, and so on. And that's sort of how you can start actually automating things pretty simply. And with that, one other thing that I got asked was, can you do this while it's running? And the answer, sorry. Undo that. Thank you. The reason, so yes, you can, but there are warnings about doing this kind of stuff. So I can run this, and then I can call it while it's running, and hopefully it'll still work. So even if you're going live to air, you could try and make it work. And no, it didn't like it. Oh, that is because that list is out of range. Okay, let's try that again. Does it work? Hey, there we are. And so, yeah, so if you want to make it full screen, so if you're going to broadcast OBS, last tip, go toggle full screen mode. So you get rid of the title bar, Control Alt space bar on the window, and you get full screen as well. And there you have it. So that's how you could create your own real-time outside broadcast graphics inside of Blender. Cool. Oh, right. That is me done. Next.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you. So next we have James Crowther, who is the lead developer, one of the developers of Crowdrender.
I'm one of them.
Of Crowdrender, and he's going to give us an update on the latest developments on what has been happening in Crowdrender land.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're coming through fine.
Awesome. I'm going to try and share my screen too. So let's make sure this works. So I'm just going to share that, and you should be able to see our website. All right. So hope everyone on the call as well, and everyone out there who's watching the live stream too. It certainly has been an interesting year. I remember what back was March, about this time last year. And I have to say, it's been really interesting because in our little Blender world, right now, things are really, really good compared to last year. Not that last year was bad, but things have definitely improved. The rest of the world, however, has gone out of the window sideways. So I won't talk about that because it's a little bit depressing, but just to give you an idea, what we've faced since we last did this stream was we've had, I think, a couple of lockdowns, homeschooling kids, which is definitely a test. We've got 3 children, so we had to make sure they were all still, learning something and not just playing on their, devices and stuff. So that's been really cool. But we have managed to get done quite a little bit of stuff. So in the intervening 12 months, we've managed to do a whole bunch of stuff. So we managed to release about 6 different versions of our software, which I'll just go and show you now. Some of these were pretty big, so you can actually have a look through all this here. So we've got from version 030 up to 043. So we're going to talk about 043 in a little bit of detail because we released it literally this week. So there's a new version now, and I'll give you the lowdown on what that is in a sec. But we've been pretty busy given the circumstances. Obviously, we would love to release more, but you have a look at this. This is pretty much what we did. So from this version here, 030, all of this stuff we managed to get done. I don't know if that's impressive or not, but we also did a massive amount of content as well. So if we look at our YouTube channel, I think we released about 23 videos. So this was the first one after we did World Blender Meetup Day last year. And then we've done all of this. When I looked at this morning, when I was thinking about what I'd include in the update, I was actually quite taken aback because that means I was able to push out about 1 video every 2 weeks, which just blew my mind. I had no idea we'd actually managed to do this much. And it's a big variety of stuff. Like most people think Crowdrender is an add-on, but we're also trying to make useful content. And we've been experimenting a little bit with it. So you can see here, this is kind of like render related. It's basically tutorial on how to use our software with external assets like textures, HDRIs, even other blend models. Because when you do distributed rendering, there is a big problem you have to figure out, and that's how to make sure the project is exactly the same on each computer that's rendering, because if it's not, you'll get obvious differences. One of the biggest ones, one of the most obvious ones is when you get pink bits in your scene, which means you're missing a texture. So quite often you'd find part of the image rendered would come back with a big pink strip in it, or part of it would be completely pink. And that's usually a sign that, oh, we don't have an image that's on that computer over there. Okay. So yeah, we've made a lot of videos. We reached 2,000 subscribers, which is really cool. We also reached, as of this week, about 530 Twitter followers, if I can get my words out. Gosh, that'd be nice. So we've seen a lot of good things happening for us, despite the fact that the pandemic is still happening. There's unpleasantness in Eastern Europe, and we've had floods and all kinds of other stuff. So the world is going nuts, but for some reason, at least, there's one thing that's going well for us, and that's this project. And we're also about to roll over 25,000 user accounts, which have been created on our website. So that's this website here. So if you want to go and have a play with our software, there's a free version available. You just hit the downloads page, sign up, which is free. You just sign up with a username and password, and you can try the free version, which just got bumped to 0.41. It was one of these much earlier versions, but we've brought it up to a far more modern one with a lot more fixes in. So the free version is a lot better than it used to be, because all of the stuff between here, I think it was this version here, all of this, and all of the fixes in this have been made available for free. So go try that and let us know, because one of the big things we did do this year, which not so much before, was start talking to you guys again. So I've been having lots of chats online over Zoom with people from all over the world. I'm just asking them, how do they like our software? How do they not like it? What feedback can they give us? And that's really helped us sort our priorities for what we're doing next. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. As for how we're tracking as of today, in terms of growth, it's been pretty cool. I mean, we're nowhere near the size of Blender. Let's just be clear. We're a tiny drop in the ocean. I recently checked out Blender stats, and they had, I think in 2020 or 2021, they had about 24 million visits to their website. And even if you just take 10% of that, that's like 2.4 million individuals, maybe. I'm using a completely made up and fictitious statistic here, so feel free to shoot me down. But let's just say they have 23 million sessions on their website over the year. We might get like not even 1%. We're not even 100th that size. We're probably more like less than 1,000th. But we have noticed that we're getting about 100 new users making an account on our website every week, which is just like, from a guy from Australia who didn't know anything about making businesses or starting new ventures. I think that's actually not too bad. I mean, small beginnings, let's just say. And we also have a development fund as well. That's been okay. The development fund hasn't been like the most rocket ship kind of thing ever, but I think that's just the fact that we do have a free thing. So a lot of people try the free thing, and if it's for them, then they'll subscribe, and if not, they won't. But the good news is, this probably needs updating, by the way. It's probably a bit close towards this goal. We get about 10 new subscribers a week, which is really, really awesome, and can't thank the Blender community enough for the financial support, because without that financial support, this project would have disappeared ages ago. We started with a meager target of $750 just to keep our websites online and pay for all the other stuff behind the scenes that we need to pay for. And we've gone past that. Like I say, we're probably closing in on this goal at the moment. But we are going to be changing stuff, which I'll get to in a minute. And I'm going to do a separate video about what's happening in the future of Crowdrender. I don't want to drop too much in the World Blender Meetup update because we still have to plan a lot. But yeah, one of the big spoilers for that video is we're going to be changing these totals. Mainly because we were expecting to get funds from another source, which was an Epic Games grant, which we applied for, but that didn't come through. And so rather than go, oh, well, it's too hard, we'll just give up, we decided, no, we'll change things and we'll not give up and we'll still keep going. So I mentioned what has been, I think, probably something that's made people really excited, which is Crest. But before I dive into that and show you that, I just want to give anyone who's completely bewildered about what we do a little demo, because I'm updating you about something that if it's the first time you've heard of it, you might be like, what even is this thing? So Crowdrender is software that helps you speed up rendering. And the way that it does that, I mean, you can see me here. I have a PC over here and I have a laptop. I've also got some other computers around the house. And I myself had this problem. Excuse me, I'll just dismiss that. Go away, Zoom. I had this issue myself where I had a few computers but didn't have any software that I could use to actually render with all of them. So I made one myself, and then other people started getting involved, and that's how Crowdrender started. So it's pretty simple software. It installs as an add-on. So when you download it from my website, it comes as a zip file. You just hit install and then enable, and then it looks like this. So this is all the settings, the preferences, which I won't go into too much detail. And it also allows you to choose Crowdrender as the render engine. So this is how you actually use it. You choose Crowdrender as the render engine, and then you have this extra panel here. So we're in the render properties tab, just in case you wondered. And then I'm just going to really quickly do like the most cheapest demo ever. So let me just, I'm going to add another computer. So I'm just typing in its host name or computer name. You can look that up if you don't know what it is, but it's basically the name that you give the computer when you set it up. And then click on OK. And essentially it just connects, synchronizes the project, and I just go and hit render. That's pretty much it. That's job done. So it doesn't take very long to get set up normally. I mean, obviously people have issues, and a few of the videos I showed you that we've been doing throughout the year have been designed to help with a few of the quirks of getting stuff to work. One of them being, if I go back here, where was it? Yeah, this particular video is about dealing with firewall issues, because when you do distributed rendering, there's a few things you have to get right. You have to have the same version of the software on each machine. You have to have enough disk space on each machine, and they all have to have their firewalls configured properly so that you can actually make the connections between them. So there's a few things that are a bit finicky, and one of the things we're focusing on going forward is trying to make it less finicky, trying to do most of the technical work for you. And that's probably a good prompt for me to start talking about, well, what are we doing that's new? So you've seen a few things me demonstrate that I just demonstrated there, where I typed in a word, which I told you was the name of my computer, pressed this chain link icon, which is the connect button, connected to a computer, and then it did a few things, and then all of a sudden I just press render, and hopefully it's faster. So that's kind of where we are today. Going forward, what we're doing is completely replacing this add-on, which might sound a bit sort of drastic, but that is kind of where we're at. If we want to meet our goals, which I'll clue you in on a bit when I talk about Cress and Epic Games and where we're going in 2022, if we're going to reach those goals, we have to make some pretty drastic changes. And I've learned a little bit about making add-ons. We're going to talk about, well, you're going to see me make an add-on in hopefully 1 hour, no longer than that, in about half an hour's time, in the slot after this one. What we've learned is we need to have a structure that lets us change rapidly, because stuff in 3D is changing so rapidly right now. There's so many different add-ons coming on the scene. There's lots of different platforms popping up, and our add-on is pretty hard to change. So the big motivator for us this year, in addition to sort of responding to all the feedback that we've got, is how can we actually develop faster? And the current add-on that we have was written by people who are pretty much still learning software development, i.e. me, when it was first put together a long time ago, actually. It's 2016 when we demoed the prototype at the Blender conference in Amsterdam. So yeah, it's going back a good few years. We've learned a lot since then. And so the main sort of thing we're working on now, which I'll show you in a sec, is called Cress, and that's going to be the replacement. Now, we're also making, changes to the current system as well. Most of those that were forced upon us by changes to Blender. So I'll give you just a quick sort of indicator of what happened. So 0.43 is the latest version that came out this week. The main reason why we had to deliver this update was Blender just keeps moving at such a pace, and they're always using the latest versions of Python, putting new features into the bleeding edge. And it seems that the people who use Blender really like to be on that bleeding edge. And so one of the main sort of motivators for 043, which is still the current architecture, the one we want to replace, was just making sure that our add-on still works for people who are using the latest versions of Blender. Right now, we're trying to do this as little as possible so we can work on the new stuff, which I'm going to talk about in a sec. Okay, so some keen-eyed people might recall this page on our website. So I'm just going to update everybody on this. So we made, a big song and dance about this. We took over the front page of blendernation.com and asked for support. I did a video, one of the 23 videos I did, and basically try to get people to support us, not to give us money, but to just write a letter so we could make a case to Epic Games that we should get a mega grant to be able to fund the development of the brand new system, which would include being able to not just use this computer and the ones that are on your home office, but also the computers in your workplace, and all at the same time, even regardless of where you are with the computer that you're working on, and use the ones in the cloud as well. Basically to give you access to any computer on Earth where you have been able to log your Crowdrender account in on that machine. That's a pretty big undertaking, but that's what we want to do, because this is kind of what we love doing. We love making computers go fast and giving you access to as many as you can, get the permission to use. Now, this dragged on for a while, and then Epic Games just wrote us a letter asking for more information. So we spent a long time scoping out a project. We delivered this pretty detailed plan of how we'd implement it. They asked us a few more questions. We thought this is looking pretty positive. Radio silence for 3 months, and they said, you haven't got it. So that was pretty disappointing. But rather than give up, we decided, well, no, we're getting more and more funding from the community, so we're just going to change the goals on our dev fund page and still make Cress, because we believe it is going to be really, really helpful to a lot of people, because we did actually say, hey, send us a letter of support. I think we got about 50 letters of support, which may not sound like much, but that's it's a really good indicator that people are willing to put in at least some kind of time or effort to help make this happen. And also, the stuff that people were writing, this is kind of the template, was really, really encouraging, because they weren't just some people just copied and pasted, but a lot of people actually wrote really good cases why this thing meant something to them. So Cress is still going ahead, as I'm about to show you, because we've actually started working on it. So this is our GitHub repository. Now, some of this stuff you won't be able to see because it's private. And also, by the way, we've had 2 goes at designing Cress. So a few people have said, hey, where's all this new stuff? Why is it taking so long? It's because we actually designed it and then realized, oops, that design actually still has a whole bunch of problems. It's not really what we wanted. So we ditched the architecture. We may make this public one day as just an interesting lesson in choosing the right architecture. And then we started working on this one. So this is pretty much going to be the new system which we're going to use for connecting everything together and sending data between computers, which is kind of the techie stuff that has to happen so that you can speed up rendering. So this stuff is currently in development, but we've already got some stuff working. And we have some cool news. We've got a new person who's joined our team. And I didn't want to sort of introduce him and make a big deal out of it on the World Blender Meetup Day. It's both good news, but also a challenge for us, because where this person is, well, to put too fine a point on it, they're in the middle of all the stuff that's happening in Europe. So they're in the Ukraine. And the last thing I want to do is make this video into a, look how good we are, we're supporting people from the Ukraine, because we were actually working with this guy well before all of this stuff kicked off. It is really, really cool to work with this guy. He's a really great dude, and we want to keep working with him, and absolutely we will. But obviously we can't ask him to keep working if we can't get money to him. So as long as we're able to do that, and he's happy to keep going, then we keep going. It's just an extra challenge for us, and obviously a huge challenge for him. And there's no way in hell that we were going to back out, because we know him now, and he's kind of like one of, well, I wouldn't say one of us, but he's really nice. We get on well. We have a chuckle when we're having Zoom meetings, and he's also a very, very knockout developer. He's really good, and he's helped us patch Blender at least 3 or 4 times to help us do what we want to do. So that's another thing we've done in this year. We've actually patched Blender a few times. Fortunately for him, he's far enough away from the fighting and stuff that it's so far not really come close. But it is definitely a challenge for, I think, us and anyone else who's working with people over there. And we're handling it by just keeping going and trying not to make too much of a fuss about it. So the one thing I don't want to come out of this, by the way, is for everyone to go, oh wow, we want to support that guy from the Ukraine. Let's give Crowdrender lots of attention and money and support because they're doing an amazing thing. We don't deserve that, because we were just working with him because he was a great developer, and we never stuck a flag in the sand and said we are going to do it because he's Ukrainian. We were just supporting him because he's a good person, he's a good developer, and we like him. And that's as far as it really goes. So it's an interesting one. It's a complex thing that we're trying to make work. And like I said, we're going to make it work however we can. Obviously, you can imagine the logistical issue that's there. If you're the guy who's driving the truck full of foreign currency into the Ukraine, I think you'd probably be a bit nervous about your job at that point in time, because you're definitely a target. So logistical stuff aside, yeah, we're just going to keep going as long as we can. So some good, some challenges. Let's look at the future then. So one other thing that we've done in the past sort of 12 months, actually it's been more like the past sort of 5 months, is really start talking to people a lot again. So having interviews with people who are using our software, and that's been really, really cool. And there's been a couple of really, really big things that we know we need to fix that have come out of that. And we're umming and ahhing about, do we do Crest first, because that would make development much faster and make these features better, or do we bite the bullet and make one or both of these much needed features first? So the decision on that is still out. I don't want to make too much sort of speculation about where we're going to go, but Crest really gives us the ability to have a design which is really, really good for development. At the same time, we are actually looking at whether we can include new features. Now, one of them is just like supporting the more standard method of animation rendering on multiple machines, which is called frame splitting. So our add-on at the moment does what's called tile splitting. So tile splitting is just, if I just bring it up in a second, if I go into the camera view, let me see, can I do this? Does that work? No, that doesn't work. So tile splitting is basically dividing the image up into tiles like this. So if I've got 2 machines, then I would have one machine do maybe this part of the image, and then I'd have another machine do that part. That's the only way you can speed up single frame renders, and it kind of works for animation renders, but it's nowhere near as efficient or as quick. So what everyone's been asking for is, can you do frame splitting? And of course our answer is yes. Yes, we can. The question now is like, are we going to stop work on Crest to do frame splitting, or are we going to first go for Crest? Because building Crest, we reckon we'll get a prototype by maybe the middle of the year, which is about 3 months away. And then we'd have to build a completely new add-on versus patching the existing add-on to try and give frame splitting and then start work on Crest again. So that's what we're currently grappling with, because most of the people who are asking for stuff are asking for frame splitting, and there's a few other features as well, but the biggest one that people want is faster animations. And I think that's come about because there is hardware that's got better, Cycles has got a lot faster, so single frames are a bit more tolerable now and don't necessarily need as much acceleration unless you're doing crazy things like architectural visualization or billboards, which require insane resolutions. Like, you thought 4K was big. These people are doing 16,000 pixel wide images. I've heard people say that's the standard that they work to. I think that's for billboard work. So those guys still need tile splitting for sure. But for the rest of us, if you're just making like a quick image to throw up on Twitter or building your portfolio, most people can get away with lower resolutions. So, like 1080. unless you want 4K. But again, I don't know how many people have 4K monitors out there, because they're pretty expensive. So that's pretty much, I think, a big top level overview of what's happening. So just in summary, we've been making lots of software. We've added a new person to our team, but there's challenges there, but we're sticking with it as best we can. Obviously, that's got to work for the guy who's in Ukraine, and we want to stick with it unless we can't get money to the guy, in which case it doesn't benefit him anymore. So there's no point him sticking around. He's already got, I think, some part-time work as well in Ukraine, so he'll be okay, so long as he stays clear of all of the mess that's happening there, and we hope that he absolutely does. The project is looking better than ever in terms of subs, in terms of new people coming on board, into like people using the software, which is really good. I think I'm allowed to say this. I didn't mention this at the start, but we're actually almost, if not actually, rendering something that's going to end up in a National Geographic show. So big news for Blender, but even like massive news for us. So there's been a visual effects firm in California who just started working with us. So this is pretty breaking news. And I'm not going to spoil it yet, because I actually want to have the frames in my hand, or at least the show actually published that I can point to. But we are working with a visual effects firm who's very happy with what we're doing and our software, and they're using it to render visualizations for a National Geographic show. And apparently we'll get to have some of those frames to show you, and show you what that VFX firm did. But that's been enormous for us, because it's a huge validation that, hey, we actually can make stuff that people will use in production for pretty serious media outlets like National Geographic. So that's been awesome.
So James,
yeah.
We've got a few people who are interested. You've touched on frame rendering. So what would it take for Crowdrender to support frame rendering?
It's a very good question. I think it's more of a, it depends on what people are talking about in terms of time. I'm not sure yet, because we're still investigating. So I've actually taken some time this week to sit down and chart out all of the different components in our software that actually do the distribution of rendering, and figuring out how to change them. And so far what I found looks pretty promising. I think maybe now I'm leaning more towards let's patch the current add-on, because it doesn't look like it's going to be a monstrous amount of work. That said, there is a rule of thumb in software development that you should estimate something first, which I haven't done yet. I haven't estimated it, I've just looked at it, and then times that by 4, the more uncertain you are of what you're doing. I do have the benefit, though, of being quite certain, because the code's already written. So at this stage, I am kind of seriously considering working, if not entirely on frame splitting, working a lot on it to get a prototype that I can test. So that's not a releasable version, though. That's just let's just do a quick and dirty prototype to see how much work there would be. Because you don't really, coding's interesting. It's like you're not really 100% sure of what you have to do until you've got a rough prototype in place, and then you can list out all of the things which are what you would need to change to make it solid enough to let someone else use it, if that makes sense. So at the moment, the answer is not really sure, but it's looking like, hey, this could actually be something that we'll commit to. But I'm not super keen on committing to it just yet, because I don't want to get people's hopes up.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure there'll be a line of volunteers to help you work out all the bugs if you decide to go down that path.
Yeah, I mean, we do. We usually release early builds to the people who support us, because we have a Slack channel. And one of the perks, I think, like, let me just quickly flick back to, if we go to our development fund page, so support us. So everyone currently who's on like the $10 and above is basically given access to the Slack channel. And when we have something that we think, okay, we've tested it, looks good, it goes straight to those guys and say, okay, here you go. This is the bleeding edge. Tell us if you like it, because we obviously value their feedback, not so much for bugs, but just for whether they think the feature's right, whether they think, where we put buttons is good. It's more from a sort of a, polishing kind of perspective. Sometimes they do catch a bug which we've missed, but generally we try to avoid that. So yeah, those people will be the first people who will be helping us with it. Because just to be clear, the release goes a little bit like this. So you can see here we've got the latest version is the one which requires a subscription, and then eventually things trickle down into the free version, because the free version is currently, what is it, 2 versions behind, and that sort of lines up with where the development fund is at the moment. Because if we go back to that page,
fantastic.
You can see they're
fantastic.
1 or 2 versions behind at the moment.
Cool. And thank you, James. We've got our next presenter ready to go. So thank you very much.
No
and we will see you and Chris Cook in half an hour to
we've got to get ready.
See if you can build a Blender add-on from 0 code to fully functioning. So it's going to be interesting. I will get the timer out and we'll see if we can do it.
All right. Thanks.
No worries. Thank you, James.
See ya.
No worries. Our next presenter is David McSween from Brisbane in Australia. David is one of our regular presenters. He does amazing work. Last year, he presented on EV clouds, and this year he's going to be presenting on some underwater scenes that he's been working on. So without any further commentary, David, would you like to take it away? You're muted.
There we go, unmute button. I did it. And I also have to figure out the share screen button in a minute. So thanks very much for joining me today, everybody. And yes, as you can see, I am reliving going underwater as I am in that photo. And what strikes me about underwater conditions is it's much easier to light because you can hide things in the dark. And I noticed this when I've been building out models and I get sick of trying to make scenery and other elements. So if I could just use the foreground object or a single focus, then that's much easier in my opinion. So that led me to develop this other visual style that I hadn't seen very much of in digital lately, but I'm sure that will change with the avatar sequels when they're all going under the water. So I was looking at a variety of scenes from underwater and how they affect the lighting and the layering of your objects and visuals. And I guess what I should do is check to see if my screen share is working. I'll go to screen 2 and share that. I hope everybody can see this. I've got Blender up at the moment. And I should note that I'm running Blender Bleeding Edge 3.2 at the moment. But what I started with looking at were these shallow water underwater vistas. And these are from various holidays with the kids. And what I noticed, of course, is that there are lovely caustics in the water. And the caustics are these nice bright areas on the ground underwater, which is a focus of the disturbed water on top. So the light gets focused into these hot pools underneath. And Blender famously has some difficulty rendering caustics, even though its light path renderer cycles is very, very good and very, very fast. This is just another layer of light path transport that's very difficult to achieve in 3D rendered scenes. You've got to map convergence of all those light paths. I gather it's very challenging. There's also bubbles in shallow water that's quite obvious. This is an underwater shot from a sink, but you can see the surface bubbles there are diffracting the surface, so you don't have as much of the caustics down below. So we don't have, what I noticed is that when you get further down, the density of the water changes and the particulate matter changes. So that absorbs light. You don't see quite as much of the effect we saw in that first image. So there's me enjoying going down to observe these effects and my son. But you can see in the shadows here that the caustics are diffusing away and they're not really contributing quite as much as they did in the earlier image. And the other thing I noticed is that there is a lot of light rays evident in water that you wouldn't normally see in real life. these sort of godlike rays bursting down from the surface typically show you where there are occlusions on the surface. Maybe there's a boat above you or something like that. In this case, I think it was just a very reflective item catching sunlight and beaming it down to the bottom of the, in this case, it's an aquarium tank. So that's where my starting point was. Then I decided to have a look at some other examples. This is on the Flickr from NOAA, America's NOAA Research Institute. And we can see here that in shallow water, you can still see the caustics playing over things. You can also see colors, very colorful surfaces. But as things get further away, you lose that color because the different wavelengths of light get absorbed really quickly. So what you tend to notice is that everything underwater looks blue, and that's because it's absorbing all of the other colors out of the light that makes it down that far. And of course, as it's getting absorbed, the light from above is not getting down far enough without turning blue, unless you introduce light. And so you'll see these very colorful photos with green or blue backgrounds, but that's because the dive camera has probably got a light on it, in this case, a flashlight, I imagine. You can see the green there of the absorbed light. And the other thing I noticed is that as you get deeper in the water, typically you stop diving and you start taking a submersible or a submarine, and they are typically equipped with lights that run all of the time so that you can see what's going on. There's not much point in illuminating the darkness with a flash if you only see it every time you push the button on the camera. So they tend to have these very bright lights with bright beams, and they introduce light that hasn't been filtered of all of its red and yellow and green component. As we get much deeper, the light attenuates very quickly. So not only does it absorb the low frequency light first, the high frequency light, like blue, also eventually dissipates and you end up with very dark backgrounds. Yay, says me, because that means I don't have to model all of that stuff in the background. And you can see also there's a lot of particulate matter in the water here, and there's lots of things growing all over. And what all of these objects underwater reminded me of was very bad 3D printed models. And that typically happens when you have a low resolution scan. And that led me to think, well, what if I get low resolution scanned objects that people use for printing, and I stick them in this lighting environment and pretend that they've just been covered in stuff. So I thought that was a good idea. So jumping over to where I can get models. Oh, this is one of those photos with the light beam traveling into the foreground. You can see there are different colored lights here, depending, I imagine, on the different kinds of instruments they might use underwater to illuminate different objects, depending on what they're trying to achieve with their research. But anyway, I thought I could go to something like an Scan the World, which is an open source repository of scanned items from museums all around the world. So there's lots of great resources here. You can download these objects, shove them underwater and call them a shipwreck, no problem. And the other place I found was that Sketchfab also hosts quite a lot of things from scan models from the Smithsonian Institute in America. And what they've done is scanned all sorts of different items, and notably the Apollo command module that returned from the moon back in the 1969, I guess. And they have an interior and an exterior. And so you can easily download these items and have instant textured high quality meshes. Now, they're probably more like game meshes. They're not terribly detailed as far as vert count goes, but they're perfect for my underwater dark occluded scenes. So let's have a quick look at what I have in Blender. So the model that you get from Sketchfab can actually come in pieces. And as you can see here, if I maximize my screen, what we can see here in this mesh view is the interior of the command module where the astronauts would sit. You can see their foot pedals sticking out the bottom there. or on the right, I should say. And the other thing that struck me about those underwater photos was that many times the ship does not look like it did once. It's not its former glory, and there are bits and pieces floating around. So whilst this was originally contained in that sort of teardrop shape that we're all familiar with of the return spacecraft, now it's the interior bits and pieces. So it all looks like it's just floating around and decrepit. And I also grabbed the door, which is another scanned asset that you can download. And I sort of floated the door in through the doorway there. So mostly so I would have a point of interest. That point of interest has a porthole. So I can look out and poke lights through there. I thought that would be fun as well. The other element that I got from the Smithsonian collection on Sketchfab was a sea creature, and that was a little seahorse. It doesn't have eyes, but if you just ignore that fact and sort of shoot it out of focus, nobody seems to notice. Of course, all these items are textured as well, but if I turn on textured view, oh, we can see it. We're inside the volume. Great. So you can see here that all of these items come with a basic diffuse texture, which is great. You get a lot of detail down here in the switches. All of that contributes to interesting surfaces that catch light. So you can get a great interplay of shadow and light across all of these different items. So I thought that's great. So what do I need to do next? So the next thing I needed to look at was the volumetric lighting in Blender's Eevee. And I should mention here that I am using Eevee. If I was to use cycles, if I bump this up to cycles, what you would find is that the, let me see, where am I in the scene world? Scroll down, here we are. If I'm in cycles, let me just jump across, I'll see what it does. I'll have to compile this, might take a moment. But if I'm in cycles with a heavy volume on like this, it does take quite a while to resolve. If I turn on denoiser, you'll notice that it becomes very, very blurry. And I found that it was very difficult to get into all those fine details and see what was going on. So I was stuck with Eevee, and Eevee gives me more flexibility for changing light rays and their intensity, which is very convenient when you're trying to do things quickly with a lot of immediate feedback. So here we can see orbiting around the object in this underwater type environment. And what you might be able to spot from this right away is that I've got a very heavy mist sort of effect. I could have used the world fog here, but what I've chosen to use instead, I might just turn off the flickering light. I've got one light flickering up there. It's very bright, this top light. So I'll just turn that off. What I find is that in a volume this size, and I'll turn on my left-hand screen, you can see the volume here, this cube. I can increase the render density fairly simply by changing the size of this cube or the volume. So if I shrink it down small, you can see where it's taking effect. But if I have a whole world that's taken up by a fog, then I have to play with the volumetric density, which is a scene property in Eevee. If I go over to the scene properties tab on the right-hand side here and scroll down until I find volumetrics and toggle that open. See if I can zoom this up a bit. It's a bit illegible. I'm on 4 pixel tile size at the moment and a sample depth of 64. The tile size only really matters for shadows in this case because I'm not applying a texture. In my last year's session of Blender Meetup Day, when I did do all of the very dense clouds and stormy looking clouds, I had to use a very high frequency tile size because that was how it was mapping the texture into the volume. But in this case, I could probably drop it down to 8 pixels and you wouldn't really notice. But the sample count is important. If I reduce the sample count right down, you'll see that it gets quite coarse, and it's effectively planes that march away from the camera that are affected differently by the lights in the volume. But now that I've gotten right down to 2 samples, you can see there's a plane in the foreground catching volumetric light. It's really just a diffuse surface. And there's a plane in the background on the back of the object, which is also making that diffuse effect. So as I increase that count, it starts to intersect more and more of these planes to make this volume more effective. You would see this more obviously when I get in very close. Let me turn that down again. Let's see if we can notice it. Yes, there's not many occlusions happening here. You certainly notice it on the shadow. You can see this beam coming in from the side from one of my lights is quite coarse as it marches through. So that's one way of reducing the render overhead for your system. So I'll bump that back up again. So we get more detailed shafts of light and shadows cast through the volume. And the other thing is the distribution. So those layers that occur through the volume, if we look over here from our camera, let's just make our camera a little bit larger. Can I make it? So as the planes of the volumetric occur going away from the camera like this, what you can tell it to do with the distribution is put them closer to the camera, in fact. So you can stack them in closer. And that's useful when we have things much closer to the camera, like the objects in the foreground. So if I move it further apart like this, make the distribution lower towards 0, then you'll see a banding effect as they get separated more and more near the camera. And as I wind the number up, the sample rate increases towards the camera. So it gets finer as we get closer to the camera. So it's very handy when you have these large distributed volumes. Let me see. The other thing I noticed is that typically underwater, because the water is not like air, it doesn't translate light nearly as well. In our regular environment that we're all used to seeing, light goes pretty much in a straight line from the surface or the emitter straight onto an object and then bounces back into your eyes. But underwater, of course, you have the change in index of refraction of the water, which doesn't really have anything much to affect in our 3D scene unless we put a lens in front of the camera, and I've been playing with that. But in the most important case here is that we get a lot of dispersal of the light. So the light tends to spread out very quickly in the volume, in this case, or underwater in reality. So it's very important to try and simulate that with our light. So we typically don't make our lights very sharp. So let's have a quick look at what's going on. I should get rid of the drawn lines over here. Oh, just erase my scribble annotations. There we go. So let's see if we grab one of these lights. This one over there. You'll notice there's some rays of shadows coming up, but the light isn't a point source either. So whilst the spot shape is fairly wide at 121 degrees to get that nice wide spread, the radius, the initial radius is like 10 centimeters. Now, very few light globes or bulbs of any lighting device are going to be 10 centimeters wide, but I elected to start with quite a wide source so that you would get fairly diffuse shadows and a diffuse cone of light as well to simulate that underwater effect rather than having a point light source. So if I wind it right down, you'll tend to find that you get hard shaped edges on all the lit surfaces. We don't really want that. So pop that back to 10 centimeters. The other thing I noticed or you would have noticed when we looked through those earlier images, is that typically when we're simulating light in shallow water, we would want a top light coming from the sun or the sky above. So I also have a top light turned on for that. It's a very broad light. In this case, it's a bit yellow. You wouldn't get so much yellow light down below, but also it doesn't really work in this scene because, of course, the light at this point would be quite blue and diffuse because all of the light would be absorbed by the water around it. So turn that off for the time being, but you certainly would want a top light when you're simulating shallow water. The other thing, of course, that's handy about Eevee, that you don't need to use nodes for the lights when you want to attenuate or have the light fall off quickly. So the other thing about absorption underwater is that the light tends to go away very, very dynamically, very quickly. So you can use in Eevee one of the properties of the light, which is custom distance. So if we turn on custom distance for this light, for example, and we type in something like 5 units, you can see that it's not going very far. Now that's pretty unrealistic, but certainly what you can tell it to do is just really only go past the items that you want lit in your scene, because depending on the density of the water, the light would fall off pretty quickly. What I found though is if you play with the volumetric too much, you'll very quickly lose your art direction. And what do I mean by that? Well, if we pop into the interior of the cabin here, if I say I want to be able to see all of the items in here, let me try and park here somewhere. There we go. I want to see everything under there. If I turn on the volume and have a look at its material, if I wind up the density you might notice at the moment is very low. It's like 0.05%. But if I wind that up, it gets dark super quick. So what I find is that it's best to find a good average value first and then change your lighting so that you can still have fill light happening in the background, but not lose all the depth in the image. Now, the other thing about the volumetric is the anisotropy, I guess it is. And that's the amount of light that gets bounced back or absorbed. So how much light gets reflected back into your camera versus how much light gets distributed back into the volume. And in this, you can see if we have a low value, that means that the volume's not reflecting back very much light. But if I turn it up to the middle, it's like a curve. You get the most amount of light reflected back to you. So I tend to leave it about in the middle, but you can trim that depending on the effect that you want. The denser the value of your volume, the more the anisotropy will give you. Now, the other thing you'll note here is not all of my lights are scene lights, like the red one or the blue ones outside, which I'm just arguing here are from maybe other dive vehicles that are in the area, maybe little rover cams. But I also have this bright beam coming in from the right-hand side. And that, in my wireframe view, is this parented light. So I've got this tight focus light, which is like 1,000 watts, I think. Is it 10,000 watts? Beaming in from the side. And it's, again, it's only at 10 centimeters so that it doesn't become too sharp. So its initial radius. And it's parented just off camera as if we have a lamp attached to our submersible. So wherever the camera goes, my lamp goes. And I can either use a constraint to point the lamp at an item of interest in the frame, which is handy, or I can just angle it in so that when we're doing an animation, we get this cool tracking effect from the lamp that's mounted off the camera. So it's great for these sort of raking observational shots. And we can go exploring with our lamp underwater like this. Look for our little sea beasties. There's one there. Although our blue light is giving some trouble. Not that one. That one. There we go. So you can see we've been able to find one of our little seahorses. Get some great silhouettes. Of course, all of that is editable quite easily just by giving the lamp a rotate. All very mysterious. So positioning of lights is like very, very important, but it's important in a different way to what you might usually expect in a scene that has your traditional 3-point lighting. So in this case, all the lighting is very motivated, even though it's unusual. Like, why is there a red light inside the capsule? Well, that's in this case to offset the blue lighting from outside, make it more dramatic. So we've got color contrast in this case, rather than your regular luminance contrast, which most people would be familiar with. A bit of chroma contrast always looks nice, especially when we have a saturated red in this manner. Oh, I should mention too that in this version of Blender, I'm using the color. I've turned on the color management, so I've got color management set to. Let's roll up here and find out. It's filmic, of course, because if I was in standard, it would look terrible. You can see all those reds burning out and saturating. Don't ever do that if you can help it. So I've got it in filmic mode with medium contrast. I could crank it right up to high contrast. It looks very similar to what we had before with this, with the standard look, but I have that at medium contrast. And you can change the exposure there if you feel like the lights are too bright in your scene. You can always pull down the exposure like this, give you a global effect, a little bit quicker than going out to do compositing with the compositing tool. The other thing that I thought was very interesting in Eevee is that the shallow depth of field effects are very, very fast compared to rendering with samples in cycles. In cycles, to get clean shallow depth of field, you'd be talking the thousands, I guess. But in Eevee, you can do shallow depth of field effects with just hundreds, if you like. So if I quickly turn that on, I realize that I'm running hard up against the clock here. So let me see, where's my camera? Pop up to the camera, scroll down to my lens. It's almost a 50mm lens at this point, and turn on shallow depth of field. And shallow depth of field is very shallow in this case. So I can zoom right in and find things. You'll notice that in the wireframe view, when the camera is active, the graticule is not being active. I wonder why that is. Anyway, so you can roll your focus distance backwards and forwards like this. You can see the graticule changing, so you can find things to focus on in your scene like this. And in this instance, I'm running a very, very shallow depth of field at point 0.1. Most cameras will go to 1.8. So in the real world, very fast camera lens might be f1.2. In Eevee world, but probably because I haven't got the right scale set up here, I'm running a ridiculously shallow lens at f0.2. That's silly, stupid. In fact, let's make it less than that. Let's make it 1. And so you get these very nice effects. Let's just make that a bit larger for you to see. You get these great, very shallow effects. And if you're actually underneath the water with very low lighting conditions, you would in fact have the aperture as wide as possible on the camera to let in as much light as you possibly could. So that's certainly not an unusual thing to do in this circumstance, just that the numbers, the values are a bit unusual. The other thing you can do to get a more realistic effect from your depth of field is that you can change the scene attribute. So in this case, you can increase the global blur value. So that is where things are not in focus should be more blurry. You'll see that this shot gets very, very out of focus as it counts through the samples. And in this case, the sample rate for Eevee is set at 55. Oh, and the viewpoint at 0. So there you go. It'll just keep on making it blurrier as you go. And in fact, if you leave it overnight, which I've done accidentally, you get these big circles, which is kind of interesting. But the other thing that you can do is, jitter camera is turned on. So this will be actually a very natural sort of blur. If I turned off the jitter camera, the blur value has to be cranked up quite a bit to get a similar effect. So you can see here, as I turn down the blur value to nothing, no depth of field, and then we scroll up through it, you can see them getting more and more and more blurry. It tends to be less accurate doing the blur this way, and items in the foreground will often not look blurry. And if you have particulate matter in the water, it would not work so well. So you can turn on the jittered camera. But once you turn on jittered camera, you can turn down this max size for blur and just pop it up to a few samples so that it gets rid of any artifacts that come from sampling the camera and its jittered positions. It goes in a circle and puts the camera and makes the camera go in a circle and takes different exposures and blurs them all together, all rotating around your focal point, which is that crosshair that we saw before. So yeah, that's the shallow depth of field effect and the volumetrics. I didn't touch on the particles, but I can tell you from experience, if you prefer to not use particle system in Blender, the geometry nodes is a great candidate for that, because you get such fine control of where all the particles end up in the scene. It's certainly a much better way than sort of trying to wrangle noise modifiers in the Blender's regular particle system, which can be, to be frank, a bit tiresome after a while. So there we go. I think I've covered most of the things for this night dive scene. And there we go. So I hope everybody's enjoyed that. I think I've come up against the end of my half hour. Let me see, I'll share back to my screen.
Fantastic.
Stop share. There we go.
Yes.
Thanks very much for joining me.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. I loved how it looks, the red and the blue, the contrast. That looks fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, have a wonderful World Blender Meetup Day, everybody. See you next year, I guess.
Great.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David. Okay, next we welcome back James Crowther and Chris Cook for their attempt on building an add-on in 1 hour. So I will set the alarm here. So set the timer for, there we are, actually 1 hour. There we are. Right, it is set. So tell me when you want me to hit start.
I'll just start talking. All right. Guess who's back? It's us. All right, here goes. Yep, you can set the timer going. Okay.
Okay.
Share my screen and we'll get started. And we're going to drop, first of all, we're going to drop into Blender just to show you what it is that we're actually going to try and achieve. I'm going to hand over to Chris to talk about the principles behind it, and then we're going to jump back into setting up our development environment and then just going for it. So the timer has started. This preamble is part of it, but that's just the pain we decided to inflict upon ourselves. So Chris, you can take it away for this bit. Just let me know if you want me to like render this or whatever, or look through the camera.
Yeah, okay. So I came up with the idea of creating a way of simulating more of what a real camera would look like in Blender. And so I was playing around with the idea and I was, can I get this to work? And I came up with a scene very similar to this, where you had two planes with holes in them and you point the camera through the holes, and it looked pretty cool, but it was really painful to actually get it working how you'd want it. It was very fiddly. But yeah, if you wanna look through the camera and render, we'll show what it actually looks like. Basically, what it does is, with the default Blender camera, you have circular out of focus areas, which is what a camera does. But what can happen with some cameras is near the edges of the image, those circles become sort of like these two intersecting circles. So you get that sort of shape there, and that also darkens the edge of the image. So you can see here, it looks kind of cool, looks kind of nice, and the shape of the blur changes depending on what part of the image you're in. So that's the effect that I was going for, but doing it all manually was very time consuming. So when I showed James, he was like, how about we run an add-on for that? And then we decided we'd try to do it in an hour. So yeah, I guess let's jump into it.
Okay, so this is kind of the demo scene. So what Chris is actually talking about automating here, because if you're thinking about writing an add-on, essentially what you're saying to yourself is, I need to automate something. There's something going on which is just really, really tedious. And one of the great skills you can have as a digital artist is being able to automate things which would otherwise be very, very manually intensive, labor intensive, time intensive. So that's kind of one of the motivations for doing this is how do we automate the way that these things would move in order to give us a really nice control for creative direction, rather than us having to do maths and move things manually every single time we want to make a change, which obviously be very, very tedious and make us probably not want to use this technique and go to something else. So the first thing we're going to do is set up our development environment. Now on Windows, so there are a few particular things which make Windows unique. We'll cross those bridges as we come to it. So we've got Blender 3.1 installed. It's been installed using the download installer package from Blender. So it's the .msi file, which just lets you install it pretty easily. We're using VS Code from Microsoft. You just need an editor, really, a code editor that's decent. This one we like using. In fact, Chris is actually in here right now sharing the session with me. I don't know if you can demonstrate that, Chris. What should we do to show them that?
What file are you in?
I'm in init at the top. So if you just want to change the license block, and we'll show them that. So this is a good environment for collaborating if ever you want to do it. So there's Chris, he's popped in, and he can actually type into the same code editor from his house in Wentworth Point, which is probably 3 or 4 Ks away from me, as I can, yeah, there you go. So if you like that, you can use this software. I mean, VS Code is free, so it's free for community people, isn't it, Chris? What's the license on it? I'm
pretty sure it's free for everyone. I use it for everything and have never run any problems with it.
Yeah, so far Microsoft hasn't kicked down our door and demanded payment, so we're guessing it's free. Anyway, so let's just talk about how we set things up. So when we want to develop in Blender, the ideal thing is we have a repository which keeps versions of the code. So if we make a mistake or want to go back, we can roll back. So we use GitHub for that in the moment, and we're using the program Git in order to manage that asset for us. So we have a Git repository which is stored on GitHub, and we'll go there now and we will find it. So we've written it here. This is physical camera. We're currently on the live branch, and so this is a way that we can also collaborate. Basically, this is a centralized repository of all of the code changes, although Git is actually a distributed model. We won't go into the ins and outs of Git, but basically this is the one source of truth. This is like where we keep the main branch of development. And it's just a handy way for 2 people to collaborate on a project and not step on each other's toes. So if you've never used Git before, basically all it is a way of keeping different versions of the software nice and neatly organized. So you can have several different branches, and each of these basically have, every time you make a change, you do what's called a commit, which is kind of like another little change that gets stored. And you can go back and forwards in time if you want to look at each stage of development of your code. So that's pretty handy. Chris, did I do well on that? Did I explain that well?
Yeah, that basically sums it up. It's like time travel for programmers. It's very helpful.
No, you just did it way better than me. Time travel, that's so much better. That just gets everyone on the same page instantly. Thanks. Time travel for programming. There you go. You can go back in time to before you screwed something up. That's kind of what we use it for. So we've got 2 folder locations for you guys to take note of. One is where we store the code that is linked to GitHub, because obviously GitHub's in the cloud. It's the website. But we have a local copy of it here on my hard drive. And I open VS Code in this folder. So when I open up VS Code and want to go look at this stuff, what I'm actually doing is I'm telling it to go to this folder, which is here on my hard drive, and open up this folder, and then it loads this project here, which I can see, which we're going to run through in a second. Blender lives somewhere else. And this is where we had an absolute bun fight with Windows yesterday trying to get this set up, which we'll tell you a little bit about. So Blender, usually when you install it off the internets, when you've downloaded it from blender.org, Blender installs usually in your C drive, your program files. So here it is, C drive, program files, and it goes in Blender Foundation, and we're up to Blender 3.1. And here's where Blender lives. That's where Blender lives. That's not where your add-ons live, though. So this is just where you'll normally know where to look for Blender, but actually, when you install an external Blender add-on, so let's just say we wanted to install this add-on, we'd go to Preferences and Install. If this was something we downloaded off the internet, we'd select, a zip file, so there's a previous version of our add-on, we'd hit the Install button, and it would put those files somewhere on our hard drive, but it doesn't put them where Blender is, it puts them into a special place, which is my user folder, app data, which is usually hidden, which is why it looks like it's ghosted out, into roaming, and you'll see, oh look, Blender Foundation, what are you doing here? That's where it hides out. Blender 3.1, scripts, add-ons, you'll see here all the add-ons. And what we have here is what's called a symbolic link. And what this does, if we follow it, is it goes back to the code. And you say, oh, where are we now? Like, this folder had that little sort of arrow on it, so it's special, it's different to the other ones. So this folder is actually linked to, if I go back to here, this one. So you can see this is exactly the same folder, they're not two different ones. So we've made this choice to actually make a symbolic link from Blender's location of its add-ons to our code. Now you don't need to do this, you can actually just tell VS Code to go check out this folder which we were just in, so app data. So you can put your code in here, no problems. We made this choice because we develop for lots of different versions of the add-on, and we want to have the same version of the add-on instantly available in all of these different versions of Blender. And the easiest way to do that is, instead of having multiple copies of that code we just showed you, is to put symbolic links in here to point to the one location, which means we only have one copy of the code and it's the one source of truth. It just makes your life simpler. This is the way that we've chosen to do it. If you want to make things really easy just to get off the ground, then literally you would just set up your code in that location I just showed you, being this one. So if I go back to here, you can just as well put your code in this location and it will work just the same. So you can create another folder in here, for example, new, oh, not shortcut, I've invoked the anger of the Microsoft gods now. You can just create another folder in here, my add-on. That will work fine, and then you put all your code in there. It does mean then that you have to have, if you're going to have your, your Git folder and repository connected, that it's got to live in here, and that means it lives only in 3.1 now. It doesn't give you the opportunity to put it in all these other folders. So this is just how we set stuff up. I mean, if you're just playing around, you can make the choice whether you want to actually get serious and have a setup like this with a symbolic link, or whether you want to just do it the easy way. Because yeah, making symbolic links on Windows is some degree of unpleasantness. I think me and Chris were rehearsing this last night, and we thought we'll just do a dry run to see what problems will come out that we haven't anticipated, and making a symbolic link was not what we thought it was. Yeah, it took about 20 minutes of the whole hour, so we're glad we've done that. All right, how are we doing for time?
Not too bad. Let's run through the skeleton project.
Okay, so what is an add-on anyway? What's an add-on anyways? There are a few things that you're going to need, and I'll introduce you to a resource in a second, which is published by, I think it's one of the Blender wikis. Essentially, if you actually go and look, so we can actually go and look at the bundled add-ons for reference real quick. So if we go back and find where Blender was living, so local disk, we go to program files, we go to Blender Foundation. So let's look at some of the add-ons that actually come with Blender, which live in here. Just to make it more confusing, yes, they're a completely different location for the bundled add-ons. The ones that are installed after you've downloaded Blender go in the location we just showed you. All the other ones go in here. So you can actually have an add-on which is just a single file. It does not have to be a folder. If you want inspiration for what is an add-on and what can I do, this be the place to come for sure, because there's tons of examples, all of which work with Blender right now, and you can get an idea of what they do and how they work. And we'll be capitalizing on the ability to look at all the source code to make our own add-on, because it's going to give us many shortcuts and accelerators, which will hopefully make this challenge possible. So if you've not done an add-on before and you're just getting into it, have a look at some of the simpler ones. You can tell usually by the file size, pick one that's not 200 kilobytes, because that's probably going to be quite big. Pick something that's, small, and have a read through it, and it will give you lots of ideas. Obviously, if something's in a folder, usually it's got a lot of files, which is a lot more reading. So yeah, choose wisely. You don't want to end up discouraging yourself, and a massive project of reading might do that. So let's look at our add-on. We've decided to put things in a folder because we want to break stuff up. So we'll very quickly go through what the structure is. So when we have a folder, this is something known as a Python package because all of Blender's add-ons are written in Python. Now a Python package just means a folder in which there's multiple Python files, hence the .py extension, and there's usually a there's usually a file with this name, __ init __, and this just means that this is a package in Python. And typically this is what gets run when this package is imported into Python. So I'll show you what imported. Gosh, fucking hell, James, talk like a human being. Okay, let me just, so when you start Python, you can do something like this, import math. And that now gives me access to functions like math, I don't know, square root. We were just looking at this one today, 0.5. There you go. So I just got all of the functionality of the math module by importing it. And when I type import math, if this is a Python package, the first thing that's going to get run is this file. So this is kind of like what it says. It's an initialization. Okay, so in order to make it a Blender add-on though and get recognized, what do we actually need? So you do need a couple of things. The first is you're going to need to tell Blender, like, well, who am I? Who is this add-on? What is its name, author, etc. So there's a whole bunch of metadata that is required, and it's given in something called a Python dictionary. This is what that looks like, and that Python dictionary has to be called BL-info. If you're curious about that, then there is actually there is a whole website of information, a whole web page dedicated to the script meta info, and you can find out what each of these things does. It's got a bit of a description as to what its whole thing life, its purpose in life is. So we're not going to delve too deeply into this. Just know that you need one, and for our purposes, we've given ourselves a name, an author, a version. The version of Blender I think is somewhat important. I'm not sure if this has changed, but if you have a version of Blender here which is higher than the version of Blender you're trying to run it in, it doesn't work. So make sure that the version number you put in here for Blender is lower than the one that you're running. So I've put 2.80 here, which is pretty safe because this is 3.1. If you're tempted to sort of aim for a future version of Blender like 3.2 and you went back to 3.1, then there's a very good chance this wouldn't work. Then there's some other metadata like location, like where does this thing live? We'll come back to this later on. Description, demo add-on, because that's what we decided this project was going to be. Wiki URL, that will just show up as a website I'll show you actually. If you go and look at add-ons, what we're actually looking at here, I should have shown you this first. Okay, sorry about that. What you actually see is all this metadata is printed out here when you're looking for the add-on in Blender's preferences. So all of this information, we're actually telling that to Blender here. All right? And so this is one of the reasons why this is required, because Blender needs to say something about your add-on to the user. So without all this information, this would either be blank or probably wouldn't even show up. All right, so BL-info is required. I think that's pretty much it. We also have some settings in here. So we've added some example add-on preferences. This is cheeky because I copied this exactly from the add-on preferences part of the Blender Python API, which I think I actually also have the website open for. So if we go and paste this in here, add-on preferences are properties or settings that you might want to give your add-on. So for example, we've just come up with a dummy one here, which is example file path. So if you wanted to have a file path for, let's say, different apertures, so we've got a couple of meshes here, 2 planes with a hole through them. Let's just say you wanted to mimic a camera that had a real mechanical aperture rather than a perfect circle. You could have different sets of these 2 planes in a folder somewhere, and you could switch between them. And you might tell the add-on to go look for those meshes in this location. So you get a lot of functionality out the box as well for this. Like you think, okay, how much effort would it be to code something that will bring up a file browser, let me pick a folder, accept it, and then populate this? Blender actually gives you that almost for free. That's the amount of code that you have to have. Just file path, it's a string, it's a subtype is file path, and this actually is the bit that does the magic because it turns it from just a string into an actual file path, so that when you load Blender, you actually get this little file folder icon, and when you click it, you can go and actually choose a file path from the operating system.
All right. Yeah, let's wrap up here as quickly as we can and jump into the building the UI component.
Okay, cool. So the UI component is pretty much what we're going to use to show our little add-on in the UI. So we obviously are going to look for inspiration from Blender because actually it's still actually here. So this is actually what it should look like. The code is actually still loaded though because we did do a rehearsal before this for some reason, so that's a bit weird. I think we might have to clear our Python cache there, Chris. I'll do that in a second. But essentially what we're looking at here is we want to be able to have, you know, this UI alongside all these others. So what we need to do is figure out how do we do this? Like where can we get an example of this code from? And it just turns out that you can actually get code from the rest of Blender's interface. So if we don't know how to do this and lay things out, then we can actually just turn on a setting and go look at Blender's source code actually while we're in Blender, which is really, really handy. So we can actually go to interface and we just need to turn on developer extras. Once we've done that, we can actually just go over to, let's just say this part of the API, sorry, this part of the UI. We press the right mouse button and we can actually come down here. Actually, let me just roll this up a bit so it's not obscured by the sign saying that I haven't activated Windows yet. Please ignore that. So we go down here to edit source. So I'll just go through that again, right click, edit source. And immediately you're like, well, nothing happened. Something has happened. You go to the scripting window, click this button, and then here there's a new file that's appeared. And this is actually the source file for the bit of the UI we just clicked on. And actually highlights the property that I right clicked on. So you might remember that I right clicked on, oh gosh, might have been, what was it? It was, yeah, this part here, type. So you can see here when I right clicked on type and clicked edit source, it's already highlighted the part of the UI that I actually had highlighted. And we can see here we've got something called a class data PT lens camera buttons panel. So this thing is what we need to copy. So if we just go and grab this, oops, wrong operating system. So if we grab this, I copy that, I'm going to jump back into my UI. So I've just named this BL UI for Blender UI.py. So this is a file that we're going to build this in. Okay, so I've got part of what I need, but it's showing me these squiggly lines, which means I'm missing a few things. So I'm going to go back to Blender and just find what I'm missing. So let's have a look for this guy. Now I happen to know he's up here somewhere. Okay, there we go. So we need that bit and this bit. So we're going to go back. Now, okay, so the squiggly's gone away for that because we've supplied what it says it's missing. Because basically what we're telling Python here is, I want to make this thing, it's a mix of this and this thing. So these are classes in Python. So we're creating a class and we're starting off like with a template using this class and also this one. Now we don't have this one, so back to Blender again we go. And we're going to go find where it is. So it's been imported. So you can see here from BPY types import panel. So we're going to do the same thing. So we're basically just literally copying and pasting code out of Blender to try and build a similar thing. Now, one of the issues that we find using VS Code is it doesn't know where Blender's BPY module is because that's inside Blender. So it will give you this yellow squiggly line saying, hey, I can't find this thing. You can see the import could not be resolved. But don't worry, when you run this in Blender, that's going to be fixed. Okay, so a few things. We've imported panel. Now we've got no more issues here. Next thing we're going to do is we need actually to draw something, because you'll notice if we go back to that little bit of code we were copying here, there's the draw function. So we're going to copy like at least the first little bit of it, because without a draw function, you don't actually get anything here in the UI. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to save that file. I'm also going to save this one. Okay, so we've got something. We should get something that's going to show up. Now I can't actually continue at the moment because I need a different label here. Because you see this thing BL label lens. If I was to press the go button and reload all this code, then either we're going to get another lens panel, which is not what I want, or we might even get an error saying, hey, that label's already taken. Labels you might be okay, but there are definitely things which you can't do that. So we're going to change this to physical camera. And the other thing we're going to do is we're also going to just we're going to go back to our add-ons folder, and we're just going to clear all of the old stuff out from our rehearsal earlier, because all that stuff is not going to work. Okay, physical camera and the 3.1.
Do you think Blender's just still open, or was that?
Yeah, well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reopen it. Kill that. Because normally what would happen is if this had leftovers, which is a strange term, leftovers in Python, but yeah, Python basically will do a pre-compilation step and leave optimized files behind, which can sometimes confuse the heck out of you when you change the code, and it doesn't update those pre-compiled files, because Python will load those pre-compiled files ahead of recompiling old code. But sometimes it can sort of get a bit confused and won't necessarily update. So sometimes we have to manually clear the Python cache out. So if we go select the camera and go over here, okay, well this is a bit better because we're not getting physical camera in here anymore, which actually means we're running the right code, because there's a few things we have to do before our UI is going to show up. So let's go back now. So what we've done is we've created essentially the template that's going to tell Blender how to draw our panel. But the one thing we haven't done is we have not actually asked Blender to do that yet. So I'm going to go over to init. So a few things we've got in here. We are basically going to bring in all of that stuff that we just built. So you can see here I've gone from physical camera, which is this package, import this module, which is where we've actually got our code. So all this stuff in here now we've got. And we need to do some things. So we actually need to do this. We need to do a register call, and inside this function what we're going to do is actually register our panel. And registering a panel just tells Blender, hey, I want you to use this thing. So we have to create a function called register. And you're going to get very used to doing this because you have to do it for pretty much anything. We also have to do bpy utils register class, because this is a class. You can see here this word class. We have to register it in order for it to actually get used at all. So if you're confused about, hey, how come my panel isn't showing up? This is usually one of the first things to check. And normally, if you've got a register function, if someone turns your add-on off, you want all of your stuff to go away again. There is the opposite of this, which is unregister class. Same thing. Now, I've actually made a mistake because this has the same name as the existing one. So what we're going to do is we're going to change its name to that, because that would probably cause no end of confusion. Imagine having two people with the same name in the same room. It's that kind of confusion that happens to computers just as easily. Also, you'll notice we've got a squiggly line here because bpy, we haven't actually told Python what that is. Even though we've said from bpy.types import panel, we actually need to explicitly tell Python or Blender to import bpy on its own. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense. And now we've satisfied that condition. All right, cool. So now what we can do is we can try reloading and see if we get any joy making our panel show up. Now it should, because we've got a register function. We're calling that register function. And by the way, Blender has a convention. The init file here, this gets run, and the register function should also get called, which means anything else inside this function will get called. So just do a quick sense check. When this add-on is enabled, the init file will get called. This function will also get called. It registers a class, add-on preferences. It also registers this module by calling its register function, sorry, and that then registers the class. So if this is all lining up well, then when we run Blender the next time, everything being operating well, we should be able to see our panel show up. Okay, so select the camera and go over here, physical camera, there it is. Now it doesn't have anything else in it at the moment because we haven't actually told the draw function to put anything there. But at least we now know, okay, we've got this bit right because we've now got the physical camera panel showing up. So the next thing we want to do is actually put a couple of properties in here that we need in order for this whole add-on to make actual sense. So one is going to be a use and another one's going to be a strength. So those are the two properties we want to create. And we've created a separate file for this called properties. You'll note if we go back to the init file, we expect to have a BL properties and a register function in there. We don't have any of that yet, so we're going to have to create all this. I'm just going to go ahead and import this, and we're also going to go from BPY props. We're going to import a Boolean property. I think that's how it's said. Chris, can you just check my check that for me? Import float property. I think that's how they're spelled. And then what we're going to have is just a register function. These are actually really quick to bash out, so I'm just going to do that. So we're going to have just 1 second. Oh, thanks,
Just
Chris.
to let you know, James, it's 30 minutes to go about now.
All right. Okay, good. We're going to step on it. Okay, so all we've got to do is come up with some properties for this. Now, again, I'm going to sneakily go and look at another file just to sort of show you can beg, borrow, steal code from all over the place. So if ever your brain has a failure like mine's having right now, I'm just going to truck on over to where Blender's installed. Where was that again? So this PC, local disk, because this makes for very interesting viewing when people go and can't remember where things are. So I'm going to try and not do that and go to add-ons, cycles, because I understand the cycles model pretty well, because it has things like this. It has properties. So I want to look at how do we define properties. So one of the things I'm going to do is just open this file with code, and instantly we've got access to a very good example of how you should actually create properties. So I'm going to go and find some of these. This is a very long file. So here we go. We can create a class, or you can just actually create properties on the fly, just like this. So I'm going to choose to do the easy way here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a choice. So I'm actually going to say types camera. You might be thinking, what the heck is James doing now? Physical camera use equals, hopefully this becomes a little bit sort of equals use physical camera. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm extending the functionality of the existing camera in Blender. So rather than going creating all of my own code somewhere else, like creating another class of my own design, all I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of properties to Blender's existing camera, because that makes sense, right? We're trying to make the camera have more functionality, so it makes sense to have all of the things that we're going to do to the camera actually part of Blender's own camera. And we can do that using this convention. We can actually tell Blender, hey, you know you've got this thing you call a camera, I want to add a Boolean property to it called use. I'm not going to add a description for time. I'm going to add a default that says false. So default is like, what's the setting when Blender first starts? It's going to be false. Next, we're going to add BPY types, camera, physical, camera, strength. So this is just the strength of the effect we're going to create later. That's going to be a float property. The name is going to be strength of effect. Description, I'm going to leave blank for time. Conscious of that. We'll come back and clean this stuff up later. The default, I'm going to set it about sort of half. I'm going to set a min of 0.0 because it's a float value, and a max of about, I think, Chris, what do you reckon? 2 or 3?
Let's go with 2.
Okay, 2.0 is going to be the maximum because we don't want to go nuts. It could do crazy things. All right, so now we've got these properties. Now I'm not going to do an unregister because these properties do not necessarily need to be unregistered. They're not going to do anything if they get left around. So what we should do now is just load Blender again and just make sure they're there. So we'll do that really quickly. Okay, other thing I might do is just make my window a bit bigger for those of you guys who might be on a mobile. Sorry, I didn't do that at the beginning. Right, let's load up Blender and see if those properties are there. And we're going to go into the scripting window. I'm going to press my mouse button in here, left mouse key, control space to enlarge it, and control middle mouse wheel up to make this nice and large. So what we should be able to do is do D cameras, camera, and we should be able to see, is there something there called physical camera used? There is. Okay, so this has worked. So we've now extended the functionality in a tiny little way of Blender's camera by giving it an extra boolean and an extra float property. That's really cool, and we should probably just test that we can't set that 3.0. No, we can't, it stays at 2. Okay, so that's working. Okay, fantastic. Back to the code then. So we've got now 2 settings that we're going to use. All right, so what have we got? We've got our initialization file, which basically tells us a little bit about what this add-on does, and then registers everything else that we need. We've still got one more thing to do though, and this is where it all happens. So I need to actually import this. So we're going to look at the main module next, and this is where all the mathy stuff happens. So Chris is going to join me in a minute in just helping me figure this out, because this is his stuff. He does all the optical maths, and I'm the keyboard monkey at this point. Alright, so we're going to register main, so we need to have some stuff in here. Alright, so we at least need def register. And we will put some stuff in here in a sec. Pass is just a really good way of having a file which doesn't have an error in it, but you've suffered a brain failure and you can't think of what actually to type in here yet. But we're probably going to need this. Actually, what we're going to need is
it's import BPY.
From. Yeah, it actually needs to be from this.
Yeah.
Import persistent. And we're also going to need import BPY, because what we need to do now is we've got this scene, or we will have this scene when I open the right file. Don't save, please. We need to move some of these things based on some settings to do with the camera, and that'll become apparent when we do it. So we need to actually tell, hey, when something is actually moving in the scene or being changed from here, we need to make sure we update the relationship spatially between these components. And to do that, we need to hook into a couple of things. So the first thing is we need some kind of handler. So I'm going to do some voodoo here. BPY app, actually no, I can just use persistent because I've imported it that way. Persistent def, whoops. I'm going to define something called handle cam prop change. So what this is going to do is it's going to get triggered every time Blender's data changes, and then inside it we're going to decide if we want to recalculate some of those mathematical relationships and then turn those into new dimensional relationships of those planes. Okay, so The first thing we're going to do is we're going to create something called eval depths, which is just shorthand for evaluated depths graph. Context evaluated depths graph get. So the depths graph is a very funky thing in Blender, which basically is, it's called the dependency graph. And you can think of it like this. It will give you a version of the scene which has all of your drivers, modifiers, animation data applied to it. So it's kind of like, this is, I guess, for want of a better explanation from a more talented and knowledgeable person, it's the what you see is what you get version of the scene. Because in the scripting world, there's more than one representation of the scene. There's just the raw data without any modifications, shape keys applied to it, and then there's what you actually see as a Blender user. So we want to make sure we actually get the evaluated stuff. Plus, there's also a handy little trigger for detecting if anything in the scene has changed, and this is the other reason why we're doing this, and that's to use the depths graph handler, which I'm going to set up in a second. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically depths, have I spelled that right? Yes, I have. Updates. So essentially what we're doing here, this is all documented in the Blender Python API, by the way, so if you need to learn this, this is where you need to come. Yeah, we might try and find a link. I don't know how we'd do that. Maybe Andrew, you can help with that somehow. Put it out on social media. If we can put a link up to the Blender Python API, it might help people. Back to what we're doing though. So what this is, it gives us a list of everything that changed. So if you go into Blender and you move something, let's say you grab one of these and you move it around, that actually triggers the handler which we're about to create. And then we get a list of all things which were updated, which is really, really handy because we can use that to drive the mathematical calculations and then move the planes or rescale them to get the visual effect that we want. And it will all be driven from changing physical properties associated with a real camera lens, like the focal length or the f-stop number or the strength factor which we actually want to use, which just gives us a way of scaling up or scaling down how aggressively this effect actually happens. Okay, so we're basically going to, for opt-in updates, so we're going to go through each of these updates in a loop because we don't want to actually trigger on any of these, because the depths graph isn't picky. It'll trigger a call of your handler regardless of what's changed. You can't really subscribe to something particular, so you've got to just you've got to filter after the fact. So we're going to make sure,
just to let you know, James, you've gone through the 20-minute mark.
Does that mean I have 20
18 minutes left? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. We got to cook it. All right. Thankfully, we're on the home stretch.
Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
And I posted a link in the YouTube chat for
Awesome.
the Blender
Thanks for
API.
doing that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to filter on a couple of things. So this is just saying I only want to actually process if it's the camera or if it's the scene. Right. Okay, so that should do it. And if we do that, we just want to do this one thing. We want to compute. So I'm going to create another function, compute strength. And I'm going to create that in another function. And I'm just going to pass in bpy.context for good measure. Okay, compute strength doesn't exist, so it's naturally a little bit angry at me. So I'm going to compute strength. Context. It's sitting on my headphone cable. That's not good. Okay, so the next thing we'll do is we're going to get the active camera. So we need a copy of that. So the active camera is going to actually be context.scene.camera, because we want any change to the camera's focal length, f-stop, we want to know about. So f-stop is going to be the first variable that we want to actually grab. That's pretty easy. Cam dot, which one's that again?
Cam.doff.aperture f-stop. Aperture underscore f-stop.
Aperture f-stop, like that?
Yep.
Alright, cool. And the other one is lens, I believe. Focal. We'll call it focal length, just so it's a bit more obvious. Focal length. Must go fast at lens. I think that's what that one is. Then we want sensor I think these are all the ones that we wanted, right? Sensor width is, oh gosh, Cam, do you want to finish that one off if you know it? Help me out, dude.
There we go.
See, how good is that? Like Chris could just like correct my broken ass coding skills from Wentworth Point across the river. That's pretty cool. Okay, so we got
need image dimensions X and Y, which I can bring over.
Sure. If you know what the names are, can you please do that? And all right, yeah, cool. That's good. All right, so the next thing we're gonna do. This is where things get mathy. So maybe you want to take over, Chris, because you know the math better than I do.
Yeah. So I looked at how changing the different sizes actually affects the image and figured out a few important things. So when you use
I'll switch back to the model so Pete, you can talk through it if you want.
Sure, yeah. When you use f-stop, if you use like a depth of field effect on a camera, what it's actually doing is instead of sending those rays from the back of the camera, it's actually sending the rays from some area on a circle, like the circle right next to the back of the camera there. So the size of that circle is based on the focal length of the lens and the f-stop. And that relationship.
I'll go back to the code if you've got that already there.
Yep. Looks like this. So it's the focal length divided by the f-stop is the physical size of that circle. But because focal length is in millimeters and we want it in meters, we just divide it by 1,000. So the physical aperture diameter in meters is that expression there.
Awesome.
I did that just from trial and error.
Well done. All right, so what's the next thing we got to do?
We need
Mr. Math person, optic.
We need sensor diagonal size, which is calculated based on sensor height, which is the image dimension y divided by image dimension x times sensor width. So sensor height equals.
Do you want to do that bit?
Yep, I can do that.
Nice.
Equals image dims y divided by image dims x.
Whew, no pressure at all.
Times sensor width. So that gives us the physical height of the camera sensor, and because we want the
15 minutes.
Yep. We want the diagonal size of that, so we can use some good old Pythagoras. Do we have math imported?
I can do that for you while you do that.
Cool.
So while he's doing that, I'm actually in a different part of the file now, just importing from math. I'll give you squirt. There you go.
Yep. Great. We've got that. So now we have the important things, which is the aperture diameter, the sensor diagonal size. We want to scale those planes based on the aperture diameter. So first we need to go select those planes.
Yeah, so the way to select those, like, there's obviously funkier ways to do that, but because we're running short of time, we're literally just going to work with the scene we've got and call them out by name. So we've got, I think, front plane and back plane, and we've just called them those. So, so front P and back P.
Yep, that works. It's from bpy.data.objects.
Objects, correct.
Oh, it suggested something, but it wasn't quite what I wanted. Get front plane. So that just gets an object by its name that you've provided it in the scene.
Understand this is not best practice unless your scene contains exactly those objects and they are in fact the planes with the circles cut in them. We are literally cutting corners for the sake of time at this stage. But this is something you could come back and actually refine later.
Yeah. And just in case we can't find them, we don't want to break, so we're just gonna stop processing there. And now that we have that aperture diameter, we just need to apply that scale to those planes, which is just the scale property, which has got 3 numbers in it, 0, 1, and 2, and we just assign them to the aperture diameter.
Yeah, and this is a Python convention. You can actually chain assignments together because we're chaining basically the same number into each. We're basically putting this number into each of these variables, and that just helps us do it really quickly without taking up much space.
Yeah, And now this is one of the more complex functions, or the equations. The distance between the two planes.
Okay, I'll just go back and show them that while you talk about it.
Yeah,
So
sure.
this
So
gap here.
that distance there, that influences how strong the vignetting effect is. So how dark the edges get and how much those circles become sort of squished. And that depends on a bunch of factors: the aperture size, the focal length, the physical sensor size, and I think that might be it. But I again played around with those settings, saw what the effect looked like, and chucked it into into a spreadsheet.
We're gonna have to chuck it in pretty quick. Probably got about 10 minutes left, so
yeah.
I'm gonna have to motor here because we still got a bit of debugging to do. Because normally, we've just actually put a whole bunch of code in. Normally, what you would do is you'd proceed a bit more slowly than this if you weren't like just trying to finish your work in 10 minutes. So while Chris types this function in, what we do is we test each step to make sure that the output of compute strength was what we wanted. Because you can see there's a lot going on here, and as a general rule, each time you change something, you should generally make sure that you've done the right change before moving on, because otherwise then you've got a question mark over, well, which of these lines is actually the one that's broken. Whereas if you got it wrong on the first line and you hadn't written anything else, you'd fix that before moving on, and then you'd know that everything was working. But, you know, for TV, what can you do?
This is one we prepared
It's
earlier.
entertainment. It doesn't make any sense. Surely people should know that by now, by watching Hollywood movies. They're completely unrealistic.
So the very last line, this should be the final bit to get it all working, is to actually use this plane offset that we've calculated and change the position of that second plane. So I'll go front P, if I can type,
front plane,
dot location, and we're changing the y-axis because they're oriented along the y-axis, which is the second element of that array, and we assign it to plane offset. And technically, that should work.
By the power of, I was going to say Grayskull then, but I don't know if many people watched He-Man when they were a kid.
Oh, actually, I haven't noticed something. We're still not doing anything in register. Do we need to register anything?
Absolutely. So Chris has sort of manically gone ahead and done all the mathy bit, but we still have a little bit of connecting up to do. So
10 minutes to go. By the way, do you need a return statement on that compute strength function?
No, this is not one that needs to return anything. The early return was just to stop us from getting past here if we'd not got these objects. It's just basically to stop errors being spat out. But anyway, I've got to hurry. Stop slowing me down, Andrew.
We've got a question from the YouTube. Sorry, just kidding.
No! Ask him at the end.
We might have 30 seconds for that at the end.
It's like MasterChef. It's all coming together or not, depending on whether you're one of the chosen ones. Okay, so I'm just going to very quickly look for this. Now, this is really, really cool. You can search for stuff in Blender itself and not have to type and save yourself a world of hurt because you mistyped something. So I'm just looking for this. So this is the thing that I'm after. So what I'm doing is I'm basically telling Blender, hey, you know, whenever you change stuff in the scene, can you please call this function? Pretty please. And just to be sort of a good steward, if someone turns off my add-on unregister, I'm going to make sure that we actually get rid of this as well. So I'm going to put remove. That way it doesn't hang around like a bad smell afterwards. I'm also going to make sure in init we're actually calling main.register. James, my gosh. Register actually. And main.unregister. Okay, now we have to do some debugging. Oh my gosh, we're so not finished. Done save. If we get this right, it'll be like some kind of miracle, because anyone who's done software development will know it don't work like that. If you get it right first time, you've probably
haven't found the bug yet.
Yeah, you've probably taken too much medication. You're just hallucinating. Okay, so we need to first open up our special scene. So we're going to select the camera, and we're going to move stuff. I'm going to see if it works. Oh my gosh, it's working. So I'm changing the focal length and it's scaling stuff, which Chris can maybe talk about in a second. Just let me check the other things, Chris, before you start. F-stop.
That looks good.
And if we've really done ourselves proud, the only problem is we're missing. Have you noticed we're missing the panel?
Panel?
So one way to sort of check what's going on is you will have. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, here's trouble. Plane offset equals all of this stuff. Camera object has no attribute physical cam strength. Did you mean physical camera strength? Yes, I did. I'm an idiot. Thank you, Blender, for proving that on camera to everybody. So it looks like we're referring to where is it? Physical cam
strength. Yeah, the very last bit of that line. I'll fix that.
Oh, thank you. It's great having two people code in the same file, isn't it? Awesome. All right, let's restart because we're so close.
Got 5 minutes.
So close.
And
it's coming down to the last few clips.
Hopefully it works and I can show the effect.
Okay, we've still got that.
Do we have our panel?
Nope. Oh god. There's another bug.
Errors.
Oh.
Something new.
Hang on.
Camera's not selected.
Thank you. Still not there.
Does that fix it? Uh-oh.
Nope. No, there's another one. There's another one. Oh. Lens camera. Where is it? All right. Well, come on. We got a couple of minutes here. We can do this. So it is actually working. So we haven't broken it completely. What it means is that something is not registering properly. And I think I remember what it was. Can you remember, Chris? Do you remember what it was?
I don't.
I do.
Oh, that's what it was. For everyone who doesn't know, this...
that's a gotcha. That's a kick in the coding nuts, if ever there was one.
This list tells Blender when to show your add-on and when not to. So, for example, if you're building a cycles add-on, you probably don't want it to show when
because we were using cycles earlier. Which is why the panel appeared when we're in the starter scene, but not in this one, because we've got cycle selected.
Cool. Now
okay,
let's see if we got the
we're so close. Please give us a few. Oh, there's nothing there. You know why? Ah!
Missed one more thing.
No, it's because I never laid out the properties. Oh, I never told it to lay them out.
5 minutes to go.
Ah! Oh no, I'm making silly mistakes now. Come on, James, don't shake. You can do this. Don't choke. It's context scene camera. Don't let the Blender code fool you.
It's context camera.
Context camera only works if you're actually in that part of the UI.
Okay.
Layout prop cam, and I want it to give me. I'm just going to go nice and slow because I want to copy the name of. Okay, we want physical camera use.
Yep.
And we want to say I want to lay out that property, and it's a string. Oh gosh, this is painful.
Should be the
because
last.
We really only have one shot at this now.
Yeah.
It's come down to the wire.
And
physical camera strength. Okay, that looks good to me.
Yep.
Prop.
Let's try it out.
4 minutes.
Ah! Sorry everyone, I don't blow your eardrums, but I am easily spooked sometimes. Physical camera, come on, we can do this.
Select the camera.
Physical camera. No, it's still not there. Oh, please, why?
Is the camera selected? Was that the problem?
Property not found. Object, physical camera strength. Oh, I know why. I'm an idiot. Data. Another problem is this is actually an object. Objects have an attribute called data. That's where the actual camera stuff is, because everything in Blender's scene is an object, right? The cube is an object. Your curves are an object. Metaball's an object. Empties are objects. The camera is an object. It's just unfortunate that the way that it's laid out like that in code fools you into thinking it's a camera when it's just an object, and the camera is on the data bit. So yeah, that's a trap for players if ever there was one. Physical camera. Oh my gosh, here it is.
3 minutes.
It works. It works.
All right. Jump into
okay,
that.
We've got to render. We've got to render it. Jeez, there's 3 minutes left. I didn't think it would go down to the wire like this. Okay.
Change the strength and see if it changes how strong the effect is. Yep, that looks
there you
good.
go. The vignette increases. Okay, what else can I change, Chris? Just to prove
You
that I've
can
done it?
change the
Focal length?
focal length. Yep.
Hey, sorry, I hate to point this out, but you haven't actually enabled it on the F physical camera. It's not clicked.
We probably need to not do the computation if it's not enabled, but we missed that one.
Okay, so we missed that setup. But in terms of actually functioning, it's doing its job.
Yeah.
So if we
And
zoom
the other
in
thing you
now-
could change is f-stop. So if
Okay,
you
I'll
zoom
go
in
s-
more and...
Okay, I'll zoom into 200.
Yep.
Now would be a good time if anyone wants to ask questions, because we're slightly more composed,
We've got
if they do.
1 or 2 minutes for questions.
You've got 2 minutes remaining. There's no
That's
questions.
if I turn the f-stop up. If I turn the f-stop up, then yeah, everything gets obviously way more focused.
Just dark edges. Yep. If you turn it
if I
down,
go
it'll get much more blurry.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's like
Very
super
blurry.
I'll go up a bit. There we go. So there you go. That's manically creating an add-on in an hour. Why do we do this to ourselves? But we did it, sort of. I mean, it's definitely... Look, this is rough. There are so many things that are wrong with it, and we could spend a whole another hour talking about those. But there you go. If you wanted to create an add-on in an hour, you can probably expect to do about that much. Probably actually more, because we were having to explain things and talk. So, yeah.
And I think we'll be able to release the starting point of this if people do want to use it as a template for building their own add-on. We can set up a repository that just has some like empty files essentially.
Yeah, what we might do is put a bit more comments in as well, just telling you like, okay, this is why this file exists, this is what you can do with it, and also here's where you can go and steal code from Blender, which will help you get a head start, because that's absolutely the right thing to do. Trying to create everything yourself, wrong approach. Go copy other people's code. Just remember that everything is GPL licensed as well. You'll notice most of our file will have this. If you write an add-on that uses any of the Blender API, it's GPL licensed. Probably want to learn a bit more about what that is, but there's links in here for that. So yeah, we'll try and make this available. We'll send a link to you, Andrew, and I guess you can make that available to the World Blender Meetup social media channels. So if people want to circle back and find this repository with the starter project in it, or at least the starter structure, and yeah, they can find that.
We'll work out a way to do that. So.
Try and make an add-on in an hour. No, don't. Take your time.
Everyone can do that. Send us your recordings.
Yeah. Let's everyone try and make an add-on in an hour. Oh gosh, there's the siren. We did it. Thanks, guys. I guess we'll give way to a much more sane and probably sensible presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, James.
No worries, man.
Excellent. Look forward to next year, seeing how you can top that.
We always torture ourselves. What can we think of next year? Doing Blender while underwater or hanging upside down? Who knows?
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
See you guys.
See you. Our next presenter is Ben Dancy. So Ben has been using Blender for many years. So hopefully he'd like to give us a little bio at the start. But he's been using it recently for, is it correct, you've been using it for MRI reconstructions of kangaroo bones?
Yeah, unmute privileges. Audio is coming through fine.
Yep, it's all looking wonderful. So take it away, Ben. Great.
So I've got a collection of things to show today, depending on time. But yeah, as Andrew mentioned, going to look into Blender and how it's been used locally in terms of the medical industry and the sort of what we can do with various scans and replicas and surgical guides and that sort of thing. So a bit of a background about myself. Some of you may know the name, but recently probably not. I was more active in the Blender community in sort of 2006 to 2010-ish, online at least. Helped out with the Sintel project, which was a whole lot of fun. And I've not stopped using Blender since then. I just haven't been as active online, I guess. And part of that is just because I've been real busy using Blender for a whole range of stuff. So I was at a animation studio, sort of between Sintel and mid 2019. So they're there for quite a while, working on various, I'm going to try my share screen at this point. Share screen 2. You know, TV ads, architectural visualizations, some, you know, interactive game stuff, you know, mostly for mobile. This is an architectural visualization of the 1414 heat storage plant. So, you know, just an example of the type of work that I was doing at that studio. Went freelance after that and sort of been freelance since. And the range of various things that I've been involved in has just sort of taken off since then. So there will be certain weeks where I'm working on car parts and women's fashion in the same week, just to give a quick example of the variety, which is great and all. The variety keeps me entertained, but yeah, some weeks it can be a bit, you know, brain just trying to keep track of everything that's going on. So one of those things, back in sort of 2014 or so, when I was at my previous job, had someone from the South Australian Museum come and ask, hey, I've got this scan of a bat skull. And being part of the museum, they were very keen to get people more hands-on. Obviously, with a lot of things that they have at the museum, they're quite fragile, in some cases hundreds if not thousands of years old. They don't really want people touching them. They're like, okay, we've got this scan data, we want to turn that into a 3D print so that people can pick it up, hold it, send it out to schools, you know, make 2 or 3 of them as spares, just as an educational tool. So that was my first exposure to this process that I'm going to talk about more today. And so the software for that, it's not Blender, but if Blender is my Swiss Army knife. It's the tool that I use as a, you know, starting point, finishing point. Some jobs, it's all I use. But Blender in conjunction with other tools, it's the most powerful thing you can do. So Blender plus ZBrush, Blender plus, you know, 3D print toolkit software. Highly recommend using whatever you need to get the job done, as well as Blender itself. The software that I was using and still using for most of this sort of stuff, Invasalius, I don't have to say that out loud very often, but a free piece of software designed for the medical field. So it takes the MRI, or, you know, the DICOM files in general, which gives you a series of images. So in the same way that a 3D printer does, you know, a 2D image and then a 2D image and a 2D image, and you sort of stack them all up into various print layers for the full path. That's what this is doing with the 3D scans. So MRI in general gives you a density range. So the areas highlighted in green, which match this threshold setting here. Yeah, anything within the green is going to get extracted from these images layer by layer and reconstructed into a set of polys that we can use as a mesh to clean up. So before we go any further, a very, very big disclaimer, because I know this is going out online to a lot of people. Anything that I'm doing in this field, whether it's orthotics or the MRIs, whatever, I'm working with a trained medical professional. So whether that's a surgeon or a therapist or a vet, they have sign off on what we're doing and they are giving guidance to the project. So the disclaimer, if anything, is like, if your mate hurts their neck playing football, don't try and make them a neck brace yourself. It's just not advised. So, you know, not trying to turn people off what I'm doing, because I think this is great and has potential benefits in a lot of different areas. But yeah, work with someone who has the training if you're going to try any of this stuff. So back to where we're at. Project came through recently. We'd done We being myself and a 3D print service in town called IPS3 from Adelaide, by the way, have been working with a couple of different vets and a couple of different doctors. We had a vet say, "Hey, I've got a Joey, a baby kangaroo that I need to operate on. I'm used to working with cats and dogs. Like, can you help?" So they had already taken the scan of the Joey, which is what we're looking at here. This is what I was able to do within Invasalius to get the base mesh as a starting point. The Joey had, unfortunately broken its upper right arm. So when you bring the scan into Blender, because Invasalius can then export directly to an STL, I believe it can do OBJ as well, but that's basically the same thing. You get this. So anytime you're working with any kind of scan, whether it's a medical scan or a LiDAR scan or photogrammetry, there's going to be some surface noise. So some scans come through cleaner than others, but it's not like you push 3 buttons and then you have a mesh. Like, modeling and cleanup work is going to be involved. So the arm was broken into 3 separate pieces. The other arm was not broken at all, which is key, because being digital, we can take the arm that's not broken, flip it, print it, and then the vet can then use that as a reference for, this is how this arm is supposed to look when everything is, normal. And again, it's not like they're just going to blindly take that flipped file and say, oh, okay, I'm going to use this as guide without thinking about it. They are trained medically to know, like, okay, this is what we can use from this flipped mesh as a guide and go from there. So, okay, step 1, we've got this file. It has, a bunch of noise to it. Second step is to get the file, remove anything that's clearly not a bone. And the way the resolution on these scans work, using the L key to select continuous mesh of, the island, basically, is the quickest way to sort of start cleaning this up. And you get to this stage of like, okay, we have a mesh that looks like what they're after. Keyword looks like. So, I can go into 3D printing in a lot more detail. I feel like there's probably been quite a few presentations about Blender and 3D printing over the last few years, but what you then need to proceed to the next step is a clean, watertight mesh that's free of errors. So at that point, I believe I have the file in here to look at. Cool. So things like this, where it's like almost a polygon thin, you can't print that. It's just not going to work. Fortunately, this part of the mesh along the sort of interior of the spine, we don't need that. I'm just sort of showing it as an example of something that wouldn't print at all. Same with the shoulder blade, because it's a Joey and because of the resolution of the scan, it gets to the point where this bone is then right on the borderline of like the resolution of the scan and the thickness of the bone are about the same. So it's going to generate holes. What we've got here is the bones that we actually want. So I'll just hide that stuff there. And you'll see that like on the raw scan, it gets to this point up the end where there's noise on the surface. And this is where it gets really, really key to know exactly what they're trying to achieve with this scan and what you should clean up and what you should just leave outright. Because, I can put a smooth modifier on all of this and it will fix some of the problems. But of course, the more you do automated smoothing, the less accurate the scan is going to be. And that's the whole point. You're trying to maintain as much of the original detail as possible. So knowing that this was to be used as basically a physical set of prints they could use to do like a practice run of the surgery before we go ahead. They're not actually taking any physical molds of this to then put anything back into the kangaroo. It's just a guide. So From here, it mostly becomes about like these stray little pointy polygons, just smoothing those out on their own so that it prints fine and doesn't cause any issues with the print process. The thickness is okay for printing, and then just wherever possible, leaving the rest of it. So, you know, we could get a much smoother surface out of that by going into sculpt mode or taking it into ZBrush or something and smoothing it out with a smooth brush. But it's just aesthetics at that point. And you run the risk of making this less of an accurate scan the more you clean it up. So yeah, just doing what you can to make it watertight. So you can see here, these polys. On the initial scan, this was just straight a hole. So I had to at least fill it to make it work as a print. And then, yeah, did a little bit of smoothing on the final just so it wouldn't be as jagged of an edge. But again, only as much as I needed to do to make sure that it would print okay. So, I mean, from a DICOM file back into a 3D print format sort of thing, that's the general process I've been doing. Just to quickly check, Andrew, am I penciled in for 30 or 60?
30 minutes.
Okay, cool. Right, I will keep this moving along at a steady clip. So for a kangaroo, I understand this to be a bit of a first, and from what I've heard, I often don't get as much feedback as I'd like on some of these projects, just because, you know, surgeons can be very, very busy people. Like if it's a success, they just move on because they've got 12 other things to get done. But this inherent sort of process of taking scan data, whether it's from DICOM or LiDAR or whatever, this is becoming more and more a regular part of what I do. So I have focused on, since going freelance, the 3D printing side of things. I still do work in animation and you know, some other bits and pieces, but the niche I've found is whenever traditional CAD engineering doesn't work, that's where people are starting to come to me, which is a really vague thing to try and explain if you're not in the space, but scan cleanup falls into that area. There are certain shapes that are just far more easy to at least prototype in Blender or ZBrush or something like that, because they're more organic or they're a bit more artistic in nature. But yeah, the scanning and reverse engineering cleanup has definitely been a part of that. So this was the first one that we did, a spine of a very, very small dog. So this entire print, I believe, was only about 7 centimeters tall. But yeah, that was quite successful and opened the way up to doing sort of the rest of these. Here's sort of what I'm talking about as another example of the smoothing, sending through 2 options, one where this maintained more detail from the original scan, but had quite a lumpy finish. And this one where the smoothing was a little bit more, a combination of, you know, Blender doing the smoothing operations on it, a little bit of blurring within the DICOM software to just sort of help interpolate between the different pixels on the scan a bit better. But again, you can already start to see, especially sort of on the knuckles, where the smoothness and the accuracy sort of comes into play. So again, just giving the medical practitioner as much feedback as possible so that they can make an informed decision of, you know, it's more important that we get the smooth finish because of what we're planning to do with it, or it's more important that we maintain as much accuracy as we can because we're trying to look for where the fractures are.
So Ben, do you think
Yes.
that going forward you will actually evolve them to the point where you could actually print implants?
So the printer that they have in town at IPS3 is a medical grade nylon. So it's can be, as I understand it, certified as sterile enough that they're happy to have it in the operating theater. Having it biocompatible and actually go into a person, that is certainly coming. I don't know if that. Personally, as someone working in Blender, if I was to go further down that road, I would at least want to speak to more medical professionals, maybe get a little bit of basic, one doesn't get a basic medical training, but do a bit more research and being put in touch with the right people before I'd be confident in something that I've made on my desktop at home going into someone. So if it's for a surgical guide, or something that they can, another example, foot orthotics. So this is used as an actual, corrective device on the outside of a person. But yeah, in terms of something being a bone replacement, or, replacement hip joint or something, I would still, at least with where I'm at with my knowledge of all the processes, rather a medical practitioner actually do that themselves. But yeah, I certainly think the technology is heading that direction, and we are getting to a point where that, if it's not already possible, will be possible at some point. I guess the closest I've got to that is working with, which one was it? So a local dentist. So there's a particular process that it was patented for quite a while. That patent has recently expired, so a lot more people are looking into doing it. And that's basically the Invisalign dental, corrective braces sort of thing. So I had a dentist come in, and they're used to working with 3D scans. They've got that side of it down. What they needed is a bit of basic training in 3D to then start going down this path with the medical training they already have. So he gave me a couple of example scans, and then I did some, basic Blender training, narrowing it down to the tools that I know he would need. Of like, okay, so if you've got a scan, you need to move this tooth back 1.5 degrees, and then, rotate around, check how the bite would line up with everything else. So that, yeah, again, something that would be going into a patient. It's not necessarily a replacement for the jaw itself. With that, we have done a couple of scans of jaws. There's one that I was wondering whether to show or not. I figured it's best that I didn't. Again, similar to the kangaroo, there was one half of the jaw that was in perfect condition as it should be. The other half of the jaw had suffered damage, quite severe damage. And so we were working with the surgical team to do some reconstructive surgery. But again, that was we were able to mirror the jaw across. So this is what it should look like on the other side. And then let them take it from there in terms of like what they took a mold of, what they didn't, manually fixing up what they needed, and then getting something that had been built by an actual medical professional was then what went back into the patient. So yeah, we're still at the point with this process, at least, with what myself and the people in town are doing, for giving things as much of an accurate guide as possible, and then letting the trained medical professionals do what they need to do for the actual surgical components. I'll just go back to the foot orthotics for a bit. So this was through Novita Children's Services. We've actually done well over 50 of these. What we get from them as a medical sort of starting point is, here's a scan of the outer surface of someone's foot and ankle with no thickness, and that's it. So any corrective angles have already been done by the medical professional. So what we do is, okay, this needs to be 4.5 mils thick for, just that's how strong it needs to be. Extrude a ridge around the outside for further strength. Bands for the same reason. Adding in a lattice pattern, just so it's, much easier to breathe. You don't get the traditional like plaster cast sweating, all that sort of thing. And again, like a ridge around the base for further strength as well. And then smoothing out manually just the edges for comfort. and then everything else, maintaining the actual shape of it as much as humanly possible. You know, which is pretty straightforward. You just set a mask and don't touch it. Just to make sure that, you know, you're keeping the accurate initial shape, and then, yeah, basic mesh processing for the rest of it, to get the rest of the design to a point where it is helpful for the patient. 5 more minutes, great. I have also used this process for historical replicas. This has been a little while ago, but if anyone's had the chance to go into the Adelaide Oval, the McGarry room in particular, I believe is where this is located, but there is a display of all the various McGarry medals. These have been replicated by myself in conjunction with the SANFL to get you know, accurate replicas on display, because each year for close to 100 years, it was a different design every year for each player. So that was quite a process, and again, helped me refine, like, keeping as much initial detail of the item as possible, and then only changing things where you need to. So, you know, completely not a medical use, but again, taking a real world item, bringing it through Blender, 3D printing it, then getting it cast or molded or made into the appropriate material in the real world, and away you go. And
so with those, did they then replace the originals with the reproductions?
So the originals are owned by the players or the players' families, which totally makes sense. That's how the process was set up. The SANFL wanted a permanent display at the Oval, with as many of these medals as possible. So, you know, they weren't going to just buy them off the players, but they wanted to, like, get the players' permission to make accurate replicas that they could then have on display.
Cool.
And yeah, classic car parts. So again, totally not medical, but this is something that I've done a couple of different things of now. So there was a client who is, you know, doing up a classic car. This is the actual original sort of dash cluster that it shipped with. They wanted to upgrade it, make a couple of modifications, most notably taking out the old analog dials and putting in a digital center display console. So scans come in all different forms. There's the MRI, you know, DICOM medical internal type scans. There's, you know, LiDAR with the laser scanning, and photogrammetry. I don't have any of that other fancy, super expensive equipment. I do have a good DSLR camera. That's enough, combined with Agisoft Metashape is the one I've been using, but there's a range of photogrammetry tools available. If you take 200 or 300 good photos of any particular item, you can recreate it digitally to, you know, quite, that's not the cleanest example of photogrammetry there, but it was enough, combined with the measurements that I physically took on the day with, you know, calipers and a ruler and everything, to then remake the accurate shape, make the changes that they wanted, and then get that printed out. So just one more thing, if people haven't seen that much photogrammetry, I decided on my own car to just try and push how much data I could get back out of it. This is a 330 million point cloud data set running on a PC that's not, you know, I built it out of nice components, but it's not an $8 box or anything. And you will get some surface noise still. So just zooming in on the steering wheel there, you see that, like, at some point, a lot of that 330 million polys is just, well, vertices is just noise. But at the end of it here, this is the cleaned up mesh, and you can get really, really close to it. So what I would then use this for is, again, any sort of scan provides an accurate guide to work for. So if someone was wanting to replace the dash cluster, or you know, they take out this older stereo and make, you know, a custom mount for their little tiny media box or whatever that they've put inside there, maybe, you know, clip on a screen to these two. Yeah, using it as a guide for getting as much of the overall sort of surface shape as possible, which on this I know I'm very, very close to the time, but just loading another file. As someone who's quite a geek in the, well, most senses, had the privilege of working on some actual DeLorean parts recently. So this is a very, very clean scan as far as scans go. But even then, you still got to fix up the holes, make it watertight, smooth out the surface detail, and go from there. So also, removing the bolts and that. So any kind of scan you're getting, if it's at all possible to have the original on your desk or like have access to it one day and just take as many measurements as humanly possible with calipers and all traditional equipment. Don't just treat the scan as like, hey, this is the be all end all. I'm going to click file export and then we go. It's like, it's a guide, it's a reference point. And yeah, especially for anything medical, just making sure that you're keeping in touch with the people who've supplied the scan and just making it as accurate as possible. So I believe that's it. I've run out of time. I've also made NFTs. So, but yeah, I'm going to guess there's no time for questions or anything along those lines.
Unfortunately not, but that looks amazing. So maybe that could be next year's talk.
Yeah, so like NFTs are not going anywhere in a hurry, and there's certain, this is from a personal project that I did and have sold a number of, currently working with a couple of teams on larger projects that I'm not allowed to talk about, but this time next year certainly would be. So yeah, a teaser, I guess.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very, very much, Ben. That's a great to end on. That's a fantastic ending, and it was fantastic to see the work that you're doing with all of the reconstruction and the bones and the scanning and hey, the classic cars as well. How can you go wrong there? So. So thank you very much, Ben. I forgot to mention at the top, Ben is in Adelaide in Australia. So now we're heading actually further north. We're off to Malaysia, to Kuala Lumpur, and we have the amazing Chris Vian, who is joining us this afternoon, to show us a lot of his sculpting and also some 3D printing work. So Chris, take it away.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Hi, so thank you. Thank you for inviting me for the World Blender Meetup Day 2022. Okay, so without further delay, I will just share my screen right now. Let's see. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, my name is Chris Vian. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm a 3D modeler working in production for games in Lemon Sky Studios, Malaysia. And today's presentation, I want to talk about what I've been up to for the past years. And feel free to interrupt me while I'm presenting, otherwise I will just keep talking nonstop. So today I want to talk about two things, which are 3D printing and a little bit of my personal work from the past few years. And most of them was created inside Blender, from sculpting to modeling. And I will not go into deep about 3D printing technical. I just want to share my own experience in 3D printing. So yeah, so this is my very first print was from Shapeways, and I think it was 5 years ago. So the model that I print was sculpted by me, based from the concept art from a friend of mine. So this is just me unboxing my very first 3D print. Just I'm very excited at that time. And then, yeah, this is the printed model. I think the printed model was print by filament, because I can see like the small lines on the surface of the model. And the second print was Papa Drac from the Hotel Transylvania. I think the name is Dracula, yeah. And this is me learning how to separate the parts for 3D print and adding the keying. And this is just the video to assemble every part together. So as you guys can see, there are 4 parts, which are the body, the head, and the tongue, and the base. And there's the comparison image on the right compared to the previous printed model. So I thought that I'm ready for 3D printing, right? And then I bought a secondhand Anycubic photon from a friend, and the printer cost me around $200, I believe. I'm not sure. And then this has happened. So actually, I wasn't ready. I keep printing fail. Like, people told me like the resin printing is more easy to do compared to the filament printing. But I think it was my bad at the time, because I didn't do enough research before I print. So I keep printing failures, like there's a holes, there's extra resins on the model, and more printing fail. Like, see how many resins that I wasted? Like, I tried to rotate the model inside the slicing software, or move them to a different position inside the print bed, and print it again and again, and keep failing. Like, you guys can see so many printed fail. So, all right, and I think I should stop for a while. Again, it was actually my bad at the time, because I didn't find or research about resin printing before I do the printing. And then I researched and then asking for help in the 3D printing forum on Facebook, and explain like what happened with my prints. Like, they told me that the LCD screen have a dead pixel. That's why there are holes on the printed models. So I need to replace them. So I bought a LCD screen, a new LCD screen, and then I bought a new resin from a Neutron brand. And then finally, so I replaced my LCD screen and try again, and finally a successful print. And this is Blobby, by the way, from the Hotel Transylvania that I made a long time ago. And the other one is the mouthless model. And this is the video about the finished print. And so I'm so excited with the printing world. So I keep testing it. Like, I sculpt it, print it again and again. And this is Lily, the sleeping cat. I made it inside Blender. So this is actually for a friend of mine who living in Malaysia at the time, and she have a cat that she cannot bring to her country. So I print this and I give it to her as a souvenir. And by the way, I changed my printer to LA Gumars 2 Pro, and it cost me around $250. And the resin is quite cheap. It's around $30 for 1 kilograms. And I can print a lot of models with that. I used to have 2 printers, but I sell the other one. As you guys can see, the model is very, I don't know how to describe it. Like, the tail is just cute for me. And then I try to sculpt more complex model. Like this time is a Gray Fox. The Gray Fox is the cyborg from the Metal Gear Solid. So I sculpted in symmetry, like some part was separated objects. I did it this way because it would be easier for me to adjust. I use a mass deform modifier inside Blender just to quick pose. So basically, I model the cage and make sure all the object that I need to affect is inside the cage. And then I bind the sculpt object to the cage because the density of the object is quite huge. So there's no other way that I can put a rig or armature inside on the body. So that can do the trick. And then I created a shape key on the cage object. So pose it from there by moving the vertex. So you guys can see from here, there's the shape keys. And here's the latest pose. Once I'm quite happy with the pose, I sculpted some area. As you can see on the right hand, the left hand he is different. I sculpted the right hand of him holding the sword. And yeah, I tweaked the thumb so the sword won't be falling. So everything's sculpted in Dyntopo, and the polygon is around 8 million now. As you guys can see, it's quite huge amount of polygon. Again, everything is still a separated mesh. So as you guys can see, the knee armor, the hand, the head, even the collarbone and the spine is a separate mesh or separate object. And then once I'm confident about the whole model, and I separate the parts, like I make the cutting for the parts, like so I use plane in Blender, and I give a thickness with the solidify modifier, and use it as a boolean for the keying. I use a cube and merge it together with the tie or any other object that's separated, and use that as a boolean to other objects. So that's why I can make a keying. And because at the time I use the boolean, and then I recalculate the object with quite huge amount of the detail size in the Dyntopo, just to keep the shape not too low poly. Otherwise I will lose some of the shape. And that's why the polygon is too high. So I learned something from this, that I don't have to recalculate everything after I merge the object, because it makes the polygon high. And here's the separate parts, like the body is one mesh, the legs, head, and sword, and the base is their own mesh. And the right picture is the rendered version, by the way. It's not the final print. And then I hit print, like, and this is some settings that I use and how long it will take to print. It took me around 3 hours 43 minutes. Like you can see the settings, like exposure time, this lift distance, etc. And here's me cleaning up the prints, like very easy to remove the support. Testing the keying on the leg to the base. And the detailing on the sword. Again, I need to use gloves because I need to be safe, because it's a resin. So I use the water washable gray from Magma brand, because the smell of the odor is not that strong. But I still use gloves when I remove the supports or do the cleaning, just to be safe. And the tall is 15 centimeters tall. I'm quite happy with the result. So, and because I posted the STL file to my ArtStation Market for free, so people can download it and print it their own way. And I share it to the Facebook page where people do the 3D printing, and they all loves it. Some people even go further, not just to print it, but with the painting job, like this one here's painted by zombie smasher _art on Instagram. And he is a cosplayer and also did a lot of printing for cosplay stuff, like amazing stuff. You can check his Instagram for more of his work. And some of the close-up shots. And by the way, I asked his permission to use this picture for this World Blender Meetup Day, and he's cool with it. A very cool guy. Thank you. And this is another print from Martin. So Martin is from Poland, and he didn't just print it, but he also modified the base with the ocelot's hand holding the revolver being cut down, and really awesome work by this guy. And there's Solid Snake toy from McFarlane Toys, just for the comparison. The next thing I want to show is this one. So powder. This is powder that I did from Arcane League of Legends series on Netflix. It's awesome series, by the way, by Fortish and Riot. So the art style from the series is so cool. The combination between 2D hand painted with the 3D animation is so cool. And the next thing I want to show is the time lapse of me sculpting powder. And again, I want to make it quick. So I might be skip some parts of the time lapse. So here's the time lapse. As usual, I started from a spear, curve it with the draw sharp brush, move brush, and so on. Like make everything separated, like the neck, the ear. I want to. Okay. Just to get a better control when I refine the sculpt. It's a simple blockout just to get the proportion correct, and then after that, I add the body, I think, and you guys can see the hair. I just so for the hair, just use mask in Blender, and then use the extract from mask, and then after you extract from mask, the new object will create it, but you have to apply the modifier, because if you don't apply the modifier, you cannot sculpt on top of it. Again, everything is very loose, like just to get the proportion correct. And then I add the body, the arm, and rotate the head and the hair. So when I rotate the head and anything that attached to the head, I rotate it without applying the rotation. So when I back to sculpt the head, I will not lose the symmetry. And this is more like a sculpt straight to pose, where I don't need to think about topology or anything production related. Again, it's very simple, like mask the area, detach it, move, continue sculpt, and repeat. And this is, I'm using the remesh when I'm sculpting. Like this is the fastest way, just to mask the hand and then extract and refine from there. Even for the fingers, I think I use the same object from the hand, because I'm too lazy to create a spear and then sculpt it, move around. Just use the hand and then duplicate it and scale it down. And then I'm using the quad remesher add-on, by the way, because the quad remesher add-on in Blender give me a better topology to work on when I sculpt. So it's unlike the voxel remesh. I think voxel remesh is good in Blender. I mean, but when I rotate the object on some specific direction and apply the rotation and hit remesh, the voxel remesh will not keep the topology based on the rotation that I apply on the object. So sometimes it gives me a hard time. Like the gray fox from Metal Gear Solid that I did. That one I use voxel remesh and combine with Dyntopo, and that's why it's kind of difficult to control the detail. But if I have a chance to do it again, I'll probably do it in a different way. This is the finger. The other hand, I will just, again, copy, mask it, and then delete mask. So Blender will automatically close the holes after you do that. Again, it's very, very loose. Everything's very loose. And this is the combination between the sculpting and modeling. Like the buttons on her shirt is model, polygonal modeling. So this is the difference between the default Foxer remesh that Blender has as a default and the quad remesher add-on. So as we can see, the wireframes from the Foxer remesh, that the topology is aligned based from the XYZ axis, unlike the quad remesher where they make a better edge loop around the model. So this has happened after I apply the rotation or any info for the object. And then this is the finished model that ready for print. And I just, in this stage, I just need to make sure that the model is watertight, like no holes, even if they are separate objects. I need to merge them with the Boolean to remove the unwanted object that intersecting in between them. So I know there is an add-on comes with Blender called the 3D Print Toolbox, but I haven't used them. So I just send it to the slicing software. I use Chitterbox. And since this is my sculpt, so I know where is the area that I need to clean and where's the area that I just need to merge as one object. As you guys can see from the video, I just need to make sure that the inside of the object or the mesh is clean, like nothing separate object inside.
Chris, with the the start of the glove, it looks like you've got an overhang there. So where so on a sort of filament type 3D printer, it would probably have trouble with that. Does the resin printer handle those situations better?
Yeah, I will go to that in a moment, but basically resin printer can handle better. Depends on how we rotate the model inside the slicing software.
Okay.
I think if that's answer your question.
Okay, I guess, yes, it will depend on how you slice the model up for printing around how you would actually deal with that. So yes, I'll be looking forward to seeing that bit.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, cleaning up the model to be print ready sometimes really time consuming, and I still remember looking at the chat on my Instagram and people was like, hey, this model is cool, go print it. And in my mind says like, oh man, you don't know what it takes to do all the cleanup and hit print on you. And yeah, the 3D character is so wide. You can be a modeler for animation or sculptor for static collectibles, and they have their own treatment. Like if you make the model for 3D print, it has to be watertight and ready for print. And you have to know how big the model will be printed, so you don't have to put much small detail that can be seen in the finished product. And if you want to make a 3D model for animation or games, the topology needs to be correct, or it has to be optimized and need to be UV and so on and blah blah blah. And here is the picture of powder inside the Chitterbox. So as Andrew asked, like, is that part, the clothes, it would print good in resin print? I say, I think yes, it depends on the rotation. If you put like this rotation like I did in the picture, I think it's good. So yeah, I made the model hollow inside the Chitterbox, and this is to let the resin that trapped inside to come out. Like resin print should not be printed as solid or thick object, because it needs to be hollowed, like to reduce the shrinkage and of course to save resin. And I use 1.5 millimeters thickness. And yeah, and the reason that I rotate the model inside the Chitterbox is to minimize the number of supports. And the support is generated automatically from the Chitterbox. So I just need to choose like what kind of support that I want to put, like is it medium, small, or big support. And Chitterbox will automatically put the support. And of course, I can still edit the support if I want to, but mostly I just use automatic support. And this is the final print of powder. And here is some paint work done by a friend of mine from Indonesia, Lucas Verlius. He printed and he painted. He did a lot of painting for miniatures, and can check his Instagram to see more of his stuff. And this one is 5 centimeters tall. And he also make a YouTube video of him painting powder, like awesome work. Again, Lucas, if you're listening right now, and thank you for sharing this picture with me. So the next thing is I want to talk about ongoing personal project and fan art. I think I have 5 minutes left. Wow. All right, so this is Levi. This is Levi from Attack on Titan. I don't know if you guys know the anime or manga. So basically, Levi is one of the characters. So in this one, he is wearing the black suit based from I think from the season 4, which is the final season of the Attack on Titan. I love the anime. I watched the anime on 2021. I didn't read the manga, but I don't read the comic. I like the anime. So at that time, every time I'm at work, I always listen to this Attack on Titan music, and my mind is like triggered me by just listening to the music. And I started imagining things like, oh wow, it will be cool if I create this character in this pose and slicing Titan or swinging his dual blades and blah blah blah. So after I finished my work, I started to find references, like keep jamming Attack on Titan music on my ear, and Levi is one of my favorite characters. And yes, everything needs somewhere as a start, and this is a good start for me. Blocking Levi is short, and so I need to test it out, like the overall proportion. And the most time consuming is to sculpt his head, like to get the Levi's expression, because Levi is the most serious character in Attack on Titan, and he never smiled, but he smiled a bit in some episodes, but not much. And those hairs are made with a Bezier curve, and I like working with Bezier curve in Blender. It's easy to adjust. And here is the blocking pose. This stage is where I blocking all the pose. As you guys can see, those random colors are separate objects. Like this is just a quick placement to test the pose. Like this workflow is similar workflow that when I did the powder, which is a straight to pose, but this is more like the whole person or the whole model. So yeah, and I think this is not the smart way to sculpt, because I don't have a symmetry on, but I just want to see the whole dynamic pose. So I created this to see the overall, and and then the next is the video of the turntable of the Levi with some music. Right. Again, it's not finished. There's still a lot to touch. Like I have a friends who work on static collectibles, and I asked them for feedbacks, and the feedbacks is really good. So I will continue working on that. I'm not sure when I will finish this. Probably next year when I have enough time. I don't know. So that's all for Levi. And next one is Jinx. Again, Arcane. This is my version of Jinx. So let me tell you a bit of the story. So I was so burned out before, and I think that was in the middle of 2021 because of the pandemic thing and everything that happens around, and I'm unable to do anything after work. Like every time I see anything related to 3D, and I was like, oh no, I just want to relax tonight and do nothing. And then a friend of mine like suggested me to watch this series on Netflix. So when I see the cover, it says League of Legends on it, and I was like, okay, I don't play the games. I rarely played mobile games, but I want to give it a try. I want to watch this series. And guess what? It's so good, man. I was so mind blown when I watched the first episode, and I finished the whole series in 2 days in the weekend. Again, shout out to Fortis Production because of this series. I'm able to do the fan art or even to come back to motivate to do 3D again. And this is probably the most epic show that I have been watching in 2021. I still get the vibe until now, and that's why Powder came out after I made a Jinx. So Powder is my second one. This is the first fan art of Arcane that I did. And here's some clay renders. So I created her pretty straightforward. Like I modeled it, sculpted, and some textures I created from Substance Painter, like the tattoo on her body, and everything was sculpted inside Blender. So I used the multi-res modifier. So I'm able to sculpt each of the polygon after I subdivide it while maintaining the low poly or base models. So as you guys can see the models, everything is in high poly. Like the Zaper, that's the name of the Jinx pistol, and the Flame Chomper or the grenade. And the hair is a bit technical. So basically, I created the profile of the hair strain. So if you see on the left side of the hair image, that's the profile for the hair. So I use Bezier curve again because it's easier to use. And then I use the array modifier. So I need to make sure that the end and the start of the array hair to match. So it will connect every time I add the count, the array modifier. And after that, I just duplicate the curve, made some variation for the hair, like the hair flyaway, and combine them. So I just need to make sure that their pivot point and direction is the same. So when I put them at the same position, it will match. And because Jinx has two braid hairs, which are left and right, and both sides are different. So as you guys can see, the left of her braid have the tube thing on it compared to the right braid hair. So I have to make two different hair flyaway. And once I finish, I made another basic curve and add that curve modifier to the whole hairs and position it to the back of the hair. And the last one that I want to show is three of these. This is Spider Squad. This is the very latest fan art that I did. Again, it happens because of music. I was listening to the Spider-Verse music, the What's Up Danger music. It's so strong, so I can't help myself to not to do it. So this Spider Squad workflow is kind of different. So mostly because I did the textures inside Blender. So I treat Blender as a texturing program. I make the new textures in Blender, and I paint them as a separate texture, such as the webbing, the spider logo. So I have a full control to modify the color in the texture nodes. And this is just me texturing the Parker Spider-Man. So as you guys can see, the color is different. Like, let me see. Yeah, so I separate the texture for the blue color in case I need to adjust the color, the blue color. So I need to separate them. And then the webbing, I painted manually, so I can reuse the webbing texture to the Miles Morales or vice versa. Because they are sharing the same UV. This is me painting the spider logo. And the shader that I use right now in the video is I follow the tutorial from the garage farm.net academy on YouTube. So basically what the shader does is to give let me back again. So basically what the shader does is to give the like the dot effect, while the dot effect come out when the highlights of the lamp or any source lamp hit the surface, and the black lines will show on the shadowed or dark area. So it's a non-photorealistic shader or NPR style. So once the shader done, I group it and I combine the separate texture that I painted using the mix node and connect it to the shader.
Chris, this looks amazing. Yeah. We're just running a little bit over time. So is there sort of like something you'd like to show us as you wrap up? Because this looks fantastic.
All right, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, so let me jump. So yes, you guys can see the textures, blah, 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 blah. So everything's in T-pose. It's just the same technique that I used for the Raphael back 2 years ago, where I have two frames. One is for the T-pose and one is for the final pose. And then this is for the nodes inside the Blender. So the nodes is basically just like to pop up the color, and then I create a chromatic nodes just to give the blue. The blue and the red. Like the left is the blue color and the red is the right color. So when I hit print, when I hit render, and it looks like this. So beautiful. Yeah, I think that's all from me today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris, as usual. It's amazing stuff.
Thanks.
And we're always honored to have you here and showing off what you've been up to in the last year. So thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you. And happy World Blender Meetup Day.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Cool.
Thanks. Okay. Moving on. So now we actually have some videos, some pre-recorded content. We've actually got one from London to begin with, from Kevin to start with. And that is on making a Techno Man, I think it is, using Critter, Blender, and there's something else in the mix as well. And then that will be followed up with, we have two videos again we have one from Hong Kong on sharing of the coverage of Blender in Hong Kong community over there. And that's followed by Bluestone Tech Labs from Mumbai, which will be presenting a video on Unreal to Blender and Blender to Unreal, which is a fantastic piece of work. So without any further ado, David, are we good to stream?
We are good to stream, and give me just a minute here and I'll hit the buttons and get it going.
Fantastic.
Hi, I'm Kevin, and in this video I will walk you through how I create my Technoman images. Now normally I start my project by looking for some reference and inspirational pictures. A really nice and handy tool to consolidate all those pictures is called PureRef. It's free. So I think I want to base this Technoman on one of my, actually my latest Technoman I made. So I want to have the same kind of lightning or feel. So it's going to be a surreal landscape. So let's see if we can, make something like that today. Something like this, and you should be able to drag it into yeah, you can just drag pictures in PureRef. Now it's downloaded my whole Instagram feed, or everything was on the landing page. That's okay. So I want to have a little bit of this kind of, yeah, aesthetics, maybe with a bit of water. So maybe a concrete structure that appears from the water. Okay, you can see that I started off with something I wanted to be like this. Then I found some nice colors. Then I found this Ferris wheel, and then yeah, I found some nice funfair pictures. So I'm quite curious where this Technoman is gonna go. Now, what I sometimes do is open a previous Technoman picture I made. So I have some basic settings and I have my character already there, and I start building on top of that. Yeah, let's open up this one. Okay. So I think I want him today to be a little bit on the side. And I want to have different landscape. So I'm also not gonna need all of those. So let's make a new collection. Let's be a bit organized. Add like a nice HDRI from Blender Kit. Okay, let's download a nice sky. This looks quite dramatic. Let's try this one out. Yeah, that's nice and dramatic. Now I want to create some landscapes. So I want the Technoman standing on the beach or something like that. Again, not really sure how this is gonna pan out. So there's a nice add-on called Ant Landscape. So what kind of landscape do we want to have? Oh, that is my Blender kit. Oh, this could work. Yeah, okay, let's go for this. Where's my Technoman? There. So let's scale this up a bit. Drop it in the water. Okay, let's see what we have with some shading. Now I want to introduce a little bit of that greenish. So I need to add some materials here, but maybe white mountains are quite nice. I want to make it all a bit green. So what about if I change the color of my sun a little bit to get that greenish color that we have here, the green tint. And then also what we want to do is the same with the sky. So we can do that by going to the shading tab, go to world. Also I want to see the real sky here. And then let me see how they set this up. If we add how you call it, RGB curves. If we stick that in between the color, and then maybe we just ramp up the green a little bit. Oh, where am I? Okay, I think as a starting point this is okay. So let's go back to my model and let's give our mountains a little color. So I'm gonna join all my landscape objects. Don't think so. Here we go. Okay, you can see that oh, so yeah, the tiling is all over the place. Okay, let's do a little bit of UV stuff here. Let's do it like that. UV, project from view. Maybe that's better. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. It looks still a bit close, as in close by. So how can I change that? Because we can see the plane there. So how can we get rid of that? Go into edit mode. Yeah, this could work. This could still be like just go up a bit. Yeah, okay. So what else? Let's save it and now make my abstract object. Okay, Blender Kit, models. Okay, so I have a Ferris wheel here. Now this is quite nice. This is quite sculptural, this Ferris wheel. I think this could work. Maybe it would be nice if the landscape is a little bit more to the side. And then also the Ferris wheel is standing on something, maybe a block of concrete. And then also the Technoman wants to go to the Ferris wheel somehow. Maybe we can do objects, transform, randomize transform, maybe only in the z-axis. And then also the scale. I'm also not sure if the green sky is not really working for me, so let's change that as well. So where's my sun? I'm not really happy with the sky. Maybe try this out. Maybe the Ferris wheel, instead of it being gold, I want it to be silver. Maybe also if I change the color of the blocks, maybe they're a bit too white to my liking. So let's switch off the water, go to the top. Okay. Material. This concrete-ish material. Let's see if that works. Let's bring back the water. Maybe if I want to change my camera view angle a bit, so let's align the view camera to view. Let's say maybe by rotating my view a little bit. This is more interesting, I think. Yeah, this is it. Save, 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 and also I make my images normally square. And then the character. Oh. Can go here. Then my camera can come in a bit lower, maybe. What kind of lens do I have? Make this 90. Come a bit closer. Okay, he's relatively small, so we can go a bit bigger. (1 meter 80). Or, oh, maybe, I know what. I know there's like a really nice watercolor that has greenish tint to it. So then I still have a little bit of my green. This is not bad actually. Nice and quiet. Nice reflections. But I'm still not really happy with those blocks, but we're getting there now. Oh, this is not bad. I'm gonna make it I'm gonna make those things gloss black. You see, sometimes you need a crash to be inspired. So let's do that black. Roughness. And then I'm gonna risk it again with a bevel. And let's select some random ones. Hey, what is the other Technoman doing there? Okay. And maybe also I can rotate some items on their individual origin. Okay, I will render this out, and I think this is my Technoman for the week. So when my image is rendered out, I save it out as a TIFF. Also, it's really helpful for me is to have unique titles like green Ferris wheel. Even the Ferris wheel is not green anymore. It's a reminder of the project. I don't know, maybe it's a bit weird. So also what I tried before Blender crashed is or what I wanted to do, or what I sometimes do, is add a little bit of contrast in my render, color management, medium contrast, very high contrast. Okay, render. And it should apply those settings to your rendered image as well. So what I did with those contrast settings. So save as green Ferris wheel, TIFF, and then contrast, yeah, 0.1. Then also you can change the exposure a little bit. And then later in Krita or Photoshop, you can, yeah, mask them together again. So let's call this exposure 0.1. Okay. Now, I mentioned masking out. So how I create a mask render for my images is as follows. So I change my render engine to workbench, then I go to material, random, and then flat colors. And then you see that you get random colors, but sometimes, yeah, you have the same color for the same object. So a way around that is if you click on an object, so this is plain, and you just add a number in front of the name of your object, then you change the color. Is there any, could there be any conflict? So maybe also if I make this landscape, add a 1 in front. Maybe now it could collide with, or not collide, conflict with a Ferris wheel. Again, save, and maybe even we can, if you change the contrast here, exposure settings, here we go. I still think that the landscape is too close to the Ferris wheel. Now it's really close to the water. I think that's it. So now we can render this image out. So F12 for render. Save as. I call this then mask. Now what we could do then with those masks is if we go to Krita or any other application, yeah, you can just filter out your objects and you can apply your typical, yeah, photo workflow settings. Okay, so let's see what I have. I think what I want to do is use the Ferris wheel that has slightly higher exposure, and I want to lay that on top of the, yeah, one of the darker ones. Okay. So I'm gonna activate my mask, select my, yeah, this magic stick or whatever it's called. So I think I have everything now. So what I'm gonna do is, which one did I want? Oh yeah, the higher contrasty one. Or maybe also what I could do, no, should be fine. So now I'm simply gonna go to the high, not high contrast, high exposure. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna paste it down in another layer. And now you see we have like a nice duplicate of our little bit more exposed Ferris wheel. But yeah, if you look closely, I think, yeah, I made some. So yeah, it didn't really, I should have changed the radius a little bit maybe. So you have like a weird glow on the edges. But for a far distance, I think it's okay. I think this, yeah, explains the process. And then what I always do is make a signature. So what I do then is copy the signature from another Technoman and paste it back. But I can't really see it. Where is it? Ah, here you go. Okay, then when I'm happy with it, I save it. Save. So I save my Krita file, and then I export everything as a TIFF, green Ferris wheel TIFF. Then I go to Darktable. Then in Darktable, what I do, I add a little bit of grain. Also, during the rendering, purposely, I render sometimes at a lower quality setting to get like a little bit of that render grain. And then, of course, a little vignette. It's always nice. And what I do, because it's gonna, most of my pictures end up on Instagram, I look at this small example to see how well, yeah, the effect works. So sometimes you can see really like a strong, it looks fine on the big one, but on the small one it doesn't really look that nice. And sometimes also I add a little bit of, yeah, with vibrance by bumping up the colors with Velvia, vibrance. I think that's not too bad for yeah, hours work. So let's save this out. What I do then is I email the Technoman to my wife. She makes a lovely poem, and then it's gonna be uploaded on my Instagram.
What if you look forward and see the shadows of your past? How pedestrian are pedestrians? Is there a case for being brief? Should we abandon the road most traveled? You've overcome many hurdles, and when your dream is finally within reach, do you dare take the next step? Still close to you, though on a different planet, we speak the same language. Floating cities trying to share resources in the sky. Will they survive?
Oh, hello friends. This is Annie from Hong Kong. And first of all, I would like to thanks to the organizers of the World Blender Meetup Day, allowing me to have this section to share about my very shallow study on the coverage and Blender circles in Hong Kong. I plan to firstly introduce, do a very brief introduction in English, and then if you don't mind, I would switch to speaking Cantonese, because I believe most English-speaking Blender users in Hong Kong already have many robust communities, and there are so many great networks out there. So therefore, I very much want to take this opportunity, try to reach out more local Chinese Blender friends who may perhaps prefer Cantonese speaking material, or maybe some of them would like to reach out to other community or circles available in Hong Kong. So this web page is host all the contents I am going to share in this section. Please feel free to drop by, click the link if you would like to contact any of the Blender circles in Hong Kong. And at the end of this page, I also come across a reply form. So if anyone would like to share any like Blender activities or Blender events available for Hong Kong Blender users, yeah, you are more than welcome to contact us. It seems to me that Blender is getting very, very popular recently. Perhaps about 2019 and afterwards, I encounter most local Blender users actually learn operating this software by themselves, but there are quite many short-term training programs or courses around. Some workshops are actually free. Besides, there are many institutions or entities from both the public and private sectors offer workshops and courses to teach Blender, in Hong Kong as well. On the other hand, I also see a significant numbers of individual art and design practitioners whom they are Blender users. They have already incorporated Blender into their production pipeline or their current work environment. Most of them would integrate Blender into their regular workflows, which involve mainly commercial software. And some of them then establish online or in-person communities, for which I call them circles. And so many of them are very kind to share resources, informations, but most of them actually didn't really or have not really tried to reach out to other communities. Although many of them are very kind to make their platform available for the publics. So I hope this section could at least provide a short list for anyone who would like to lock the door for any community or society available in town. And if you don't mind, I would like to switch to speaking Cantonese because I would like to talk a little bit more about some websites, some social media platforms, and the YouTube channel I encounter offering Cantonese speaking tutorials, and also a few commercial companies in town already adapted Blender in their productions. So have a good day and thank you very much. I wish you enjoy the rest of this World Blender Meetup Day. Thank you so much. 大家好，咁我係叫 Annie 啦，咁係啦，或者筆名我叫 CG 啦，咁今日就係啦，多謝呢個 World Blender Meetup Day 啦，可以俾我用廣東話分享一個少少嘅叫做 survey 啦，咁就睇一睇香港而家即係有幾多 Blender 朋友啊，個 Blender 個圈子有啲乜嘢嘢啊，咁希望可以喺度好簡略咁樣去同大家分享啦。咁我係咯，或者我係嚟自呢個叫 Open Source Multimedia Hong Kong 啦，一個叫做一個小小嘅 community。咁2014年成立咧，叫做咁基本上係致力於喺香港推動一啲 open source software， 做一啲multimedia 嘅 content creation 啦，或者係推動即係多啲自學。咁因為基本上喺香港，如果係想玩 Blender 嘅大部分都要自學㗎啦。咁變咗除咗一啲嘅英文嘅 channel 啦，或者係其他嘅中文平台 咁會唔會有一啲即係叫做我哋香港人嘅廣東話平台呢？咁今日就嘗試下同大家分享一個我好粗略嘅結論啦，或者係我揾到嘅一啲嘅資料啦。咁因為其實有啲朋友係唔太方便喺度公開佢哋一啲可能公司嘅嘢啦，或者怕醜啦。咁所以呢度其實列出嚟嘅東西都非常之少嘅啫。咁但係都希望叫做可以 kick off 到啊。咁叫做總括而言嚇，咁其實我發覺香港有好多少少嘅圈子啦。咁就提供一啲同 Blender 有關嘅資訊，咁亦都原來係有唔同嘅 industry 裏邊，其實都已經叫做正式引入咗 Blender 去做一啲commercial 嘅 projects 啦。咁所以係更加想之後能夠喺叫民間喺坊間收集到多啲呢啲嘅 information，咁方便嘅可以係啦話俾我聽，咁我係起碼呢個 page 我可以喺度列出嚟，咁係啦，呢度都係借翻我哋嗰個 platform 個網址啦，咁後邊就係個係啦World Blender Meetup Day 2022，咁我做嗰個好粗略嘅算術，咁計得到叫保守估計啊，喺香港叫做 local 嘅 Blender 用家。絕對唔少得過100人咯。咁我指嘅呢啲係即係唔包括嗰啲叫外籍人士啦，因為外籍人士其實有大量嘅其他資源，咁叫做 so call 本地香港人啦。其實都好多即係今日係唔係身處喺香港嘅，但係 anyway 咁因為網絡世界啦，咁所以個聯繫都基本上係 keep 得好緊密。咁所以香港嘅 Blender 網絡其實係咯非常廣泛，亦都非常深入。好多係咯，即係完全係不乏一啲好專業嘅人士，好多高手喺度。咁啊，亦都有係一啲叫做係創客啦。咁同學仔一大把啦。咁另外有啲我叫做係業餘嘅 CG 愛好者啦。咁因為係咧我呢個 open source multimedia 嘅關係，咁認識咗啲係啦 Blender 新朋友，咁佢哋份工係完全唔關係，咁但係咧佢自己有興趣玩，咁所以我覺得係啦，呢啲業餘愛好者其實可能係會未必咁容易所謂接觸到其他嘅 Blender 朋友啦，即係我講香港嚇，咁所以希望呢個好簡單嘅分享可以為大家即係打開第一扇窗。咁如果係啦可以嘅，咁希望可以係個 Blender 社群可以叫做好似壯大少少啦。咁會分享嘅所謂叫3個項目啦。第一個就係啲網上平台，咁有網站啦，有 forum 啦，咁有其他嘅 social media platform 啦。咁跟住就係啦，我純粹係上網揾到嘅啫，咁就用廣東話教 Blender 嘅。咁 in case 如果係啦，真係有朋友唔知嘅，咁可以參考下。咁所有嘅 link 其實呢度係一撳落去就有㗎啦。咁最後一個環節就係可以聯絡到嘅，或者即係知得 sure fact check 過嘅係啦嘅起碼嘅一啲公司啦，代表性少少已經即係用咗 Blender 去做佢哋嘅商業製作啦。咁或者係啦，先叫做分享翻個網站先啦。咁以下一路分享嗰啲嘅叫3個項目，都會用翻英文字母去排啦。咁希望大家唔好介意個次序下。咁第一個介紹嘅就係 CG Visual。咁係啦，其實應該介紹阿媽，咁佢亦都唔介意。咁佢應該就叫做好努力，咁好有心運作咗呢個平台好多年㗎啦。咁你可以睇翻佢哋嗰個 archive 嘅歷史，就知道係好耐之前所有一啲關於叫 CG 界啦。咁同埋其實佢做咗好多叫獨家專訪啦。咁香港有啲咩 event，或者有啲咩外國嘅講者嚟咗香港。 咁佢會係啦同佢哋做專訪，咁跟住喺度分享。咁而家都係啦，基本上好多一啲叫最新嘅資訊啦，同埋好多即係特別係即係香港本地嘅一啲同 CD 有關嘅 event 啦，都揾佢哋做一個叫 media partner。咁係呢個我好想為大家推介下嘅。咁第二個想同大家介紹嘅係另一種風格啦。咁呢位朋友叫做 Kai Chow， 咁或者叫會長。咁呢個網站其實係啦，你見到佢係有動畫心得，又有一啲Blender 嘅教學，又有作品嘅分享。咁非常高興啦，可以同阿會長傾咗幾句電話。咁知道原來佢呢個 platform 係早在佢學生時代已經叫做揼咗出嚟。初初唔係特登為 Blender， 咁因為無獨有偶，佢一路讀書嘅時候就自己 in parallel 就自學 Blender， 咁就發覺好多 resources 好好用，咁佢就同人分享，所以就係啊砌咗即係越嚟越多呢啲嘅資訊喺度啦。咁跟住就係啊直情整咗個 Blender 教學啊。咁跟住係一陣間會介紹佢自己開咗一間公司啦。咁亦都係用 Blender 去做製作嘅。咁所以係我覺得咁有心嘅朋友真係一定要上去支持下、睇下、溝通下、聯絡下咁。咁啊，第三個想介紹嘅應該係啦，香港人會唔識啦。我哋嘅呢個連登，咁佢哋原來都係所謂叫1年前，其實差唔多2年㗎啦。咁就係有朋友咁啊揼咗呢個 channel 出嚟。咁其實撳落去呢度咧有30幾版。咁我睇得到佢除咗 Blender 之外，仲有好多即係一啲叫free and open source software 嘅東西啦，都喺度分享。咁啊係值得大家可以留意下，上去睇下咁。再跟住嘅一個其實喺香港即係叫近排都比較熱少少嘅係洋葱鬼。咁可能係啦，你話哎呀我知道好耐啦咁，但係係啊都想分享下。咁佢哋有 IG 啦，亦都有個 Discord。咁我就都係最近嘅啫，供咗上去。咁啊發覺係啦，佢哋嘅 Discord 好多即係好多唔同嘅 channel 啦。咁啊好多好新嘅消息啦。咁淨係睇佢嘅 IG 度分享個內容都非常之豐富。咁個 Discord 裏邊仲特別有係咯，有 2D animation 啊、3D animation 啊、graphics design 啊等等好多其他資訊啦。咁乜嘢嘢都有。咁我喺個 3D animation 裏邊又識到新朋友。咁哇，發覺原來好多猛人、好多勁人喺裏邊。咁所以係啦，都想介紹下。咁叫做喺平台上邊係啦，最後介紹賣下告白下。咁因為係咯，呢個 open source multimedia 本身嗰個成立原意就主要係叫做揾一啲叫做open resources，咁俾一啲自學嘅朋友去玩下啲 free and open source software， 做任何嘅創作。咁本身最初嘅時候我係用呢個 Google Circle， 咁點知係啦 flow 得。跟住係嘗試揾其他嘅平台都有用過嘅。咁我最後自己揀咗 TG， 咁因為係啦，擠啲 hyperlink 好似佢好方便。咁呢個類似係即係自己嘅 database 啦。咁喺網上邊揾到啲，或者係有人話俾我聽一啲whatever 啦，一啲叫做你可以叫 Phoebe 嘅東西啦，或者係一啲即係仲係 experimental stage 嘅 project 啦。咁佢哋總之願意公開俾人哋叫免費用嘅，我呢度都會擠出嚟。咁所以希望可以即係為廣大嘅即係中意做 multimedia 嘅朋友其中一個渠道喺度，好快脆咁樣 search 入任何一啲你想揾到關於一啲叫 Phoebe 嘅東西，或者總之一啲 open learning 或者 open learner 想試下、想睇下、想揾下嘅資料。咁跟住我就去第二個環節，咁講關於一啲 YouTube 或者一啲即係叫做片種啦。咁第一個係啦真係關於製作。咁呢度其實係除咗 Blender， 佢其實真係關於製作有都幾多唔同嘅內涵。係啦， 都唔介意講咁啊。師傅仔同阿雲信，咁如果你喺我呢個網頁度 click 嗰個 link，咁就係嗰條片就係師傅仔教大家做一支 WD-40。咁我覺得係咯，出心出力，咁所以想為大家介紹。咁啊，另外第二個嘅係一位叫做阿Dean 嘅朋友啦，咁啊係阿 James Dean。咁佢呢個平台亦都係即係乜嘢都有嘅，唔係專貨 Blender。咁基本上 so far 暫時我都揾唔到一個Blender 嘅 channel 係 dedicate 淨係廣東話教 Blender。但係 anyway 裏邊都有好多呢啲咁樣嘅 tutorial。咁係啦，呢個就係阿 Dean Sir 係啦，教嘅東西。咁用廣東話係零舍親切啲咯。咁啊，另外一個亦都係啦，叫 Fully Dimension， 咁又係裏邊乜嘢嘢都有，好多其他嘅 content。咁又揾到用 Blender 做一啲 3D painting 一啲 setting 嘅東西。咁我覺得係啦，可以為大家介紹下啦。咁啊，呢一個就係阿 Leo Chan。咁啊，可能大家玩 Blender 都一定係知道有刀粒呢樣嘢咁所以見到好甜美嘅生日蛋糕咁，所以我覺得轉下口味又幾好喎。咁因為真係廣東話係好親切嘅東西。咁啊，最後一個叫做 YouTube channel 就係其實一個叫做應該我估係啲叫海外香港人討論區嘅其中一個分支可以咁講。咁佢其實本來個討論區乜嘢嘢都討論，咁啊發覺佢有個 YouTube 咁啊有兩條片，咁就好簡單咁樣介紹一啲即係最基本嘅係啦 Blender 嘅操作。咁唔排除係啦，其實仲有好多其他，咁只不過時間因為係啦，我係好短時間叫2個禮拜之內揾到嘅、睇到嘅、聽到嘅，咁即係可以擠落去嘅，咁我就擠咗落去。咁所以希望大家有嘢可以分享嘅，幫手又提供下啦。咁跟住係啦，第三個環節咁啊，叫講即係工業界啦。咁Animoca 咁其實係個事源應該係我一位朋友啦。咁佢曾經係啦，係呢度嘅 staff。咁因為佢其實已經離開咗香港。咁 Animoca 嘅香港分支其實係啦，嗰陣時佢哋都請Blender 嘅 animator、artist 咁雖然呢位朋友係啦離開咗呢間公司，咁我上翻去佢舊公司網站，發覺仲係 available 喎呢個 vacancy。咁所以就不如幫大家介紹下啦。咁第二間公司咁就係阿會長嘅Kai Chow。咁頭先係啊，亦都提過，咁佢係讀書時候就已經好 dedicate 做一啲係啦 CG 嘅嘢。咁呢間 Late Studio 就係啦佢嘅公司。咁佢亦都係啦話佢用咗好多即係 Blender 去做佢哋嘅 content。咁所以就分享下佢呢個公司嘅 Facebook。咁第三間公司咁應該我估係Simage，可能好多朋友都好熟啦，係咪啊？香港咁呢個福爾摩斯係咪啊？屠獄大追捕咁前幾年啦，2019年嘅時候咁香港都係啦，都好多迴響。咁非常多謝 Matthew 啦，咁同我分享咗即係佢哋點樣用 Blender。咁 Matthew 就話佢其實留意咗 Blender 都好即係好一段時間㗎啦。咁只不過就係正式將佢 adapt 落去公司嘅 workflow， 就其實真係需要有啲 effort 啦，需要啲時間啦。咁所以就去到叫做2019年嘅下半旬啦，咁先至叫做即係正式擠咗入去佢哋個生產線裏邊。咁Simage 其實係做呢啲長片之外，即係 in case 佢哋其實係之前係做好多呢啲叫 indie 短片咯。咁我個人就好中意啲即係香港即係好有即係叫 香港自己本地 content 嘅東西。咁佢哋呢啲短片其實攞好多獎，佢哋以前係年年都一定係submit 好多呢啲短片。咁所以係一個我自己好喜歡嘅係一種做創意工業嘅模式啦。咁而家嘥美術除咗做片之外，咁其實都做好多game 嘅 production。咁啊 Matthew 就透露翻咧，佢哋就 Blender and Unreal 咁一齊用，同埋佢哋而家公司裏邊係有10幾個叫做Blender 嘅 animator 或者係 artist 啦。咁請人方面，因為佢哋其實係啊，因為喺香港請人，香港其實冇即係好正統嘅叫做所謂 Blender 嘅 program。咁所以基本上佢哋呢啲 Blender 嘅同事全部都係自學嘅。咁啊同大家一樣啦，咁啊上網抄，咁跟住就係自己試咁樣。咁所以亦都係因為咁嘅緣故，所以的起心肝，不如喺呢個Meetup Day 度試下分享下香港，咁跟住介紹下係啦，大家嘅情況同埋大家原來都可能揾緊啲Blender 嘅高手，咁可以大家互相叫做坑下，睇下可以有啲咩火花出現啊！咁啊，for 呢個環節叫做最後一間公司啦，想介紹嘅就叫火山製作。咁其實佢係鄧東明導演啦，鄧東明或者 Tony 啦，咁啊香港本地導演。咁知道佢其實佢自己本人都應該可以叫做係 animator 出身啦，咁做咗老闆好多年。咁你發覺係咧，佢其實係成個電影製作乜都做嘅，即係呢間公司唔係淨係做後期製作，前期啊真係 production 上面都有。咁 Tony 就分享佢其實喺呢個2020年佢自己執導嘅一套叫做《速戰與夢同行》。我估可能男士們係啦，都好留意呢啲戲，用下賽車。咁佢就叫做係咪叫第一套 whatever 啦？咁係即係引用咗 Blender 落去佢哋 production。咁跟住就2021年即係叫做對上嗰個暑假，另外一套戲叫做《鬼同你住》。咁呢套戲導演係陳果啦，咁但係就 Tony 就幫佢做晒啲 VFX。咁係咪做晒唔知啊 ？sorry，總之係有 VFX 係火山製作啦，咁亦都係有用到Blender 嘅。咁我知道Tony 其實係咯，好多項目或者係即係其他朋友都係其實每個呢啲 circle 或者每個呢啲少少嘅 community 都有好多自己嘅活動啊，自己嘅搞作。咁所以係啦，即係絕對 encourage 大家係啦，周圍去捐下，揾下有啲咩嘢嘅其他 content。咁因為係啦，呢個Animoca 啊，或者係即係聽到其他朋友分享話，揾 Blender 人啊，唔容易啊咁我又試下的起心肝，喺香港一啲即係香港人常用嘅叫揾工網站啦，咁啊 search 下，咁係啦，尋晚睇到嘅係啦40，即係彈出嚟有40個係同 Blender 有關，或者係即係需要一啲有 Blender experience 嘅叫咩嘅工作單位。咁所以不過其實再睇真啲，有啲唔係即係完全叫做所謂係 locate 喺香港嘅公司咯。咁有啲寫到明係要求可能要返國內啊，或者係其他地方。咁但係就發覺係啦，請 Blender 人嘅公司其實真係嚟自五花八門嘅行業咯。咁所以我即係絕對覺得出邊有好多呢啲即係少少嘅 Blender circle。咁只不過可能係大家未必會認識大家，咁係啦，咁所以喺度想亦都鼓勵下如果有朋友唔介意，可能同我哋分享，或者你有啲 whatever 想聯絡某一啲嘅，咁係啦，你可以係用任何嘅途徑揾到我哋啦，或者係可能即係 揼咗呢個 form send 俾我，咁我又擠埋上去呢一個 page 度啊，咁即係我自己個人少少嘅心願係即係叫做由第一版開始咯，咁跟住就可能多啲咁，所以亦都希望大家有啲乜嘢嘢想分享嘅，又唔介意係喺呢一版度出現嘅，咁send 啲資料俾我咁跟住最後係啊，其實即係個 Blender Meetup Day 其實係因為今年唔係第一年，咁你 kick 呢一版咧就會去咗即係呢一個 schedule，咁其實行程緊湊啦，咁啊全世界嘅嘢都有，咁即係其他環節咁係咯，亦都希望可以係咯，大家留意多少少即係叫做世界各地嘅係啦 Blender 嘅活動 Blender 嘅事情，或者係啦參與過 Blender 嘅任何一啲嘅 entity 咁所以係啊，今日嘅分享就叫做到此為止啦，多謝大家咁，或者希望將來我哋有機會喺其他嘅 Blender event 或者其他 open source software 嘅 event 度再見啦。咁今日就拜拜。
Hello, I'm Maya Punle from Bluestone Tech Labs Private Limited. Today I'm going to speak to you about how we can use Blender effectively with Unreal Engine. Typically, we export FBX out of Blender and import it into Unreal Engine, whether it is one object or multiple objects. But if we have an entire scene in Blender or animation in Blender, and we want to closely relate it with Unreal Engine, then it is better that we use certain tools that eliminate the need of creation of the FBX. The advantage is you don't have multiple raw files. You have one Unreal file which is talking to only one Blender file. The advantage is whatever number of extra objects that are created within the content browser of Unreal Engine do not have to be maintained separately in different raw files. So if I have made any changes in Blender, whether it is in terms of scaling, moving, rotating, or for that matter, changing a material, I just have to say send to Unreal and it gets updated in Unreal Engine. The main aim is to ensure reduction in the number of raw files. To do this, we need to link Blender and Unreal Engine. This itself is a process. So let's start with how to do this first. Google will take you to a page on Unreal Engine site that will direct you to download from GitHub. However, you will most likely get this 404 error page. So the process to get those files is as follows. First, log into your Unreal Engine account using your Epic Games ID. Click on Personal. Go into Connections. There in Accounts, ensure that your GitHub account is connected. If you see the blue colored connect, click on it. Link it to your GitHub account with the username password of your GitHub. With this, now you can go over and click on this link out here for the access, and you should be able to come into GitHub with no issues. You will find Blender Tools, click on Download. You have two options here, UE to Rigify and Send to Unreal. The latest one is 1.5.9 UE to Rigify, because earlier one had some issue with Blender 3.0 only. So go ahead and download this to wherever you would want it to. Similarly, send to Unreal. Again, scroll down and download it to your required folder. Now we have to jump to Blender. Go into Preferences, Add-ons, click Install and browse to where you have the two zip files. install and activate both. For UE to Rigify to work, Rigify also needs to be enabled. The Send to Unreal will create a menu called Pipeline, and the UE to Rigify can be seen in the right-hand side of the context toggle. You also need to prepare Unreal Engine to take these inputs. So first, open your Unreal Engine project. I'm using Unreal Engine 5, but even if you're using Unreal Engine 4, the steps will be the same. Go to Plugins. Ensure that the following two plugins are active. The first one, Python Editor Script plugin. In UE5, most likely you will find it already enabled. In UE4, you will have to physically enable it. Next, search for Editor Scripting Utilities. Again, this is enabled in Unreal Engine 5, but for 4, you will have to enable it. If you are enabling it, remember you will have to restart Unreal Engine. Do that. And then let's go to Project Settings. Here, search for Python Remote Execution. If it is disabled, enable it. Finally, let's close Project Settings and go to Editor Preferences. Search for CPU. You will get an option called as Use Less CPU when in background. Ensure it is disabled. This will enable Unreal to be running in the background and updating when we make any changes in Blender. Now, both our applications, Blender and Unreal, are ready to work in tandem. As an example here, I'm going to open a simple file with a sphere and a cube. I have attached an earth texture on the sphere. I want to first draw your attention to the scene collection. Collections called mesh, rig, collisions, and extras are created automatically because of this pipeline. The objects that you need to send to Unreal should be placed correctly in the specified collection boxes. These will help you put the objects in the correct path in Unreal Engine. If you go to Pipeline, Export, Advanced Dialog, you will see the respective folders that will be created in Unreal. For nested collections, ensure you have enabled Use Collections as folders. So I have kept the sphere in the mesh folder and the box also. Check your units in Blender. Unreal Engine uses centimeters as the units. So it's better you work with centimeters in Blender too. Else, use scaling preset in the Pipeline, Export, Advanced Dialog, Export, FBX Settings, Scale Factor. You can modify other settings like asset name affixes. I prefer enabling automatically add affixes on export. All set, and you only have to press Pipeline, Export, Send to Unreal. Open Unreal Engine and you will see this message log for the import. Let's close that. Here you can see the untitled category, untitled asset mesh coming in exactly as per what we had specified in our path and the name of the collection and the name of the objects. In Unreal Engine, if I were to select these two static meshes and place them onto the level, you can see if I turn them into 0, 0, so they are exactly at the distance as they should be. when it came to Blender. If I had picked up the cube and moved it, let's say grab X and move it by another 50 units, I have to send to Unreal again. Now, instead of going through this process again and again, I can simply right click, say assign a shortcut. I'm using U over here so that I got this shortcut of U, and I simply need to now press U, go into Unreal, and you will see that my cube has shifted its position. Let's go and modify something further. For example, I'm scaling it in the Z by 0.5, enter, press U, and you find it has got updated out here. This way, any changes I make in Blender will be updated in Unreal in no time without exporting FBX and re-importing it back into Unreal. I now want to talk about the textures that we create in Blender for materials. So let me first go back here. I'm going to say scale back to 1, press U. In Unreal, you'll find it has updated. I'm doing a Control S here too. And let's come back to UV editing. For this object, you can see that I have a rectangular texture. Let me go and check out this rectangular texture. Let me pull up this image of mine, and in the properties you can find that the size of this is 2048 by 1024. What is important is both the dimensions are a power of 2. In Unreal Engine, when you take a texture, if it is a power of 2, then automatically number of MIPs are generated. A MIP map is generated, which depending on the size that is displayed while rendering will be reduced without any spoiling of texture. Like we do anti-aliasing in Photoshop. Similarly, these MIP maps will be generated automatically to ensure that the quality of the texture is maintained at whatever size. So coming back to our Blender, remember any image that you create should be a size of dimension that is a power of 2. It need not be squarish only as given out here. It can be rectangular also, the way we have used right now. However, just remember it has to be anywhere between 1 and 1 to 8192 by 8192. That is important while you create any texture in Blender. Like even if you're going ahead and doing a texture painting, ensure that the size you use is a power of 2. Now I want to draw your attention towards more on textures. Since you have an account of Unreal Engine, you are in a position to go for Quixel Mixer. If you don't know where to download it from, let me just explain. You can go and search for Quixel. You'll come to quixel.com. Sign in, preferably using your Epic Games ID only. With this, you will be able to access all their assets very easily. So from here, if you have downloaded, let me show you products, Bridge and Mixer. Bridge is for Unreal Engine Bridge. I'm talking about Mixer right now. Download this product called Mixer. I'm going to just open a new mix right now. It asks me for a resolution that I want. Observe, it's all in the power of 2. Let's stick to 1024 for the moment. And I have this setup coming in. Let's go into our Blender, and I'm just going to hide these two. Let's add in a Suzanne. I'm going to make this smooth. I'm using Subdiv 2. and I'm exporting this file. Let's call it Suzanne. I'm saying selected objects, only this mesh, export. In Mixer, I can opt for my own custom model. So I'm bringing in the Suzanne mesh. And I can start now working on this. Go into layers. I'm sure you will find if you're using Substance Painter, it will be a breeze for you to understand it. Let's say I add a solid layer right now. I can choose what color I want. On top of this, I may want to add another surface layer. Let's take brushed aluminium. Don't ask me why. And I'm right clicking and saying I want to paint mask on it. Start painting. And the layer below it is exposed. I'm just doing this fast for the sake of this exercise. Let's convert this up to. Maybe on this, I want to change it over later and I choose to have maybe another layer. Let's take some imperfections. Basically, choose what you want, decide how you want to work on it, add a few different things. It's up to you basically how you want to work with it. I come and paint this up. It's up to me how I want it to be worked with. Observe, it's going to come as per the projection angle. So work on it. Once you're ready with it, once you think this is fine, whatever options you need, you can get the albedo, metalness, roughness, normals, all these textures readily available for you in Blender. How? Go into export, choose where you want to export it. So I'm going to choose a folder. I'm going to call this a folder called, let's take Suzanne. Select. I have to give it a name. I can choose to have the model also exported in the same folder if you wish, or you can copy it, depends on how you want it. And I'm saying file, quick export. Once done, let's open up the folder where it is stored. So I'm going into Suzanne and I can see my FBX file as well as all the relevant textures available for me. So now if I go into Blender, I can go into my material. Let's create a new material. Let's call it face. I'm going into the nodes part of it, where I say, okay, for the base color, I know that the material that I want or the texture that I want is available. So I simply go into my image texture. I'm saying open. I have the albedo, which I'm attaching to the base color. Now for the normals. So I'm attaching one more. I have the normal texture that I'm attaching for my roughness. Again, and so on. So you can see that the quality of your object starts getting enhanced very quickly in very short time, depending on how you have created your textures. This is Pixel Mixer, where you can work with textures. The next thing I want to talk about is UV maps. For UV maps, let us go back to our cube. So I'm just unhiding these two. Let's hide this. Let's go and understand how the UV editing for this is done. Let me change the image. I'm taking a new image. I have a simple image here. You can see it is a squarish thing. And yes, I know I have taken a image of a certain size. If I click on it, right click, properties, details, you will see it is 1024 by 1024, which means it is a power of 2. I'm sure you are all aware of this particular UV map creation in Blender. So if you were to go into UV editing, go into UV maps, right now you can see just one default map. But there is one more map which is equally important called the light map. So let me add one more map here. Let's say U once again, but I'm going to ask for a light map pack. This will have a certain distance between two faces. This margin is very important. So I'm asking for a new UV map here. If I'm on this, it's fine. And I say, okay. You will see that I have got a new UV map where between two faces, there is a gap of 0.1. This will also be exported in Unreal Engine. So if I were to go in Unreal Engine now, so now if I go back to Unreal Engine, remember I haven't yet updated the file. I haven't saved it, nothing. I'm going into Unreal Engine. Let me show you the current UV maps associated with this. Let me double click the static mesh for the moment as is. And if I go and check up the UVs, you will see there is only one channel here. This was the same channel that was already available with us earlier. See, now I have created this second channel. Let's go into Control S and I'm doing a simple U, which means everything has to be updated out here also. If it is updated, you will see I got the channel 1 also. In Unreal, channel 0 will be used for the diffuse texture, whereas 1 will be used for the light maps. So if you have an important object in Blender, ensure that you have created its UV maps also along with it. If you do not create the UV maps, of course in Unreal you can go and generate it if required, but if it is an important asset, I would recommend creating the UV maps to your requirement in Blender itself. If I go back to Unreal Engine, you'll see that my cube has not got updated. Let me just delete it. Come back to Blender. Remember, you have not yet created the shader texture for this. So I'm going into the materials, creating a new, let's say M_dice. And here I'm going to create the texture associated with it. So I'm going in for surface. I'm taking a simple image texture. I can also go and associate my normal texture for the cube. Coming back to layout, Control S and saying a U. Going back into Unreal Engine, you will see the message has come and my updated cube is also here. All I have to do is place it and say keep it at 0, 0. It will be exactly in the same place with the updated texture. Lastly, I want to talk about the UE to rigify. If you look at Unreal Engine and let's say I want to modify any one of these things, let's talk about exporting third person walk. So I'm exporting it as asset actions export. I have already exported it in my rig folder. Let's open a brand new Blender file. I'm deleting the default cube, and in the pipeline import. Okay, before I do that, do not forget to click on rig. Why? Because you will be importing it in a certain folder. So I want to import the asset called third person walk import. You will be able to see that you have a preview mesh because I must have exported that too. And you have the root or the skeleton associated with it coming in. If I go into UE to Rigify on the context menu, ensure that this lock is unlocked so that you can select the object root. Once you have done that, you should be in a position to say convert. And on converting, it will convert the skeleton to the Rigify rig. How to go about and modify it further is entirely up to you. So for example, if I was in the pose mode and I select this and I rotate it, yes, my mesh is going to be modified as required. If you were to go and check in your action editor, you will see that there are two options here. This root is a copy of the source that has come from Unreal. So if I were to go on it and I were to revert, then whatever has been created as a Rigify rig will be cancelled out. Else both the original from Unreal will stay and the Rigify rig will stay, which you can then further modify and export back. Considering the time, I'm going to stop for today. I'm sure you can go ahead and explore further on this topic. Just to recap, today we saw how we can generate a pipeline between Blender and Unreal using Send to Unreal. What are the texture sizes that we should be maintaining in Blender? How can we create the textures using Pixel Mixer, especially the normal maps, roughness maps, and so on? How can we create UV light maps in Blender? And finally, usage of Unreal to Rigify. We can go on and on with respect to LODs, collisions, and more. Let's stop for today. I hope you are all excited enough to explore more and learn about these options. Bye-bye and take care.
Hi, I'm Kevin, and I'm a volunteer for the Blender London user group, together with Michael and Alex. For the last 2 years, we were only able to organize online meetups. At the beginning of those meetups, we always asked people to introduce themselves and to show some of their work. Now, a few weeks ago, we did the same, especially for the World Blender Meetup Day. So yeah, have fun and enjoy the work from our London and UK-based community.
I just wanted to share a few things that I did manage to do before everything collapsed. I did a visualization of our local library garden, and we wanted to redesign it. So you can see there's not much redesign work there. It's mainly a path and some potted plants. But anyway, that was that. My wife wasn't all that impressed with me spending time on Blender until I managed to do this, which was a reconstruction of our living room. And the reason was we wanted to buy one of these frame, what was then a new frame TV. And we weren't quite sure what size to get. So I had to reconstruct our living room and then plonk various sizes on the wall, and that's the one we ended up with. So, and then more recently, not a very good picture, I'm afraid, but again, we've had our bathroom remodeled, which is largely why I'm wearing a beard now, because we had no water for a couple of weeks. So that was that. So I guess I really have two main interests in Blender. One is this sort of architectural visualization and also environments. I like environments as well. And the other thing is providing assets for the website. One of the websites I'm developing, which is a fairly comprehensive site about the War of the Roses, the 15th century war in England, a civil war, sort of. As you can see from these pictures, I haven't got very far yet. A bit of a thick medieval house, and then there's a picture of St Albans, which actually hosted two of the battles, and eventually all those little blocks will be changed for actual houses. And finally, I was struggling a bit, but I'm also going to be doing some characters, really just to display the weapons that we used during the war. So that's it, really. I don't think I've got anything more to say. So thank you very much, and I'll pass you back.
Thanks, Michael. Cool. Thanks, really nice. Okay, so now I will share my work. Okay, share.
There we go.
Slideshow. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about my ongoing project. So my name is Kevin, by the way. I'm also one of the World Blender Meetup volunteers and also a volunteer for the LBOC group that we are all attending today here. And I want to talk a little bit about my ongoing project called Technoman. So I love street photography. However, I never really like to really hold my camera in someone's face. That's maybe like a little bit, yeah, I feel a bit uncomfortable with it. So what I did, I created my own character that was not camera shy. So I took the character around London, sometimes also to Amsterdam and Spain. However, unfortunately, like we all know, lockdown happened at some point. So I still wanted to continue my project. So how could I do that? Well, I did it by making use of the render engines in Blender. So what I do now every week is make another image in Blender, of course, and then I post it on my Instagram account. And also my wife, what she does now is she makes every week a poem to go together with the image.
What if you look forward and see the shadows of your past? How pedestrian are pedestrians? Is there a case for being brief? Should we abandon the road most traveled? You've overcome many hurdles, and when your dream is finally within reach, do you dare take the next step? Still close to you, though on a different planet, we speak the same language. Floating cities trying to share resources in the sky. Will they survive?
So yeah, if you're interested in following Technoman, it's the name of this character here, you can go on Instagram and go to @3dcav.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me or accepting me in this meeting. My name is Amin and I'm 3D artist, interior design and graphic designer. I use graphic design as a side hustle to create t-shirts and accessories on Redbubble and to create low content books and high content books on KDP Amazon. As this meeting about Blender, then let's talk about it. I started using Blender since February 2018, which means like roughly 4 years now. And I used it mainly on interior design, architectural design, and personal or general design. Like everyone else, I have uploaded these 3 images where I will go through them and what I did. If we take as an example the first image, which is the house, this was a project I created for a family member, which is a design of a tiny house created using Blender to represent how to build a house out of a container. Is something like so fascinated about it. I like a lot of tiny houses and always have ideas, and is one of my future project, like create as much of designs for tiny houses. In this picture, it shows the exterior of the house, but I have a full video of the exterior and the interior on YouTube, which I will put the link in the comment section if anyone wants to watch it later on. The second picture, if we can go to the second picture, yeah, which is the picture of the couple in the park on winter. This is a personal project. Yeah, this one. Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah, this is a personal project. Time to time, when I have like an inspiration like this one, I try to create them, then selling them on display as a frame or piece of art. Display is a platform where you can buy and sell arts as frames. And I have this one, and I have others one where like I designed them, then I put them on this website to sell them, where someone can buy them and hang them in the room or anything. Yeah, now before we go to the third picture, I want just to mention something. As everyone here is a Blender user, I guess everyone knows or heard about Blender Kit platform. Kev just mentioned it earlier. For the one who doesn't know it, is an add-on for Blender library with over 9,000 assets, including models, materials, HDRs, brushes, and more. And you have to take in mind that there is over 7,000 of it are for free, which is amazing. This add-on, it was integrated into Blender, but after 3.0 is not anymore integrated. You have to download it and install it on Blender. It's really easy to use and is for free. The reason why I mentioned this add-on is just because it's related to the third picture, if we can go to it. And this is representing assets I have created. So far, I have created over 50 models. And if you noticed in the two first picture, I always try to create my own asset as much I could to be able to upload them on Blender Kit. Today, I have received a referral link for the Blender Kit, which also I will leave it in the comment section if anyone wants to check it. As you see the quality of the products, this is the amazing thing with Blender Kit. They try to keep a high quality of product and high quality of creating the assets. So far, compared to the other software, they are doing a really great job. Yeah, as Blender has many futuristic possibility, I'm not using it only for this kind of stuff. I use it also as video editing software, where all my videos are edited with Blender. I use it also to have a vision of a conception before I start creating it in real life, like my desk, the one I'm using actually, or my sound desk. And also I use it to redecorate my room and other friends' room, which is quite amazing. That's all for me today. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, my name is James and I'm an artist and designer. I've been doing 3D as well as traditional artwork for ages. So I graduated in 1999 from Edinburgh College of Art, and basically after that I started doing stuff with 3D visualization, you know, quite a lot of stuff for offshore energy companies, you know, like underwater wave machines, and I was using 3ds Max, right? So various things like that, and I got into some, I always liked animation and movies, so I got into some short films, some Channel 4 film festivals and stuff like that. And basically I've done stuff like that. So you can see my website, jamesavelart.com. What have I done there? Oh, it's annoying. Yeah. And so then like I've always, but as well as that, that I always like making things in the real world. And also about 10 years ago, I started getting into tuition, and I got into Blender because obviously you don't need a license for it. Then it went from there. So I actually, right from that, I realized Blender was good. And then obviously Blender's been getting better and better. So I still, because I tutor, say, 3ds Max and Blender as well, and Substance, but you know, Blender is, I use Blender mostly for my my work. So this is when I started doing Blender for real life works. I did a sort of stint at Fab Lab London. I don't know if any of you know that, but it used to be a fabrication lab in London, and I did a Dymaxion Atlas. The reason for that, because I'd just been in Montreal, and I actually did a sort of few-week kind of art residency in a fab lab there. I'm just going to ask them to do it, basically, and sometimes you can do that rather than doing it through advertised stuff, because there wasn't anything there. There wasn't an art residency there, but I just said, and they said, hey, come do an art residency. So that kind of thing. So anyway, I came back and I did this Dymaxion Atlas at in Fab Lab London. Then I went to Iceland actually and did Fab Lab Isa, which is in the northwest, really cool Fab Lab as well. That's going strong still. And I made this kind of 3D print. It's like a floating kind of spaceshipy science fiction idea story thing I did. And then just coming on to what I do with Blender now, as well as 3D and tutoring people, Blender and drawing and Substance, etc. Then I made a sculpture. So this time last year, it was kind of getting to spring, and I made the sculpture. And this is kite rods, and I needed to connect the kite rods. So I've got a cheap 3D printer here. So rather than tying them or something messy, I made an actual components, and you can see in Blender, like these ones here. And I just kind of eyeballed it really. And it saved me having to get into, you know, a CAD program, because obviously I know Blender, so I was just like messing around with it and just putting things together. I think that's quite messy. I think I just fused that together, but I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, that's not good. But yeah, but anyway, so I just did that and then printed that out as and when. And luckily, the circumference of the size I printed out in Cura, then that was actually fitted the kite rod straight away. Sometimes these things happen, you know, like it's a jinx, really, not a jinx, you know, a lucky coincidence. That's what it is. And I always draw, and I like to make clay work. So coming on to the next thing is that these clay sculptures, and I'll just show you what I did with the in Blender just quickly. It's only meant to be 5 minutes, these presentations, I think. So these are faces. So the faces originally from Make Human. I imported the Make Human mesh, deleted everything else except for what I want. It's got a, you know, solidify on it, and the faces weren't quite right. So basically what I did is I went to sculpt mode, and then I used what I call the beanie, which is the official name is obviously Elastic Deform, but obviously because I've got the beanie. So, and you know, I find that a really good tool, especially if I'm doing kind of things like faces, is to pull it around to get it exactly right like that. And then as you can see, you know, working in clay work, I love doing that. And then you can add elements like 3D elements. And I've put stars and kind of symbols. These are kind of like characters looking into sort of the skies, watching the skies, like kind of like strange kind of, not leprechauns because I'm in Scotland, but kind of, they're called Sith actually, I think. Or is that the Irish one? But you know, they're like little people, but it's all to do with like legends and things. And I'm going to put silicon over these and cast them into cement. So very quickly, the next thing that I'm doing is, let's save that, is designed a chessboard, going to sell it. And again, just eyeballing in Blender. And sorry, I should have had the photograph of this, but I forgot to include it. But you can check it out on my Instagram. It's, I'm on James Abell Art, ABELL Art. Yeah, and that's on my Twitter as well. But you can check out my progress on that. So I've actually, I'm casting these in polyurethane, but I'm trying to make them environmentally friendly. So I'm actually using fillers and putting different fillers in to see if that will fill it and use less resins. So that's what I love about, Blender, sort of eyeballing things for the real world and then printing that in 3D as well. I still do like to do some sort of stuff sometimes for clients and stuff, but mainly what I do is that I'm doing quite a lot of tuition work, like with things like Blender and Substance and also creative stuff as well. And I'm getting all the stuff I'm doing is for an exhibition, solo show in Glasgow. So if you want to go along to that, or follow me at James Abell Art on Twitter and Instagram. And that's about it really. So that's what I do. So yeah, I find Blender a really good tool for not only helping people and myself if I want to make digital things or use the grease pencil for that matter. Really good to combine to get you, because you can convert your drawings now to grease pencil. You bring them in, which is an amazing tool. Not only that, but also expanding, using Blender to get things into the real world, like 3D prints, laser cuts and stuff like that. So thanks very much. And if you want to ask me any questions about the processes and stuff that I use, I'm glad to help you. So I'm James Abell Art. At James Abell Art on Twitter and Instagram. And then my website is jamesabellart.com. So it's ABELL. So thanks very much. And I look forward to watching this Blender conference all day. Bye-bye.
Hi, I am Alba. I am an illustrator, comic book artist, and character designer. I use Blender for all my 3D work. I'm still a beginner, but I love this software as it allows me to do everything from modeling to final animations. I started using Blender in 2020 following a Domestika course, and I also learned from loads and loads of YouTube tutorials. This is Starbot, my first Blender project. At the end of this animation, I decided to learn about sculpting. These two characters are my first exercises. Then I designed and modeled my first full body character, Baby Nessie. I sketched this simple character and studied about rigging. I added an armature to my character and animated my first walk cycle to create a short animation. Then I learned about particle systems and I designed this character, Peludo Rodriguez. I designed a simple shape to focus on modeling hair with the comb tool. I ended up making a short animation and designing an environment which is a tribute to the movie The Shining. Last year, I worked on this theme-based animation during the Blues Studio and Next Gen Animation Bootcamp. I was part of a team of 11 3D artists and we worked remotely during 4 weeks to create a short animation with Blender. I worked as a 3D generalist on modeling, texturing, animation, and lighting. One of my favorite tasks was designing and modeling this prop, a space truck that appears at the beginning of the animation. And this is my latest character design, Conejo Hunter, a personal project that I'm doing for fun and to keep practicing my Blender skills. After modeling, I generated a rig, added bendy bones to the ears and learned about cloth simulation to animate the cape. And this is my entry for February's Infinite Journey Challenge that 3D artist Clint Jones announces on YouTube. The challenge is to add your own characters, props, and sets to a given 3D raw environment, this one. to create your own interpretation. And this is my entry. I hope you like my work. Thank you.
Gareth, are you happy to share yourself, or shall I help you with that? You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I've got a couple of clips. So I'll share my screen.
Cool.
Let's go. Okay, so a lot of my Blender stuff at the moment is being actually to feed my other hobby that I'm doing at the hobby interest is writing articles for these two magazines. Pixel Addict is the one, and the other one is Amiga Addict. And these are both magazines focusing on retro computers. So you'll see with some of the stuff that I've been doing is feeding that thing. So the very first, it's an older thing, which I might have shown you guys before, is I've been modeling an Atari 2600 console, but I wanted to model it hard surface modeling, which I haven't done for a while. And I wanted to get it to, well, one, to be accurate, and two, to be able to do very good close-ups and not see that it's a 3D model. So as you can see here, I mean, there's no textures or anything on here, but you know, you get your proper fillets or chamfers around the edges of which you'd naturally get with plastic. There's a little bit of a shot further back. I think at that point I hadn't done the underneath part. This is a little bit later where there is an underneath part, which I think is this. I subsequently found out after modeling this, because this is, I've got this, so I sit here with a ruler and I just measure it. So, but Atari went and made multiple different molds for the Atari 2600. So mine's a very specific version. So, you know, it might be nice actually in the future to actually get the other versions and then do morphs. So this object will be able to match whichever version. I'm also modeling the inside, you know, so you can do sort of technical renders and stuff like that. Anyway, the last time I worked on that was 2020, so that's how long ago that was. A more recent project is modeling the Intel 4004 chip, which is the first commercial microprocessor that came out in 1971. So this was, it's not finished yet. I've still got to put some scratches and stuff into the gold, or the brass, or whatever they used here. I've got a clip of this, which is so you can see the floor. I started to use geometry nodes, and I don't know if any of you are experimenting with it, but I found with geometry nodes, as soon as I learn something, because it's so fresh and new, you go there and they've gone and changed the infrastructure of how things done. So yeah, but it's a very I mean, I think it's going to outdo what Cinema 4D does in a very short time, in terms of that sort of you know, for motion graphics, it's just going to be amazing. So yeah, so that's I still haven't decided what my final lighting and all that stuff for the magazine will be, but it'll be that chip. And then lastly, what I've been doing, and this has been going on for years, but I always come back to this. I've been trying to accurately recreate a CRT experience on a flat panel display, because with a lot of old computers, part of how the intrinsic design was that they relied on the fact that a CRT monitor's analog output and natural bleed that you got from a gun hitting phosphor and lighting up and creating a blur. You don't get that with these flat panel displays, and you don't get the glow that you get. So there's sort of a lack of light. Anyway, so I've been trying to recreate that as much as possible. And this is my very first attempts. This is all in After Effects. So there you can see the shadow mask. I'm just trying different shadow mask sizes, and I'm breaking an image down into red, green, and blue. And that sort of natural spillage that you would get for some of you who remember CRT monitors, that happens there. And then I just did this yesterday for the magazine, a future issue. This is the output, raw output of a VIC-20 computer. So this is 568 pixels by 284 pixels. And the actual active area here is, a lot less than that. You wouldn't see that back in the day when you had a VIC-20. It never looked like that. There was often a lot more detail because of the natural blurring process of a CRT. So this was the result of my image manipulation. So one, you can see the image is a lot bigger now, but I've managed to get the sort of more organic nature of pixels blurring. And then it's not perfect yet. I'm sure I'm going to be going through a lot more stages to get this to be a little bit more accurate. The only caveat with this has all been done in After Effects, and I actually want to move my workflow across to Blender, because I think with the compositor Eevee and the texturing engine, I think a lot of this will be able to be done a lot quicker, especially for iterating. And sort of the After Effects is great, but the algorithmic, with geometry nodes, a node-based type environment is going to be better for doing this type of image processing. So those are my 3 retro projects that feed my other retro hobby. And that's me.
Right. So hello, everyone, again. Thank you for taking part of the meeting. It's nice, very nice. And so, yeah, I just want to show my work. I just do it hobbyist. Yeah, I like sculpting in Blender. Everyone hear me? Just make sure.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thanks.
So I just started sculpting. Just so I want to make in a future job in a game industry as a character design. And yeah, so just this here you've got, guys, like some my random sculpting, some face. Yep. So this is finished already. And another one character, yeah, I'm just right now working on it. And yeah, pretty much that's it. Pretty much that's it. This is how it's look like. This gorilla. And this before one, how it's look like without color. So pretty much that's it, guys. I've got so far.
Thanks. So when did you start using Blender, Mark?
About half year. I started half year, I think.
Half year. Oh wow.
Yeah.
And did you do any 3D before?
No, not really, not really. I just find out the Blender as a 3D software, and I just so happy and glad I can just start using it. Yeah, I'm so happy for free and without any extra pay. So it just blow my mind.
Great.
Like everyone, guys, here. So yeah.
Cool. And any other people that have some questions about Marek or Marek's work?
So Marek, for your sculpting, do you use a tablet or a mouse or a trackpad on a laptop?
Yeah, I'm using the Wacom One entry tablet, and it's great. It's great. It's great.
Cool.
So I'm a freelance artist working in primarily the games industry. I have been working in the games industry for a number of years, and I've recently gone freelance. Started using Blender a little bit after the 2.8 release, when it had big changes. Before that, I never used it because not a lot of good was said about it. So I've been a long time Maya user up until that point. Still use Maya, but now Blender's probably my main software. I have a bunch of software that I use. I use ZBrush, Substance Painter, Marmoset, Toolbag, and others ones. But Blender's become my software that I kind of pipe everything through. So this piece that you can see on hopefully sharing, this is the first piece that I did with Blender. I wanted to kind of test kind of how realistic I could get things and make them as photoreal as possible. So I'll try and play this. I don't know how well it'll work being a screen share, but I'll play it anyway. So there might be a bit of lag. So obviously playing via my screen. So everything was all modeled and created by myself. Textures were done in Substance Painter. I've started looking into making textures and materials with Blender, but Substance Painter you can get much more fine granular details, and I'm much more used to using Substance Painter. In terms of the camera motion, that was done with an app called, just get it up, Virtue Camera, where you can use your mobile phone as the camera, and that takes that data from the movement. So you basically kind of hook it up to Blender, and then when you move the camera, it moves the camera in Blender, so you can get kind of sort of much more realistic kind of footage. So I used that to get the footage and then rendered it out with Blender cycles. Lighting wise, it was just a really nice HDR that I found. And I think I had 1 or 2 lights just kind of on the character itself, just to kind of highlight that a little bit more. Sorry about the noise in the background, that's my daughter having a bath. The character itself, that was actually sculpted in ZBrush and then brought back into Blender, added all the materials and textures and stuff. In terms of, so I'll see if I can share. So this is I'm working on a few other things, but I'll just share this for now because I've not finished other things. So screens, that's kind of the, actually no, what I will share is, let me do another page. So these are all the individual assets that I made for that scene. Like I say, I've been with this particular project, it was to capture realism as much as possible, kind of how light works on things, how the material qualities are. That pen is a surgeon simulator pen, which is a project I was part of a few years ago. So I'll just kind of try and slowly go through these. If I'm going too fast, someone just say stop. To get the material quality of this, I might do a little kind of slideshow at some point and share it with you guys. The little dots that make the pattern, I actually created the dots with models and then baked that out as a normal map on a flat plane, and then that used that as a normal map texture to get the kind of pattern that you can see on the tissue. With the little pins inside this, that was using Blender's physics. So I made 1 pin, duplicated them, used the physics in the pot, and then get them all falling into the pot nicely. One thing I like about Blender, which has kind of made me use it much more than I used Maya, like I said, I've used Maya for like 20 years. in the last couple of years, I now just use Blender for most 3D modeling. It is sort of the non-destructive element of Blender really is what kind of grabbed me compared to Maya. So this kind of this paint pot was made using a lot of the modifiers that you can get. Recommend reading that book if you've not read it. The lamp itself, I did rig that, and that allows me to pose it in the scene properly. Rigging, never been that good at rigging. Blender's rigging is a bit weird compared to Maya's, but yeah. The bread, the way I did the bread is actual photogrammetry. So I took a lot of photos of the actual bread itself, and then just kind of, obviously with the photogrammetry software, just gives you a mesh, and then from that mesh you can create a slightly lower res mesh and bake all the details from that high res mesh onto the low res mesh. One second. Yeah, and that's me. Yeah, any questions, feel free to ask them.
Hi, my name is Natalia Vikulina. I'm a visual artist based in London, and I work across different disciplines, such as printmaking, video, and virtual reality. And today I would like to talk about one of my recent projects, which is a virtual reality experience called Sketchflow. This project investigates the human ability to project feelings and consciousness into inanimate natural objects, such as rocks, plants, or soil. So when you enter the world, one of the first things you see is a sign saying, let this be my diary, but in my diary, you will be the main protagonist. So this statement welcomes the viewers into the virtual world. What is also saying that you are now a guest in someone else's consciousness. So in this new world, things that we normally consider to be inanimate now have life and voice. So as the viewer strolls between clothes, drawings, gigantic pieces of wood, they can hear that each object speaks to them. Each object in the sketchflow has its own voice. The soundtracks were developed by noise musician Alexei Borisov. I used 3D sound, which means that as you move through the virtual world, the sound changes as it would in the physical world. Today, I would like to share with you some of my processes and talk about technical side of the thing. As the world is inhabited with gigantic pieces of wood, my first task was to create 3D models of these pieces. And initially, I used scanning, 3D scanning. There is lots of software that can be used to 3D scan. I have experimented with many different apps. I initially tried to use LiDAR scanning that is built in the latest version of iPhones, and iPads, but I ended up using apps that are based on photogrammetry process. Most of my models were scanned with the app called Chandelier, but there are many other 3D scanning apps. So I would definitely recommend trying out different applications, different software, and then comparing results. The next step would be to bring the model into Blender to polish it. So my normal process would be to reduce the number of vertices in Blender, close the gap in the meshes if they have them, and paint the gaps in the textures to improve the textures. So after I have done those edits, I export the model as DX to work with the model in Unity. In Unity, I scale, position my models, and animate them using shade animation. The other software I use is Quill, which is a painting and animation software for virtual reality. The software works on Oculus Rift, and users can paint in 3D space using their hands naturally with the controllers, and then later animate those paintings, 3D paintings, with keyframes. I chose Quill because of its distinctly unique style. The models made in Quill feel much more like drawings or paintings, and I really like the contrast between the photorealism of the scan model and abstraction of the models drawn in Quill. So Quill allows you to export your models as Alembic files and FBX files. I tried both ways, and I found that Alembic files were exported from Quill work better with Unity. So I exported my Quill paintings as Alembic files and then brought them into Unity where I again position and scale them. The animation for them were done in Quill, not in Unity. The app is currently designed for devices connected to PC, which means it might be too heavy for the headsets like Oculus Quest, which, so as you may know, the Oculus Quest is not a tethered device. So it might be too heavy for that, but it will work fine for Oculus Rift and other versions and other headsets that are connected to PC. We are currently working on a lighter version that will work on mobile phones, on web, and on Oculus Quest. So please stay in touch for further development. I hope you find this useful. Thank you for your attention, and yeah, see you in the future.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to World Blender Meetup Day 2022. My name is Daniel OG, and I want to say a big thank you to Kevin and the rest of the team for setting this up for the year 2022 and being invited again. Thank you very much. All right, in this tutorial, I'm going to be going over my workflow for creating armor patterns using the tissue add-on in Blender. Alright, just before we begin, some backstory. I'm a character artist, and the character I'm working on has these scale armor patterns to it. So stuff like this, that you have you have rows of scales, coming beneath each other. So you have this, for example, you have this row, and then the other ones come beneath, so on and so forth until the end of the armor piece. So it's stuff like this that I'm trying to recreate on the character, and I'm going to show my workflow for doing that using the tissue add-on, because I just discovered it some few weeks back, and I've been playing with it. So I thought, let me share my knowledge with the Blender community, and I hope that this could be helpful to everyone watching. Alright, so if you haven't enabled the tissue add-on, you can just head to edit, the header menu, and then you go to preferences, just do a search tissue. Alright, mine is already enabled, so if you haven't enabled it, you can just do that quickly. And then once you're done, before you do that, hit A and select everything, and then X, delete. Then we hit N and go to the edit tab, and then you see it here, tissue tools. This is where the settings for the tissue add-on are. Alright, we'll get back to that. So now we need two things. We need the mesh that is going to act as like a guide for the patterns to be placed on top. So think of the mesh as like an armor piece, for example. So I'm going to use a cylinder, and let's say this is something like let's imagine the cylinder to be something like a bracelet. Actually, let me use a circle. Still the same thing anyway. And I'm going to come over here, this little menu, and I'm going to use 10 vertices. Then I hit tab, go to edit mode, E, extrude it down. I lock it on the Z axis by pressing Z, and I left click and release it. Then I'll hit Ctrl R, and I think use my mouse wheel, scroll up. I think I'll add 4 loop cuts to confirm that. Alright, just before we move on, I'm going to change my matte cap to something I prefer. Okay, then I'll add the multi-res modifier, sorry, the subdivision modifier, the subsurf, and I'll apply that. Alright, if I hit tab, I think I'm fine with the amount of faces. We actually don't need much. It depends on what you want anyway, but for this example I do not need much. Okay, I'll hit tab to go out of edit mode and hit Ctrl A, apply the scale, and then the next thing we're going to do, I'll explain when we begin tessellating the pattern around. We hit tab again and just double left click, select this edge loop, or anywhere really, it doesn't really matter, and then we hit Ctrl E, and then we mark the seam, select everything, U, and unwrap. Let's see the unwrap, let's see what it's done. Okay, because for this illustration I actually need the mesh to be UV unwrapped. As I said, I'll explain in a bit. Okay, I'll go back to the layout tab. Then the next thing we're going to do will be to add the mesh, the sort of the source of the pattern, the pattern that will be the mesh that is going to be repeated around the cylinder, or the circle cylinder actually. So hit shift and right click to bring the cursor this other way, and this could be anything you want, any sort of pattern that you want, yeah. So shift A, add a plane, and I'm going to align it to the view. Hit G and Z to bring it down. Just want it to be right, yeah, here. Then hit tab, go to edit mode, and Alt A to deselect everything. Hold B, press B, and box for box select. I'm going to scale it on the X axis. Scale it on the X axis. Control R to add a loop cut in between, and I'm going to select this vertex and pull it down. So G and Z, just pull it down a bit. I think here is fine, and then deselect that. Alt A, Control R again, and I'll put this somewhere here, like in the middle, almost in the middle, I guess. And then I'm going to bevel that. Control B, and I'll use the scroll wheel, add another loop cut there, and I'll OK that. So basically I'm just trying to create sort of like the pattern that is going to be it's not a pattern yet anyway, but it's something that's the mesh that will be tessellated around the cylinder. Okay, so I'm going to use Control R, just bring this up, Control R again, and Control R again. Select everything with A and extrude it. It automatically extrudes on the local Z axis, and then select everything. It's a good practice to check and confirm if your normals are alright. Alright, so you can see that red shows that the normals are flipped, so we'll shift N to change that and correct that. Now I'm going to select this vertex and hit Control and select this one, and it picks the shortest path and just select everything in between. And then I'm going to hold Shift to select this one and hold Control to do the same thing, and then come here again, Shift, and then hold Control. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Hit Alt S and scale it out. Okay, I actually want the back to be flat, so I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, so this is the stuff, this is the mesh that's going to be tessellated round. I'm going to hit Z and shade smooth. This is not what we want. I'm going to come to the object data properties and to normals, tick auto smooth. Yeah, that should handle everything. Then the next thing, I'm going to do what I did again. I will select this vertex, left click, and then Control and click on this one, just picks the shortest path, and I'm going to push this out a bit. Just rotate that on the X axis. Okay, and then I'll go to face select and double click. It's going to select the loop, the face loop, and then hit G and Y and just move it back a bit. Just move it back a bit. Okay, I think I'm fine with this for now. I will adjust it later if I need to. Okay, and just to be sure our edges are really sharp, all the time, I'm going to double click around this, double click to select the edge loop, and Control E, and we're going to mark those edges as sharp edges. Or if you have hard-ups, you could just do Q and mark them. Anyone is fine. Okay. Now we're going to begin playing with the tissue add-on so that we can get the armor patterns. Alright, so we're going to dive in and begin playing with the tissue add-on itself. Before that, I'll select these edges. Just want to pull them down, G and Z. Okay, and I'll double click this and Control E, mark sharp. I'm going to increase the bevel width to 1 in case I need to use it for some beveling later. Select these as well. Control E, mark sharp, and increase the bevel width to 1. I think I'll do it for this as well. We may not see it, but all the same, just Control E, mark sharp, and the mean bevel width, take it all the way up to 1. Okay. All right, now we head to the already at the edit tab, and then that's where you see the settings for the tissue tools, and we're going to select the mesh that will be tessellated first and then the base mesh last. So select this one first and then hold shift, select this one, and we hit tessellate. Now the fill mode, you go to use patch, and then for the rotation we're going to use the active UV. So it's going to use the rotation of the UV coordinates, which is why we unwrapped it earlier, so that you can control how the pattern flows around the base mesh. And then for the component coordinates, we're going to use local, and for the X and Y we'll use cyclic and cyclic. Then for the proportional, for the thickness, we'll use the proportional setting. The constant just seems to give constant thickness all through, but proportional makes it a little bit more dependent on the base mesh, so to say. I think that's how I'll put it. Yeah, and we'll leave the scale at 1 for now. We'll adjust that next time. And then we're going to click on merge and of course smooth shading, and we'll go to the advanced settings. Now the only thing I touch here on selected faces. Now let's say you have a complex mesh, just not just a cylinder, and you want perhaps you want a different pattern for a different part of the mesh. So that is where the unselected faces will come in. So you select a group of faces, maybe you have some vertex groups, you select the faces, and then the pattern is just going to work on those faces. Yeah, just like as I said, vertex groups, weight painting, all those kind of stuff, you restrict it to a certain group of selected faces. Okay, but for this one I'm just going to do it around the whole mesh, so I don't need to select it, and then hit OK. Okay, so this is the first result that's given us. If I scale this up, you can see that some of the mesh is hidden inside. So if I scale it out, then we can now see the other mesh, the other parts of the mesh. But this is not what we want. The rotation is not what we want, and then the scale and all that, we have to fix that. So you can see it creates a new mesh and calls it tessellation, so we can just delete that and we'll change some things. Okay, so we're going to select the base mesh and go to the UV editing, select everything, and we're just going to hit R and 90, hit 90, and Control P to pack that in. That should fix the rotation to be how we want it. The next thing I'm going to change will be the position of the mesh. So moments ago the tessellated mesh was sort of clipping into the base mesh, and that's not what we want. We want it to sit nicely on top or a little bit above the base mesh or the base. So we'll go to tab, edit mode, and hit G and move it on the select everything, hit G and move it on the y-axis just a bit, because as we move it on the y, the offset between the the tessellation and the base, you know, sort of increases. So if we move it this way, it sort of goes inwards, and then we move it out on the Y, it comes out more. Then I'm going to change the transform pivot point to the 3D cursor, so it scales from up here, and I'm going to scale this in edit mode, scale this down a bit, and then tab out and select this one, select the base, and hit tessellate, and we'll reduce. Okay, this was at 1 before. I'm going to reduce it to 0.1. The thickness, the proportional thickness, reduce it to 0.1, and then we hit OK. Okay, we can begin to see some okay, I think it's a bit too flat. Yeah, so we'll delete that, and going to do it. I think I'll just go back and these loop cuts, or these edge loops, I didn't just hit Ctrl E and mark sharp and increase the bevel weight so that everything is sharpened up. Okay, so we're going to head back and select the mesh that we want to use for the tessellation, then select the base, go back to the edit tab and hit tessellate, and let's try 0.3, hit OK. Okay, it's giving us some more thickness. All right, so I'm going to play around with the size of the mesh, the rotation of the mesh, so that we can get the kind of patterns that we are looking for. So I'm going to, okay, let me change this to random color so you can differentiate the tessellated mesh and the base. I'm going to scale this a bit, hit enter, and then we select the mesh. It's already selected, and then we hit the base and we tessellate. Okay, now I'm going to delete that, so deleted it already. Get back to edit mode, tab into to go to edit mode, and S and X, scale it on the X axis a bit to shrink it, and then tab out, and then we select the base again, tessellate. Okay, we're getting somewhere. All right, now to get the mesh to sort of point out, I'll delete this. I'm going to bring the 3D cursor, put it over here, and it's already the pivot point is already set to the 3D cursor, and I'll go to wireframe, hit Z and C for circle select, and I'm going to hold shift and deselect these parts, and I'll press O and turn on proportional edit and just rotate this, or rather before I do that, I'm going to go to tab, edit mode, select everything and hit R and rotate on the X axis, like let's give it 30 degrees, negative 30 degrees, or let's see, yeah, 30, let's use 30, negative 30 degrees, and we'll try it out again so the scales can be pushed out a bit, and we'll now hit tessellate. Okay, I think 30 was too much, so now the scales are sort of pushing out, which is close to what we want but not exactly there. So as I said, you just keep playing. I'm going to delete this and I'm going to reduce that, let's say by 10, negative again. So then we hit tessellate, go back and try it again. Okay, all right, I think I like this for now. All right, so here goes. I'm going to rotate it again, just slightly this time. think I'm going to include this vertex too. Okay, then let's try again. Okay, so the scale sort of pushes out, and then I'm going to increase it again. I'm going to increase the size, so I'll hold shift and right click so we can snap the cursor to that point. Sorry, excuse me. And then I'm going to scale this just a bit. I think that's fine. Then select the base and hit tessellate again. Okay, one more time. Okay, just a bit, and then we select tessellate and okay. So you can do various things with this add-on. This is just what I found, and it's very close to what I did on the character. So as I said, imagine that this is like part of like let's say a gauntlet you're doing without the gloves, of course, just on the wrist, for example, and then you need some kind of pattern around the armor piece that you're working on. If I were in your shoes, I probably use the tissue add-on, yeah. And then after this, you could unwrap this, or perhaps you do it on a flat, just on a plane, and sort of bake it, and you know you could do whatever you want with it, yeah. So, and if I hide this, if the density of the scales depends on the density of the mesh. So if I add another subdivision surface modifier, all right, and I apply it, and I do this again, okay, all right, so you can see that the scales have also increased in number as well. So it depends on the density, depends on what you want, and how your mesh is laid out. So I can hide the base now, and I'm going to change the I'm going to tick the cavity so we can see the mesh quite clearly. So this is it, and as I said, you could do I imagine you could use this for some kind of designs around armor pieces, or some kind of I think feathers as well. Maybe if you're doing some kind of feathery armor, stuff like that. So it depends on how you model the shape, and then you have the meshes that you're going to use, sort of like the wings. Let's say you're doing feathers, for example, and then you have the wings that will now be tessellated round the mesh that you have laid out. Yeah. So that's basically a bit about it. The tissue add-on. It's simple, it's easy to use, and there could be more applications, a whole lot more applications than what I'm showing you now. This is just based on my experience, and you could use this technique. You could even work on it and add stuff to it, and basically knock yourself out. Do whatever you want to do, yeah, and add more intricacies to the designs as well. All right, and that about wraps it up for the tutorial. So just to go over everything again, you have a base, and then you have a mesh that you use and tessellate or tile around this base, and then you select the tile first, and then you now select the base, hit N, go to edit, and then you go tessellate. And then these are the options. You use the fill mode is patch, then you set the rotation to active UVs. That will use the direction of the UV islands to map the tiles around the the mesh, and then the component coordinate will be local, and then the X and the Y axis will be set to cyclic, which will the cyclic, how I can explain it is that, you know, at the boundaries of the mesh, it sort of cuts it off. If you use extend, I've been using cyclic. If you use extend, it sort of, oops, that's too thick. I think I played with the settings a bit. Okay, so 0.3. So extend sort of goes beyond, you know, this is where the mesh stops, this is the boundary, and then it goes beyond. That's how I'll put it. And also it sort of packs everything in there, and I guess it could be useful depending on what you want, but for my situation, I prefer to use the cyclic. So if I change this to cyclic and I hit OK, you know, it just cuts it off, you know, so wherever the mesh ends, that's where it ends as well. And you see it over here too, it just repeats, you know. All right, so that's it. You select the tile, select the base, you go to tessellate, the fill mode is patch, the rotation is active UVs, then the component coordinates local, and X and Y will be cyclic. The thickness, you want to set it to proportional, and then you can play with the scale. Then you click on merge, smooth shading, and if you want it on some faces and not on others, you use the unselected faces option. Now there are other options I've not touched. I guess those could work in certain situations, but for what I am doing, these are the parameters that work for me. And then lastly, you can use modifiers. So if there are modifiers on the meshes and you don't want to apply them, but you want them to be like you want the add-on to sort of take them into sort of consideration and, you know, work on them, then you can click on use modifiers. But since the meshes I have, you know, they don't have any modifiers, so that option is grayed out. But if you have modifiers and you want them to be part of the tessellation, then you click on use modifiers on the base or on the component as is here, or the tile mesh. Yeah, and I went ahead and did some tessellations again. Okay, this is the one we got. I'll hide this. This is the one we got, and then I did some others with some other meshes. Okay, so you can see just plain simple designs, nothing to them. So you can obviously go beyond this, and what you just get the point, what's the capabilities of the tissue add-on, and you can add your own spice and flair to the whole thing. Yeah. Then these are the let me hide all these. These are the tile objects I used for the, okay, they're all here. Take them one by one. This was the one we used, and then this one for the second one here, and then this one. Okay, let me see, is that the third one? Yeah. And then this one for the third one. And then for this one, actually I used this. It's just that this is a mirrored version. Yeah, this one wasn't mirrored, then I mirrored it on the y-axis, and then I got this. So that about wraps up the tutorial. I hope it has been helpful. I hope you've gotten something, and if you have any interesting results or whatever you have, I would love to see what you can what we all do with this. And my could just send it to me. If you feel like it, if you feel like you could just send your, whatever stuff you've done with this add-on. I'd really love to see it. So once again, thank you to everyone watching. Thank you to the organizers, and I'll see you next time. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Michał, and I'm very happy to be presenting at this year's World Blender Meetup Day. And I would like to thank the organizers for accepting my presentation and for having me present for you. I will be representing today the SAT, Society for Arts and Technology in Montreal, and more specifically the Meta Lab, which is the research and development department at the SAT. And in fact, the SAT has a very long history of using Blender in a way. So I wanted to maybe present SAT quickly, just to present the context in which we are using Blender and where it's actually interesting and applicable. And then I will talk a little bit about myself maybe, and then I will show you the different ways in which we misuse and abuse Blender in our daily work. So about the Society for Arts and Technology, we are, among other things, a research lab. We experiment with all kinds of immersive content and immersive approaches to creation and presenting content. We are also a production company in the sense that the production department will contribute to producing live shows. We're also a concert venue. We have a space that we can rent to people. And we also experiment with all kinds of immersive approaches to creation, and can host shows of different types. And the training center is designed to offer courses for the youth and adults in all aspects of, or at least many aspects of digital creation. And we have also hosted immersive experience symposium for several years. We had to take pause because of the pandemic, but we were able to provide a venue for meetings with people and building, contacts and relations with people in all kinds of industries and the creative immersive world. So while I'm talking about the SAT, you can see a little bit of the context. The SAT is located in Montreal, in Canada, and here are some pictures that represent the SAT and some of the activities. And here is some information on the website. The building blown up, and here is like the same information in English. So the SAT was founded in 1996. That was actually the fruit of the ICEA conference in 1995 that took place in Montreal, ICEA being International Symposium on Electronic Art. And the SAT is a non-profit organization. And in fact, it has grown a lot in the past 25 years. We're very lucky to be where we are right now. We own a building that's in the heart of Montreal, and we've evolved a lot. And so now in the building we have a restaurant which is located on the top floor of the building, next to the dome, And we also have a cafe that's open during daytime, and occasionally for some special events in the evening. That's on the ground floor, and these two complete the list of departments that I've mentioned before. In addition to a very virtual department, which is satellite. And which is in fact a very innovative place for us, because we are talking about virtual reality, focusing on virtual and hybrid experiences that involve Mozilla hubs and immersion, of course. So these are satellite is the latest addition, in fact, to the SATS activities. So on MetaLab website, you can find out a little more about what we are and, well, who we are and what we do, and the different kinds of projects that we're working on in terms of research and development. And this all centers around immersion. There are many different things that amount to immersion. There is video mapping, there is audio specialization, and also interactivity that play an important role right now in our work. So there are some projects here that are sort of fading out. For example, this one, Edition Institute, is slowly being phased out. However, there are many very active projects, live pose for pose estimation and capturing of human interaction via deep learning, Splash, which is a video mapping software, and Calimero, which is still a work in progress for calibrating structured light. The audio specialization suite, we have quite a few projects that are going on. SATI, which is an audio specializer, which also has a capacity of synthesizing sound and doing all kinds of audio processing. Audio Dice is a set of speakers. I will speak about them a little later. They're kind of spherical multi-channel speakers. And Varis, which uses ray tracing techniques for generating virtual acoustics. And then Telepresence, that has been a flagship of the SAT for a very long time now. Telepresence chapter develops Scenic and Switcher. Switcher is a software that allows for distributed performances. In fact, it can send all kinds of data via the internet to different kinds of locations in different configurations. And when I say different kinds of data, it's audio, video, point clouds, MIDI, open sound control, and things like that. And Scenic is its front end. So this is the SAT. The projects that are of interest for us that use Blender in some ways is Splash. And SATI in a way, and we also do some prototyping, which I will be showing a little later. For those of you interested in Splash, it's a video mapper that uses an approach a little different from other video mappers. So we basically provided a 3D object to map on, a 3D model of the space that we want to map on. So a little bit about myself. I have background in music, mostly music and electronic music. I was interested in interactive systems for a very long time, and gravitated towards digital arts and technological arts, and that includes performance in installations. And so Blender was actually in the center of my toolbox in many situations. And in fact, I discovered Blender back in '96, I think, or '97. That was before it has become open source, and was very excited about the workflow and the possibilities. And so I think that actually the workflow that a lot of people were complaining about, the keyboard oriented and mouse oriented without menus, I actually kind of like that approach very much. And so I was using Blender on and off, sometimes for actually making some works, but I was mostly fooling around with it. But I would prepare sometimes some assets for certain works I was doing. And when I started working at the Metal Lab in 2011, it was obvious that Blender was going to be a part of our toolbox. So I will show you a little bit how we use it across the different projects, so that you can have an idea of how we do it. So one of the important aspects that are taken into account is the interconnectivity between software and hardware. So we always make sure that different tools can communicate with others in a fairly easy way. Most of the time that happens via OSC, for example. So some of our tools, those that make sense, use OSC for exchanging data. OSC stands for Open Sound Control. And then we have also developed a glue called shmdata, which basically uses shared memory to send different types of data from one application to another. It also serves for sending that data over network via switcher. So, for example, Splash uses shmdata to receive meshes, for example, from Blender. So someone could be modeling a mesh in real time while his or her projection or her work is being projected in some kind of immersive space. It also is very handy for prototyping projections and things like that. So we also work with open source software almost exclusively. So for the software that we develop is all open source. And also we usually make sure that the libraries that we use are also open source. So this way we perpetuate and contribute to the open source software community. And to talk about long Blender's history at the SAT, I should not forget about talking about the immersive view, which maybe some of you know in the cycles renderer. If you select the camera, there is the panoramic view with a fisheye equidistant, for example, view, which allows to render a spherical view like this, which is very much adapted to the dome, and that was developed by someone who is a part of the Blender team, as far as I understand, and his name is Dalai Felinto. He, as far as I wasn't at the SAT at the time, but I think it was in the context of some kind of residency that he developed at least the first prototype of this view. And so here is another example of a view that's straight from Blender, and on top of that uses some ways of projecting one object inside another into another view. And this is another prototype of a immersive view in like regular Blender internal engine, and some point clouds assembled into cubes and things like that. So we like to use Blender in many different ways and experiment with this. And this also shows how it is used for configuring Splash, which I will show in a minute. And of course there is our shim data, the memory sharing approach. So here we can see Suzanne in Blender on the left. Unfortunately, this is only a screenshot, but trust me, it works really well. On the right, we have Suzanne in Splash, and they're interactive. So if Suzanne in Blender changes, the Suzanne in Splash will change as well. And so I spoke about Splash before. Here you can see an older version of Blender that is being used to make a Splash configuration. So there is an add-on for Blender that uses nodes to allow configuration of a project, of a Splash project. So basically we identify where are the cameras, the projectors located, and we prepare the 3D model onto which the image will be projected, and with a little bit of UV map magic and the coordinates of the different objects that are created in the 3D scene, including the cameras. Splash takes that information, and then that allows Splash to start to having like a very first projection that's coherent with the space. It needs a little bit of calibration afterwards, but the add-on is a very important step in the creation of the projection mapping with Splash. So in the spirit of using Blender as a prototyping tool, we use it, for example, as you can see, for mapping facial expressions and facial movements onto a mesh that also looks like a face. And so that was a project that we were developing at the time with some different partners, and this was like then the very initial prototype of this kind of use, and it turned out pretty good in terms of using this kind of tool to make this kind of prototype. And in fact, this prototype evolved a little more to the point where we were making a head model via photogrammetry, and after cleaning it up a little bit, we were able to create a rigged face with that was resembling the person that was scanned, and via the use of some software, face recognition, of some face recognition software, we were able to map, control the rigged face of the person that we scanned, which was a really interesting use case for us. And also what this opened the door to was being able to work with people who who are not familiar with all the different programming pipelines, but are familiar with Blender, for example, and be able to integrate some of the work and work directly in a software that was approachable and that was let's say easy for them to manipulate, and of course that cuts overhead of having to write a tool that does this kind of thing that Blender already proposes. And here is an example of a use that's a little more mainstream, if you want. This is our prototype of an immersive environment for prototyping immersive scenes, and the first version of it, the first prototype, was actually built in Blender, and we've considered Blender Game Engine, but the Blender Game Engine was already sort of being phased out, and so we used the immersive view that we had in the Blender internal engine, and so and we added functionality that was necessary to connect some controllers, wireless controllers, and interact with different objects, even change the meshes, so model things, do a little bit of painting, UV painting, and things like that, navigating inside the world. And so this was our way of trying to help artists who come to a medium such as the DOM, and maybe it's their first contact with the medium, and before they actually start producing works, there is a little bit of a period of adaptation, and we were hoping that this kind of tool could help people to quickly prototype things, sketch things up in the space, in the 3D space, and then export their creation as in this case it would be a Blender file or a GLTF file, and so they can take it home, rework it, and then when they come back, they can concentrate on actually working on the details and hopefully getting the work done with less back and forth going between their flat screen and a DOM. So as I mentioned before, we use Blender for many different things. One of them is SATI, which stands for Spatial Audio Toolkit for Immersive Environments, and I've developed an add-on for Blender to help me interact with SATI. So you can see on this video there are different objects that are being placed in a 3D scene. Suzanne acts as a listener, and she orients. She listens to the sound in the space, and so basically I'm manipulating the different objects, attaching to them different sound sources, which in this case are synthetic, and this way I can animate, for example, sound movements and things like that. So this is still very prototypical, and it mostly serves for prototyping maybe some kind of spatial sound behavior or spatial scenes that will eventually play in the will be part of the show or something like this. And one of the interesting areas that we want to do is areas that we want to develop is embedding this kind of information in the GLTF. We've been very excited about the progress of GLTF export from Blender, and the GLTF file format allows for some custom properties, and those could be related to sound Sati. Sati does not work in Blender. It's an application that has to be run aside, and we basically are sending OSC messages from Blender to Sati with all the information that describes the sound properties, and Sati deals with distributing the sound over the speakers and the layout of the speakers and the geometry can be completely configured and handled by Sati. And another use case of using Blender for things that are something else, not really for public consumption, was, for example, planning the orientation of the faces on the audio dice, which is the spherical speaker that I mentioned before. So we've used Blender in order to to calculate the order of the faces and how they would relate to the audio channels on the audio dice, and also to calculate the angles that will be fed into the audio specializer that then handles the audio specialization and needs to know some details about the geometry of the layout of the speakers. And so then we can of course use it to export to GLTF and then give it to someone. And in that spirit, Blender, of course, comes very handy where all kinds of visualization needs are concerned. In our case, we were planning for re-rigging the dome, getting another set of speakers, or maybe changing the number of speakers, and so we've developed an add-on for the Blender that allows to interactively test different speaker positions, different layouts, and since we wanted to cover the dome in a kind of as uniform way as possible, so we've identified a few things. As you can see, there is the rings, which is the current layout, so we can test for different ring patterns and numbers of speakers per ring. And then there was also a proposition that was a distribution along the Fibonacci series, as well as Sunflower, which resembles the Fibonacci. So we were able to look at these things, examine them, change the number of speakers, and analyze whether this corresponds to the kind of layout that we need, and think about this. So these are the kind of uses that we do. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope that you've enjoyed it, and maybe it inspired you to do similar things, to use Blender in unexpected ways, and that you will share the ways in which you use Blender. And I would like to thank all the people who were involved in the making of this video, especially indirectly, because I have used some videos that we already had in our archive, and of course my team for backing me up on this. And thank you to Blender Foundation for having me, and I hope our paths will cross soon, maybe in real life. Bye bye.
Hello, my name is Alba. I'm an artist and I love drawing and visual storytelling. These are some examples of my work. I like to write and draw comics and I love visual development, so I do concept art and illustrations. I also do storyboards, some animations, and now I do 3D with Blender. I like to create 3D characters and short animations. I'm still a beginner, but Blender has become one of my favorite tools. I started learning this software in 2020 following this Domestica course run by artist Luis Aritzaga. It's a course for beginners where I learned the basics of modeling and I created this robot. I was very happy with my first 3D model and I decided to do a short animation. I actually learned the basics of animation in Blender from this tutorial of Derek Elliott. This was my first time doing 3D, so I combined what I learned during the course about modeling with simple animation movements to create my first Blender project. I practiced with the 3D space and I learned to move in the viewport, which possibly was one of the most difficult things, as I was a completely beginner in 3D software. But I got used to the 3D space and this is my final animation.
Starboard, hacedor de planetas.
After Starboard, I did another course run by artist Carlos Cifuentes to have an overall idea of all the possibilities that Blender has. During this course, I learned more about modeling, sculpting, painting, animation, particles, physics, and compositing. One of my favorite areas was sculpting. These are the two first characters that I created. I started by modeling cubes and I created this sort of base mesh that I used to sculpt the character with brushes. At the beginning, I was getting so many artifacts. The mesh was breaking very often and I had to redo the sculpture quite a few times. When I was in trouble, I went online to find solutions and I learned so much from YouTube tutorials. The Domestica courses that I've done are great because they have a structure and give you support to accomplish projects, but a big part of the learning comes from the Blender community itself, which it is continuously sharing knowledge online, and that's one of the things that I like from Blender, its community. The next stage was to color my sculpture and I used vertex paint. But when I started painting, I realized that I didn't have a very good topology and I went back to the sculpture mode a few times to refine my model and to clean and improve its topology. When I was happy with the result, I created a simple light set to enhance the model and add contrast. The next thing to learn was rigging. I wanted to rig my own model, so I created my first full body character, Baby Nessie. First I made this drawing, and then I started building it with cubes, modeling and sculpting. I added one of the default human armatures to animate my character. I had a few issues when rigging, and then I discovered that weight painting could solve most of my problems. During this project, I learned a lot about nodes and how to create materials. For example, the stripes of this swimsuit are a combination of a color ramp and a wave texture. See how the thicknesses of the stripes change by moving the colors in the shade editor. The pattern of the float works in a similar way. I change the values in the wave texture, the detail roughness, for example, and also the colors in the color ramp until I found a combination that I liked. I really like this. You can make variations in the detail scale, change so many values to produce really nice patterns. I wanted to create realistic eyes for this project, and this was very difficult. The eyes node system that I created was quite complex for my level, but it was a great exercise as it forced me to study more about procedural materials and how to connect nodes. The body of the character is mainly plain green, but I used vertex paint to create these yellow areas and to have some variations in the skin of the character. My model was ready, so I animated a walk cycle and I created a simple environment to do a short animation. I added a plane to create a floor and modeled some cactuses, which I duplicated using collection instances. I also added a particle system to create the spikes of the cactuses. And this is the final animation that I did, which is my first walk cycle. For my next project, I wanted to practice with particles and learned how to create hair. I designed this character, Peludo Rodriguez. The body is a very simple shape, as I wanted to focus on modeling hair with the comb tool. Anyway, I did a bit of sculpting on the legs and modeled shoes and glasses, but the main purpose, as I said, it was to use particle systems. So I combined various layers of hair with different lengths to create the desired effect. I carry on practicing with procedural materials to create this texture for the nose, which I also added in the legs. I also added a hair particle system to the carpet, where I used the pattern of the Overlook Hotel from the movie The Shining. My initial idea was to do a simple 360 video to present my character online, but using the pattern of The Shining, it gave me the idea of creating a short animation. So I ended up designing an environment and a few more characters. And this is the final animation. Last year, I participated in an animation bootcamp organized by Blue Zoo Studio and Next Gen Skills Academy. The bootcamp consisted on working on a team-based animation using Blender. I thought that it would be a great opportunity to work along with other artists, so I applied. And when I was shortlisted, they asked me to do a modeling test to prove my Blender skills. They sent me this blueprint, and I had to model the character in Blender and submit a turntable video. This is the robot that I built. I was very careful with the topology. Creating this loop cut was a challenge. One of the drawings of the blueprint showed how the arms would bend, so I created a simple rig and added bendy bones to the arms of the robot to animate the turnaround. And this is the final 360 that I submitted. And this is a test that I've done at the very beginning of the bootcamp. They asked us to create a sort of science fiction room and animate the robot that we've modeled floating inside of this room. Before carry on with the bootcamp, I'd like to show one of the most useful exercises that I made to learn Blender. It's this Funko Pop character. When Bluetooth and NextGen told me that I was selected to participate in the bootcamp, I decided to study more before the bootcamp started, and I followed this tutorial by Grant Abbott to create my Funko Pop version. It was an extremely useful tutorial that helped me to refine my modeling techniques, and I finally learned about UVs, which was very useful for my latest projects. During the actual bootcamp, I was part of a team of 11 3D artists, and we worked remotely during 4 weeks to create a short animation. We all worked as 3D generalists on modeling, texturing, animation, and lighting. It was a complex animation to do in a short time, so communication, organization, and meeting deadlines in time was very important as we had to share multiple assets and files to create this animation. One of my favorite tasks was designing and modeling this prop, which is the space truck that appears at the beginning of the animation. These are some of the preliminary drawings that I did, and this is the final design that was approved by direction. When I started modeling, the first thing that I did was to bring the drawing to the viewport, to use it like a reference to build the model accurately. This prop is a delivery spaceship, and it was important to show that the track was worn out and used, so I added textures and masks to create the worn out look, and I used this displacement mask too in order to create the wasted effect in the wing. I also deleted some vertices and made a few modifications by hand. Here you can see one of the scenes built for the animation. Each element of the environment was designed by a different member of the team, and then we assembled everything together. As 3D generalists, we all did a bit of animation. This is one of the shots that I animated. I placed the keyframes of the storyboard on the viewport, as you see here, to always have them visible when animating the character. I also enjoyed setting up the lighting, and this is one of the shots that I lit. You can see here how it looked before and after I set up the lights. When I showed this lit shot to the director, he liked the overall lighting, but asked me to reduce its effect on the red and blue robots. They should be darker. I wondered how could I maintain the overall light but avoid it on specific elements. In the end, I added a plane just in front of the robots to stop the light coming through. See how now with the plane the robots are in shadow. To make the plane invisible in the render, I went to its materials properties and ticked backface culling. See how its visibility in the render view changes with and without the backface culling. This was a very handy trick that I learned during the bootcamp and that I used in my next slide sets. This is another of the shots that I lit. And I also prepared the light set of this establishing shot where I focused on highlighting the volume of the floating garage station. And this is my latest character design, Conejo Hunter. It's a personal project that I'm doing for fun and to keep practicing my Blender skills. The silhouette of a character design is very important, so I prepared these two views to always have visible the silhouette of my design when modeling. I wanted to add moles or spots to the skin of my character, so I created a procedural material to distribute dots of variable sizes through the body. See the variations on the skin that you can achieve by changing the properties of the body texture. After modeling, I generated a rig using Rigify and used inverse kinematics to find a pose for my character. I added bendy bones to the ears and learned about clock simulation to animate the cape. And this is a 360 animation of my final design. After finishing my character Conejo Hunter, I started another course in Domestika, run by artist Brelias, to learn how to create science fiction landscapes with Blender. You can see here the process of the landscape that I'm doing. During this course, I learned quite a lot about using textures and how to use volume scatter to create atmosphere and depth in a 3D scenario. And this one is my latest project. It's my entry for February's Infinite Journey Challenge that 3D artist Clint Jones announces on YouTube. The challenge is to add your own characters, props, and assets to this given 3D raw environment and to create your own interpretation. Most of the entries of this challenge are done by advanced 3D users, but I really wanted to participate, so I used my latest character, Conejo Hunter, and I adapted the landscape that I was preparing for Brelia's course, repositioned the rocks, and added...
Hi, I'm Kevin, and in this video I will walk you through how I create my Technoman images. Now normally I start my project by looking for some reference and inspirational pictures. A really nice and handy tool to consolidate all those pictures is called PureRef. It's free. So I think I want to base this Technoman on one of my, actually my latest Technoman I made. So I want to have the same kind of lightning or feel, so it's gonna be a surreal landscape. So let's see if we can make something like that today, something like this, and you
see. Okay, let's switch this on. All right, Alba, the stream can hear you. For some reason, the last minute of your video just switched to Technoman. So I have no idea why. Sorry about that. But if you wanted to cover the last minute of your video, and I know this is going to lead into questions, so why don't we pick it up from here? And again, sorry about that. I'm not sure what VLC did, why it decided to cut that last part out.
Yes, right. Not a problem.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll field a couple of questions. I know Kevin is around here. I'll start with the first one. What are your plans for Hoe Hunter?
Well, at the moment, I'm planning to learn a bit of Unreal Engine soon, hopefully in the next few months, and I'd like to experiment a bit with this character and this science fiction landscape that I create. I would like to try to do something a bit interactive, perhaps. I'm not sure yet. I really need to go into that world and study see which options I can learn, what I can do, but I definitely would like to do like a little interactive piece somehow. So to use Blender, go towards that field. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, that sounds excellent. I feel like a little bummed that that last minute was cut off. You might remember what you wanted to talk about in that last minute. What were some of the things that were on your mind in that video?
Yeah, sure. I was basically in the last minute, I was just explaining how for this YouTube challenge, I really wanted to participate. So I mixed the landscape that I was doing for a course, for a domestica course. So I readjust all the landscape to adapt it to the new scene. It was like an animation. And then I created a London theme wagon. So I brought the textures from the real. Well, I tried to prepare the seats of the tube of London, put some signs, and then I did that mixed up between London, Martian landscape, and used my own character. So it was a few screen shares of Blender showing the viewport.
Nice. Okay, and I see our coordinator Kevin is on. Kevin, why don't you come on in and do some Q&A?
Yes. Hi, Elba. Great to see you again, and thank you for your lovely presentation. I had a sneak peek the other day when you uploaded the video to us, and I was really blown away by your what you are doing with Blender, and not only with Blender, because you are a comic artist as well, aren't you?
Yes, in fact, it was through the comics that I went into Blender. When I started the focus on comics properly and decided to do it each time more professionally, I started studying more about visual development, character design, and a friend of mine asked me, why you don't give a try to go to 3D? And at the beginning, I thought that's going to be not for me. But then I started, and little by little, I just love it. It was maybe a tiny bit, not even difficult. There is so much help online that you can find that I found my way through it. And now it's an excellent tool that I'm just gonna keep experimenting with it and maybe mixing it with comics soon, nice. Hopefully.
There's no way back. Now you're now you tasted the 3D spirit. That's really cool. So I'm just going to look at my other screen because it looks a bit like a space control center here, because we do have some questions from the YouTube chat. So let me read them out one by one to you. And my eyes are really bad, so I just need to get my small screen a bit closer. So Scene is saying that the character gives him Ratchet and Clink vibes. And also San wants to know if someone is on a tight budget, yeah, how important is it to join a paid course? So maybe could you advise people on a tight budget to some free online or offline learning resources for Blender?
Well, yes, I mean that's one of the things that I like from Blender is that you can just learn online from YouTube content, forums. That's the beauty of it. That being open source, there is a strong community supporting and giving knowledge all the time to make it grow and just to learn. So you can really just learn on your own. There are plenty of tutorials where you can do just project-based things. And anyway, the courses that I've done, actually, they're not really expensive anyway. They are, I didn't, because they're very specific project-based, so you can kind of learn and give you support there. But anyway, I have to follow a lot of YouTube tutorials at the same time, because those courses that I've done, they're just like, they follow some guidelines, so they help you to have a structure. And anyway, they are at least in that platform, they were, the budget was not very expensive, so it was fine. But someone you can really learn for free. Blender is fine. Also, it's very friendly. There are lots of forums where people, if you ask questions, they're gonna help you, and to grow together. That's the beauty of it.
Cool. And because most of the learning resources in Blender are English. Could you recommend, for example, maybe like Spanish people where they could that are not really good with English? Are there any paid or free courses in English? Are there any resources like that?
I think so. The thing is that when I learn, I just look in both languages, to be honest. For example, those courses that I've done, they are mostly the audio is in Spanish, but it comes with subtitles in English. And then online you can find both, so artists from both languages just hanging content either in one language or the other. Probably mostly, to be honest, you find it mostly in English, but still in Spanish there are quite a few artists. I will need to go through my tabs that I've been saving. But if someone is interested, you can contact me, and I'm happy to go through my folders and the bookmarks and find the ones, because there are Spanish artists, lots of people from South America too, and South America actually has a big community of Blender users, and they upload lots of things.
Cool. And do you have any like Blender heroes or some artists or designers that you really admire or something like that?
Well, I like, there are a few. I like Brelias, which is one of actually I'm doing in Domestika one of his courses, because he mixed this kind of science fiction with all these magenta colors. It's very photographic, but very, science fiction. It's very, very nice, his work. I like him. And then I also like, he's an educator, actually, it's Grant Abbott. I think he's, I like a lot the structure of his courses, tutorials. They're very good resources for learning. And also I think he's a very good artist.
Cool. And have you ever used, because Blender is almost like an operating system, there's even like a video editor inside. Have you ever tried the 2D tools such as the grease pencil? Or do you use traditional 2D tools such as pen and pencil for your cartoons? Is that still on your list, or that's something that you're haven't thought about? Or
no, I actually started testing the 2D tools in Blender. I need to. That's one of my plans that I would like to somehow. At the moment, the comics and the 2D work that I do is with 2D software like pencils or Photoshop, Sketchbook Pro. But now that I'm getting more and more into Blender, I'd like to test the 2D options that they have to see how I can adapt those comics to a 3D space. but using 2D effects. I'd like to, I need still to experiment and to study a bit more what can I do with that. But yeah, that's part of the plan.
Cool. And when can we see anything from Conejo Hunter? Where is he now? What happened after his train trip? What happened to him?
Well, let's see, that's a surprise. Hopefully a bit of interaction will be happening soon. Maybe I have a few characters sketched up that I would like to add to that Martian landscape. And yeah, if everything goes well in a few months, I learn a bit more about Unreal, then I'm gonna try to prepare something. Not sure yet, because with Blender, I don't have like huge ambitious plans. I just go as I learn. And when I see something, I just learn about it and try to. So there is something coming for Conejo Hunter, but it's still a bit open. Let's see.
Cool. And then I have one more question, because we have another speaker lined up. This is also a question for people that want to start using Blender. Do you need to have like a really heavy, expensive computer, or can you get away with something that's budget friendly?
I mean, to start, to be honest, all the projects that I've done up to Peludo Rodriguez, to this hair particles character that I created, all those projects I've done them in a laptop that is actually a bit old by now. But it's true that when I started rendering that animation, my laptop almost died.
Oh no.
It survived. But yeah, anyway, to start, it's fine. But maybe if you start getting into heavy things that they need a lot of time rendering, or then maybe you need to make a bit of investment. But to start, really is fine. Average computer, just to test a bit the space, to get used to the space, and to do your fair 3D models, sculptures. The only thing, the more topology that you add, the more heavier that is going to be. So at some point, you may need to invest a bit in something.
Cool. And because we missed the last bit of your video, where can people find you? What are your social media links or websites?
Yes, so I'm on Twitter, Instagram, also on ArtStation, Behance, and LinkedIn, and everything through my website. All the links are there. Is my name and surname .com. I will put it now in the YouTube chat, so everybody can go there and find me. And then at the bottom of the website, they will find all the links to find me on social media.
Yeah, because I tried to share some links from our previous speakers, and I noticed that we have maybe like a filter on the YouTube chat. So maybe you can do it in such a way, or still put something without a URL that people still can find you. And also feel free to hang around on the chat on YouTube, because sometimes people still have any more questions.
Okay.
And the final thing, do you have any advice or something you want to tell people that want to discover Blender like you did?
Well,
I don't know.
I would like to say, so don't be scared, because actually it took me a while to give the step and start doing it, because I really thought it was something too technical to. As soon as I opened it the first time, no 3D experience at all. Before, it was like, wow, what is this? Where do I click? How do I move? And really, for all those 2D artists that they want to experiment a bit and do something else, really give it a go, because it may be just a tiny bit scary at the beginning, but just find online any tutorial how to start in Blender, and that's fine. And they will guide you through, and you will see how it's actually a lot easier and very stimulating and rewarding. It's a very nice software.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Alba. And for all the watchers on YouTube, please look up Alba's work. And we're looking forward to how it goes with Conejo Hunter. Thanks again, Alba.
Okay,
And,
thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks very much.
Of course, our pleasure. So now we have our next speaker lined up for us. His name is Abian Piñata. So Abian, yeah, the stage is for you.